In Beham village, there were three great troubles: wild boars, tigers, and old lady Su. Su Wanwan, a food blogger born after 2000 with a huge appetite, worked day and night until she literally ate herself to death. When she opened her eyes again, she had become one of the three great troubles. Old lady Su. Big brother, please don't sell me. I'll work hard, I promise. I can live on just one meal a day. Sister-in-law, I beg you, don't let him sell me. Yes, big brother, mother just passed away. You can't sell our little sister to strangers like this. Shut up, you useless girl. Now that mother is gone, we have to split the family. Who has extra food to waste on you? Your sister-in-law is right. Master Zhu's family needs servants. If you go there, you'll have food and clothes. Listen to her and pack your things. A sharp pain struck Su Wanwan's head as she received the memories of the body's original owner. But she had no peace at all. The crying, shouting, and scolding around her never stopped. She was furious, but her eyelids felt unbearably heavy, and she couldn't open them no matter how hard she tried. Fine, she thought, I'll just sort through these memories first. The original owner was also named Su Wanwan, a tough 35-year-old woman. Why tough? Because at just over 30, she was already a grandmother to several children, and she was infamous in the nearby villages for her fierce temper. The noise around her grew louder and louder, like a never-ending torment. Su Wanwan couldn't take it anymore. With a sudden effort, she forced her eyes open. That one action scared everyone in the room half to death. Ah! A ghost! She's come back to life. Oh no! My mother has risen from the dead. Quick, go get the village head. Zhou Dainiu, guilty and panicked, was the first to bolt out the door, shouting as he ran to the village. His wife, however, was so terrified that she fainted on the spot. The others in the room turned pale. Zhou Erniu and his wife clung tightly to each other, too scared to move. With a trembling voice, Zhou Erniu asked, "Mother, do you still have some last wish? Tell me, and I'll make sure it's done." On Wednesday and Thursday, the two brothers were so frightened that their legs gave out, and they collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Meanwhile, the little girl, Zhou Xiui, who was about to be taken away, suddenly looked as if she had seen her savior. Without caring whether the person before her was truly alive or not, she threw herself straight into Su Wanwan's arms. But Su Wanwan had only just woken up and was still very weak. The sudden impact nearly knocked the breath out of her, and she almost fainted again.
Ding!
Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound the ecological live broadcast system. As long as you sell pure, natural plants and animals to the viewers in the live room, you'll earn points. These points can be exchanged in the system store for various items. Wishing you a pleasant journey through time. Just as Su Wanwan was feeling relieved that she finally had a special ability, Zhou Dainiu arrived with many villagers, even alarming the village head. Everyone carried sticks and tools, looking ready to attack Su Wanwan if anything seemed wrong. Young sister, are you out of your mind? Move away quickly. Do you want to be struck by the bad luck from our mother's passing? Don't think that just because you fainted, you can avoid going to the Zhu family, Zhou Dainiu said harshly. The servant boy grew impatient and scolded. Your family really makes a big fuss. So, is this girl being sold or not? Hurry up and give me a clear answer. Master Zhu is still waiting for news. Hearing this, Zhou Dainiu quickly forced a humble smile and said, "Of course, she will be sold. As the saying goes, the eldest brother is like a father. Now that our parents are gone, I, as the eldest, naturally have the right to decide." By this time, Su Wanwan had fully merged her soul with her body. She suddenly opened her mouth and coughed hard, finally expelling a lump of phlegm. It flew in an arc through the air and landed right on Zhou Dainiu's forehead. Strangely enough, the original owner of this body had actually choked to death on this very phlegm while cursing someone. Now that it was finally out, Su Wanwan felt completely relieved. But Zhou Dainiu was not so lucky. Since it had been stuck inside for days, the smell was unbearable. His forehead burned as if pressed against hot coal. Panicking, He rushed out to wash his face, wishing he could scrape off his own forehead entirely.
Wait.
Is old lady Sue really a ghost, or did she actually come back to life? I don't think it looks fake. It seems like she really woke up. After catching her breath, Sue Won first comforted the little girl crying in her arms, then turned to the crowd and said, "Just now, when my daughter bumped into me, it helped me breathe again. Thank you all for coming here. Another day, I'll visit each of you to show my thanks." But the moment she said this, everyone panicked and ran away, as if afraid she might cause them trouble if they stayed. Hurry, let's go. Old Lady Sue is not easy to deal with. We've completely offended her this time. What if she comes to our homes later to settle accounts? Exactly. Didn't you see the village head run faster than anyone else? He even lost a shoe on the way. Now, only the Zhou family remained in the house. All the outsiders had already fled in fear. Even the young man who had followed Zhou Dainiu and his wife back was trampled in the chaos. At this moment, he was crawling out with a bruised and swollen face. By now, the eldest daughter-in-law had regained consciousness. When she saw that the young man had left, she panicked. "Husband, everything is ruined now. We had agreed on this before. How did it end up like this? We already spent the betrothal gifts." Su Wonwon gave her eldest daughter-in-law a cold look. Without raising her voice, her presence alone was enough to make others tremble. "So, from what you're saying, you're disappointed that I'm still alive, aren't you?" Hearing that familiar voice, the eldest son and his wife shivered, their hearts sinking with dread. With a thud, both of them knelt before Su Wonwon, their faces full of misery. "Mother, I lost money at the gambling house. If we don't sell little sister, they'll break my legs." "Yes, mother. The Zhu family offered 20 taels of silver, and we already used that money to pay off the debt. If we don't hand over little sister now, your beloved eldest son will be ruined." The eldest son and his wife were the most selfish of all. Pretending to run a business outside, they actually took a large amount of grain from the family every year. They always claimed they lost money in business, but Su Wonwon, who loved reading stories about family schemes and palace intrigues, never believed a word of their excuses. At this moment, the little girl thoughtfully handed her a bowl of warm water with sugar. Su Wonwon happened to be very thirsty, so she picked it up and drank it down in big gulps. After finishing the water, as she passed the bowl back, she accidentally caught sight of the girl's hands. What kind of hands were those? The child was only 13, yet her hands were covered with cuts and calluses, clearly from doing heavy chores all year round. In her memories, the original woman favored the eldest branch of the family the most, to the point of giving everything for them. The third branch came next because the couple there were good talkers and often sweet-talked her into doing whatever they wanted. As for the second branch, they were the most honest and dutiful, but precisely because of that, they were the least valued by her. The original woman also had a young son, only 10 years old, who often ran around the village causing trouble. People disliked him, but because they feared his mother's fierce temper, they usually held back from complaining. The eldest daughter, Zhou Xiuying, had been married off to an old widower in the city, a man with a lame leg. Just for a bride price of 10 taels of silver, the mother had pushed her own daughter into such misery. Now that Su Wonwon had just arrived in this body, the eldest son and his wife were already stirring up trouble, even planning to sell off the youngest daughter. Zhou Xiua, the youngest girl, had the lowest place in the family. Not long after she was born, her father, Zhou Baokai, had an accident and fell off a cliff. His body was never found. Because of this, the mother resented the little girl deeply, even seeing her as a bringer of misfortune. She treated her harshly, and the child had never even had a full meal since she was small. Hearing her elder brother and sister-in-law's words now, the little girl trembled all over, her face showing a look of quiet resolve. She knew her fate was already sealed. But just as she secretly gripped the family's only rusty pair of scissors in her sleeve, ready to end her suffering, an unexpected voice came from the bed. It was her mother's. "You unfilial son. Worse than an animal. She is your own sister, yet you would still be so cruel as to throw her into danger." Fine, if that's how it is, then I will do the same. Whoever owes the debt should be the one to pay it. Don't drag the whole family down with you. Second son, go invite the village head and the clan elders. Today, I'm going to divide the family. What? Divide the family? Everyone gasped in shock. Su Wonwon said firmly, that's right. I've decided to split the family. Your father passed away early, and I raised you all by myself. I even helped you marry and start your own families. I don't owe you anything anymore, especially the eldest branch. You know very well how much you've taken from this household. And now you even want to sell my daughter? I can't tolerate this any longer. Seeing that she was truly angry, Zhou Erniu didn't dare disobey. He quickly ran off to invite the village head and the clan elders. What trouble is that old Su woman stirring up again? Ever since she came back from the brink of death, she seems even more unpredictable. Now she's demanding to split the family. Exactly. Everyone in the village knows her favorite has always been her eldest son. But now she's willing to separate the eldest branch just for the sake of her youngest daughter, the one she usually cares for the least. It's really strange. Better be careful later, or she might take her anger out on us. After preparing themselves mentally, the group finally entered the Su family's shabby little courtyard. Inside, they saw Su Wonwon sitting on the heated brick bed with her legs stretched out, while all the Zhou children were kneeling on the floor, leaving no space to step. When everyone had arrived, Su Wonwon scolded Zhou Dainyu, who was still kneeling at the doorway. Useless boy. Why are you blocking the entrance? Can't you see the guests can't come in? Zhang Danny was confused by her scolding, but remembering that he had already lost her favor, he quickly moved aside to let the village head and elders enter. Zhou Erniu, being overly obedient, saw his brothers kneeling and quietly found a corner to kneel in as well. Village head elders, I invited you here today to witness this. I am going to separate the eldest branch from our household. At this, Zhou Dainyu and his wife Gao burst into tears, crying as if they had lost everything. To make matters worse, someone had even gone to town and brought back their 2 children, adding to the scene. Zhou Debao and Zhou Xiaobao were the apple of the original grandmother's eye. Normally, even the smallest thing they did was treated as if it were an imperial decree. Now, as soon as the 2 boys entered the room, they burst into tears. They scrambled onto the bed, squeezing past the village head to get closer. Grandmother, why did you send our family away? Don't you love your eldest grandson anymore? Yes, Grandma, my parents are still kneeling on the cold ground outside. In her past life, Su Wonwon had never liked children, especially spoiled ones. Seeing these 2 grandsons dressed in silk and satin, in sharp contrast to the rest of the family, made her furious. She thought to herself, what was the original owner thinking? Were her eyes and heart blind? Look at what the eldest son's family wears, and then look at her own children. And yet she let them drain the family without saying a word. Su Wonwon directed all her anger at the eldest son's family. She took a small key from around her neck, opened the cabinet by the bed, and pulled out a small box. Here is the account book. It records everything the family has given to the eldest branch over the years, including money. Eldest son, you have truly disappointed me. My body is barely cold, and you already want to sell your own sister. Ask yourself, what kind of brother does such a thing? At that moment, the eldest grandson, who had been wiping his nose on her sleeve, blurted out without thinking, Aunt is useless anyway. Grandma, if you sell her to pay off father's debts, wouldn't that be a good thing?
Ding!
Congratulations, host. You have triggered a hidden task. The prodigal returns. Task: save Zhou Dainyu, who has been spoiled by the original owner. Reward: 1 rejuvenation pill can make the host look 10 years younger. Su Wonwon had been pretending to be angry, but when she heard the system's voice, she almost floated with excitement. A pill that could make her look 10 years younger. She had just looked at her reflection in the water basin. Though she was only 35, she looked closer to 40 or 50, with deep wrinkles carved into her face. Seeing that she stayed silent, the 2 spoiled children in her arms continued to speak badly about Zhou Xiua, as if in their eyes their own aunt was not a person at all, but something they could trade for money. Su Wonwon had been dazed long enough. She casually grabbed the broom by the bed and gave the two children a good beating. She felt satisfied, but a faint trace of the body's original owner still lingered, filled with sorrow. No, she had already passed away. With that last emotion, the original soul finally disappeared completely. Now Su Wonwon fully controlled the body, and she struck even harder. The two children cried loudly, never imagining that the grandmother who had always spoiled them would actually hit them. Finally, they couldn't hold back anymore. After all, one was only 6 and the other just 3. In their anger, they blurted out what was truly in their hearts. How dare you hit us? If my father doesn't take care of you, you'll end up starving with my useless uncles. Yeah, you old woman. How dare you hit me? When you're gone, we won't even keep watch for you. We'll just wrap you in a mat and throw you on the back hill. The guests who had been invited were all shocked. They thought to themselves, how could such words come from children? Clearly, their parents must have said such things in front of them before. Su Wonwon was trembling with anger, but her body was weak after lying in state for 2 days. She was already out of breath before she could finish venting her anger. The eldest couple quickly scolded, "You two brats, stop talking nonsense. Didn't you always say at home that you loved your grandmother the most? Didn't you say you wanted to be filial to her?" But the children, still furious from the beating, ignored their parents' winks and shouted through tears, "That's not true. What we love most is the money and good things in Grandma's hands. Who wants to be filial to her?" Well then, these two spoiled children really had no true connection to Su Wonwon at all. But now that she had become the so-called old hag in their eyes, she decided she wouldn't hold back anymore. She ordered the trembling Zhou Xiaoyi, who was frightened by the scene before her, "Xiaoyi, go and bring me the rolling pin." Without thinking, Zhou Xiaoyi hurried to fetch it. In her mind, whenever her mother spoke, she had to obey immediately, or else she would face scolding and be denied food. After Su Wonwon received the rolling pin, she weighed it in her hand and found it very fitting. Soon, the room was filled with the heartbreaking cries of 2 children, so loud it sounded, as if they could hardly breathe. The 2 children of the second branch, Zhou Erbao and Zhou Yaya, didn't dare to show themselves. They huddled together in the corner of the west wing, shivering as they listened to the sounds outside. "Brother, why would Grandma hit Big Brother and third brother this time?" Yaya asked in a soft, childish voice. Zhou Erbao frowned. "I think I heard Big Brother and third brother talking back to Grandma. Otherwise, she wouldn't be this angry. Sister, maybe tonight we shouldn't go eat either so we don't get caught and scolded." After Su Wonwon finished disciplining the 2 mischievous children, she turned to the eldest branch of the family and said, "You two listen carefully. If you don't want to split from the family, that's fine." Hearing this, Zhou Dainiu and his wife's eyes lit up. They thought bringing the children over had been the right choice. After all, since the old lady had already punished the grandsons, she probably wouldn't deal with the father, right? But just as they were secretly relieved, Su Wonwon continued, "However, the condition is that from today on, your family must move back in. Eldest, you've been doing business for years, but you always lose money. Every time you come back asking for food and money, yet you've never brought anything home. Clearly, you're not suited for business." Zhou Dainiu quickly opened his mouth to argue, but his wife, Madame Gao, stopped him at once. "Husband, don't say anything. Let's just get through this moment first." Then Su Wonwon added, "Isn't it time for corvée labor soon? Before, your younger brothers always went in your place. Now it's your turn to repay that debt. Since the village head is here, I'll register your name directly. From now on, for the next 5 years, you'll be the one doing the labor for this family." Zhou Dainiu felt his vision go dark, and his whole body swayed 3 times. Luckily, Zhou Saniu quickly held him up, or else he would have fallen right at the doorstep. He thought the matter was over, but Su Wonwon continued, "Also, all the things and money you've taken from the family over the years were earned through the hard work of your 2 brothers. Every debt recorded in this account book must be repaid. If you agree, then I won't drive your family out for now." Hearing this, Zhou Dainyu gritted his teeth, nodded, and said, "Mother, I agree." But Su Wanwan knew he was only saying this to get through the moment, so she turned to the village head and said, "Since everyone is here, we can't let this be for nothing. Please help us write a formal agreement, and let our eldest son put his handprint on it, so he can't deny it later." Someone couldn't help but laugh, thinking that this old lady was truly remarkable. She didn't even trust her own son. The village head was educated and had once studied for the imperial exams, so writing such a document was no problem for him. Someone quickly brought over the writing tools, and with a few swift strokes, he wrote out 3 copies of the agreement. Su Wanwan was the first to press her handprint on all 3 copies. Then the village head and the clan elders who were present also added theirs. In the end, only Zhou Dainyu was left. He stood there, looking lost, as if hoping his mother would show him some kindness. But instead, Su Wanwan's sharp gaze cut straight at him. Realizing he had no choice, Zhou Dainyu finally pressed his handprint on the document. Su Wanwan then added, "Wait, your wife must also sign. After all, she has often been the one advising you from behind. This debt belongs to both of you." With no way out, Madame Gao reluctantly pressed her handprint as well. Thus, the matter of the Su family was finally settled. Su Wanwan kept 1 copy of the agreement, while the other 2 were given to the village head and Zhou Dainyu, as was customary. After sending everyone off, night had already fallen. Yet the Zhou household remained cold and quiet, with no food cooking. Normally, the second branch and Zhou Xiua were in charge of preparing meals, but since today was the day of the family split, no one had cooked. The second daughter-in-law, Mrs. Wang, spoke timidly, "Mother, it's all my fault. I forgot to cook for everyone. Please don't be upset. I'll go make the meal right away." After about half an hour, Su Wanwan was already so hungry that her stomach felt completely empty. In her past life, she had been a late-night food streamer, and every meal was extravagant. She had never experienced real hunger before, but now she truly felt it. Her stomach ached, and the hunger was unbearable. According to the Zhou family's rules, Su Wanwan had to be the one to serve the food. After all, in this household, there were clear differences in status. When the food was ready, since the eldest son's family had returned, the original table was too small. So Zhou Erniu brought another table and joined the 2 together. Everyone sat around, staring eagerly at the spoon in Su Wanwan's hand. Of course, for the eldest son's family, who often ate meat in the city, this simple village food looked unappetizing, almost like animal feed. Su Wanwan glanced at the pot of wild vegetable porridge and sighed. Then, following the memory of the original Su Wanwan, she began to serve the food. In the past, whenever the eldest son's family came back, the original Su Wanwan would always send the second son to buy some meat. But the current Su Wanwan was no longer the same. She had changed inside, and she would not spoil the eldest son's family anymore. She first scooped from the top, where the porridge was thin and watery, and filled a large bowl. She asked Zhou Xiua to pass it to Zhou Dainyu. Then she scooped another similar bowl and had it given to his wife. "This is for your sister-in-law. She doesn't care much for our plain food anyway, so some soup will be enough," Su Wanwan said coldly. Next was the second son's family. Su Wanwan deliberately dug deeper into the pot, scooping 2 thicker bowls of porridge, and had Zhou Xiua pass them over. Then came the third son's family. She gave them porridge from the middle, neither too thick nor too thin. Finally, it was the youngest son's turn. Su Wanwan scooped only from the top again, giving him a bowl so watery it was almost clear. Zhou Xinia looked at the thin porridge in his bowl, where he could almost see his reflection, and complained, "Mother, aren't I supposed to be your most beloved youngest son? Is this really my share?" Su Wanwan sneered, "You don't do any work all day, yet you still expect the best food? From now on, the rules at home will change. If you want to eat, then eat. If not, hand it over." As she spoke, she reached out to grab Zhou Xinia's bowl. The boy was so frightened that he quickly hugged the bowl tightly to his chest. Then Su Wanwan scooped 2 big bowls of the thickest porridge from the bottom of the pot. One was, of course, for herself, and the other she actually gave to Zhou Xiuwa. This shocked Zhou Xiuwa, and the rest of the family looked as if they had just seen a ghost. Su Wanwan ignored their reactions and continued serving porridge to the grandchildren. This time, she divided it more fairly. To the only granddaughter, Yaya, this was simply unbelievable. Looking at the porridge in front of her, which was just as thick as her brother's portions, she swallowed nervously and asked her mother softly, "Mother, if I eat the same food as my brothers, will Grandma punish me later?" Wang smiled and said, "Don't worry, Yaya. Go ahead and eat." Since her grandma woke up this time, she seems like a different person. Now she treats everyone the same. But Debao and Xiaobao, who never seemed to learn their lesson, looked at their bowls of porridge and the cold wild vegetables on the table with clear dissatisfaction. Grandma is so stingy. She even hit us today, and she didn't buy us any meat. I don't like Grandma. Although Xiaobao's voice wasn't loud, in the tense atmosphere it sounded like a stone thrown into still water, causing ripples everywhere. Hearing this, Madame Gao slapped him and scolded, "You ungrateful child. Stop talking nonsense and apologize to your grandma right now." Xiaobao had never been treated like this before. Feeling wronged, he immediately burst into tears, threw himself onto the bed, and started rolling around. "Wah! Today Grandma hit me, and now Mother hit me too. You're all bad. When I grow up, I'll make you all pay." Su Wanwan was speechless. Well, this little grandson was truly ungrateful. Hearing his son's wild words, Zhou Dainiu couldn't take it anymore. His mother had already changed so much and no longer spoiled him. If his son kept talking like this, their whole family might really be thrown out. And so, poor little Zhou Xiaobao ended up receiving another round of scolding and spanking from both parents. In a way, this completed his childhood, leaving no regrets behind. Su Wanwan was getting a headache from the child's crying, so she scolded loudly, "Eldest, if you want to discipline the child, take him outside. I don't care what you do, just don't disturb me while I'm eating." It wasn't that she cared about the boy, she simply couldn't stand the sound of children crying. It made her feel like her head was about to burst. Zhou Dainiu didn't really want to hit his son anyway. After all, that was his own child. He only pretended to act tough to calm Su Wanwan down. Su Wanwan continued, "The child just finished crying. He can't eat right now, or he might get sick. Gao, you don't look that hungry anyway. Take your son to the East Wing and stop getting in my way." Gao left quietly, holding her little boy, with a heart full of worry. Finally, the house became peaceful again. Only then did Su Wanwan give the order for everyone to start eating. But no one dared to move their chopsticks. Su Wanwan suddenly remembered that she had to take the first bite before anyone else could eat. She picked up her chopsticks and looked at the dark, unappetizing wild vegetable soup and the plain cold greens. In the end, she only managed a spoonful of the mushy vegetable porridge. For someone used to fine food, this was unbearably bitter. The moment it touched her mouth, she almost gagged. But when she looked up, she saw that everyone else, except Zhou Dainiu, was eating happily. She even began to doubt her own stomach. After forcing down a few more bites, she really couldn't swallow any more of the bitter porridge. With a wave of her hand, she divided the rest of her half-full bowl between the second son and his wife. Zhou Erniu was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. He sniffled and said, "Mother, you're so good to me." Zhou Dainiu, watching from the side, felt upset. In the past, all of his mother's affection had been for him. Why was she suddenly treating his younger brother so well? Something must be wrong. But Su Wanwan didn't care what he was thinking. She gave Zhou Erniu what she thought was a very kind smile and said, "Second, all these years you and your wife have been the ones taking care of me. In the past, I was blind to it, but from now on, I won't be anymore. Nothing makes people happier than seeing their efforts rewarded." Hearing Su Wanwan's words, not only did Zhou Erniu burst into tears, but even Madame Wang also began to sob softly. At this moment, Zhou Xiuwa spoke timidly, "Mother, you haven't eaten for several days. How about I go to the old house to borrow some flour and make you a bowl of noodles?" Heaven knows how much courage it took for her to say this. First, her mother had never really cared for her, to the point that even the smallest things had to be done in secret. Second, Su Wonwon had once forced the family to split from the old house, and often went back there to make a scene, demanding things. Because of this, the two households were now like enemies. If not for the fact that her mother had been hungry for days and still had no appetite today, Zhou Shua would never have suggested it. Hearing this, Su Wanwan's eyes lit up. She said eagerly, "Good girl, then hurry and go. If you can borrow 2 eggs as well, that would be even better." As she spoke, she couldn't help but swallow, her mouth watering. At first, everyone thought their mother had been possessed by something strange after her rebirth. But seeing her act like this, they realized, this was still the same mother they had always known. Her personality hadn't changed at all. Su Wonwon never expected that her behavior just now would completely erase her family's doubts about her. Zhou Shua carried a basket and went out. After a long time, she returned with her head hanging low. "What happened? They didn't lend us any food?" Su Wonwon frowned and asked. Unable to hold back her feelings, Zhou Shua began to cry. Between sobs, she said, "Mother, Auntie scolded me, saying I was worthless, and even chased me out with a broom. But luckily, Grandma heard and gave me this small half-bowl of flour. I couldn't get any eggs." Su Wonwon thought carefully and realized it was true. The original owner had borrowed things from the old house before but never returned them. No wonder they treated her that way. Fortunately, Zhou Shua was used to being wronged. After crying a little, she quickly cheered up again and ran to the kitchen to make noodles for Su Wonwon. It was just the cheaper dark flour, but even so, Zhou Shua treated it like treasure, carefully making sure not to waste a single bit. There were some chopped scallions and wild greens in the noodles. The taste wasn't great, not even a pinch of salt was added, but Su Wonwon still finished every bite. She wiped her mouth. She wasn't full at all, but at least her stomach didn't feel so empty anymore. The night passed quietly. Early the next morning, after regaining some strength, Su Wonwon got up early and went up the mountain with Zhou Shua. Zhou Shua was very nervous because this was the first time her mother had taken her hand on her own and even smiled at her. "Mother, slow down. Your body has only just started to recover. You shouldn't work too hard. Just tell me what kind of wild greens you want, and I'll dig them up myself." Su Wonwon shook her head. No. If I keep lying in bed, my body will fall apart. I need to move around." By the time they reached halfway up the mountain, the sky was already bright. Su Wonwon noticed that some people had come even earlier than them, and their baskets were already half full of wild greens. "Shua, let's split up. You dig over there, and I'll dig here. Otherwise, we won't be able to keep up with them." Hearing this, Zhou Shua didn't think much of it. She nodded and walked in the direction her mother pointed. Before leaving, she reminded her, "Mother, please be careful, and don't go too far." Su Wonwon smiled. "All right, I know." But in her heart she thought, if I don't go farther, how can I exchange points with the system? Her figure soon disappeared into the forest. Then she opened the system's live streaming function. "Hello everyone, I'm a new streamer and I focus on ecology. Look at this mountain forest under my feet. Everything here is fresh, natural, and pollution-free. If you want some, you can place an order through the link." By now, quite a few people had already entered the live room with all sorts of strange usernames, like Level 8 Strong Wind and Teletubby Mystery. She quickly dug up a few dandelion plants, about a pound in total. At the same time, the system automatically generated the first product link in the shop, dandelion. The first order was placed successfully, and the system notified her that she had earned 9 points. According to the system's exchange rate, 1 point was equal to 10 coins of purchasing power. Su Wonwon quickly dug up some more shepherd's purse, and the little yellow cart automatically generated a new link, shepherd's purse. The prices were set by the system, and she had no right to change them. Soon, someone placed an order and bought the pound or so of shepherd's purse she had collected, earning her 6 points. Right after that, her eyes lit up. She had found a nest of wild eggs. "Everyone look. These are real wild eggs," Su Wonwon said excitedly, holding the 5 eggs in her hands. But instead of generating a purchase link, the live stream system popped up an auction page.
Ding.
Because wild eggs are highly nutritious and many people want to buy them, the system will automatically sell them to the highest bidder. Su Wanwan's heart leapt with joy as she watched the price climb higher and higher until it finally stopped at 50 points. The points were instantly credited to her account, and the eggs in her hands disappeared. By now, the sun was high in the sky, so she decided to head back. But just as she returned to the spot where she had parted ways with Zhou Xiui, she heard crying. "What's wrong, Xiui? Who dared to bully my girl? Tell me, and I'll make sure they regret it." The nearby women quickly explained, "Oh no, don't misunderstand. No one bullied her. She just couldn't find you and got scared, so she cried." Looking at the little girl with tears streaming down her face, Su Wanwan felt a pang in her heart. The original Su Wanwan had treated this daughter as if she were picked up off the street, yet the child still worried about her so much. Su Wanwan instinctively raised her hand to touch the girl's dry, straw-like hair. But the moment she moved, Zhou Xiui flinched, shrank her neck, and closed her eyes tightly, like someone who had practiced this reaction countless times. But the expected pain never came. Instead, she felt her mother's gentle touch. Overwhelmed, the little girl burst into sobs. Su Wanwan set down the basket she had covered with straw, pulled the girl into her arms, and comforted her softly. "My good girl, see? Mother is fine. Don't cry anymore. I even found some quail eggs. When we get home, I'll roast them for you." As soon as they heard there were quail eggs, the women nearby who were digging for wild vegetables all widened their eyes and swallowed hard. "Hey, Sister Sue, where did you find those quail eggs? Yeah, tell us. My kids haven't had any meat for months. Could you share the spot with us?" Su Wanwan casually pointed in a direction, then took Zhou Xiui's arm and went home. Once home, Su Wanwan asked Zhou Xiui to close the gate of their small yard. Only then did she open her basket to show everyone. To their surprise, there were more than 20 quail eggs inside. Of course, she had exchanged them with points from the system, but she told others she had found a quail's nest and picked them up. Her family didn't doubt her words. The children from the second branch of the family happily went to gather firewood. But under the quail eggs, there was something even more surprising. Su Wanwan carefully handed the eggs to Madame Wang to roast, then lifted a few big leaves and pulled out a plump hen. This was what she had bought with her very first earnings. To make it believable that she had found the chicken in the mountains, she had even rubbed colorful plant juice on its feathers to make it look unusual. Although it looked a bit strange, she didn't care. "Xiui, we'll keep this chicken. It's a hen, so it should lay eggs. I've already clipped its wings, so it can't fly away." It was Zhou Xiui's first time seeing such a fat wild chicken. Even though it looked unusually big, the fact that it could lay eggs made her very happy. She carried the hen to the chicken coop, which had long been abandoned, and started tidying it up. By the time the hen was settled, Madame Wang had already roasted the quail eggs. The delicious smell drifted from the main room all the way to the gate, making the 2 children in the east wing cry hungrily. "Mom, we want roasted quail eggs too."
"Yeah, Mom, I'm starving.
"I didn't eat last night or this morning. Listen to me, don't go out. Your grandmother is in a strange mood lately and treats our family badly. Don't worry, I still have money in hand. When your father comes back from town with the luggage, he'll bring you some tasty snacks." Hearing this, the children stopped fussing and sat quietly, waiting eagerly for Zhou Dainiu to return. Su Wanwan then began sharing the quail eggs with the family. Since Zhou Dainiu wasn't home and Madame Gao was keeping to herself, she simply ignored them. Here, the second branch gets 2 each and the children get 4. The third and fourth brothers get 3 each. The rest, Xiui and I will have 4 each. Zhou Xiui never imagined she would get 4 quail eggs. She looked stunned, but the warm eggs in her palm were real. Madame Wang smiled and said, "Little sister, since mother gave them to you, hurry and eat them. They won't taste good once they're cold." Zhou Xiui quickly opened her mouth and stuffed all 4 eggs inside at once, not even peeling them. afraid that if she ate too slowly, her mother might change her mind. The third and fourth brothers also swallowed their eggs in one bite, then wiped their mouths, still wanting more. The couple from the second branch, however, couldn't bear to eat theirs and planned to save them for their children. Seeing this, Su Wanwan frowned and said sternly, "If I gave them to you, then eat them now. Otherwise, your eldest sister-in-law will definitely ask you for them later. As their uncle and aunt, would you really refuse those two little rascals?"
This. Honey, mother is right. Let's just taste them ourselves.
Zhou Erniu took small bites of his egg first. Seeing her husband eat, Madame Wang swallowed hard and began nibbling on hers too. After finishing the quail eggs, everyone was smiling happily. They praised Su Wanwan's skills. On her very first trip to the mountains, she had managed to catch such a plump wild pheasant. Just then, clucking sounds came from the chicken coop. Zhou Xiuya's face changed as she exclaimed, "Oh no, Debao and Xiaobao must be bothering the chickens again." Su Wanwan grew angry at once. Those two troublemakers. I knew we shouldn't have kept them here. When they went outside, they saw Zhou Debao holding a chicken while Zhou Xiaobao was tugging at its wings, saying, "Bad chicken. How dare you kick me? Just wait. I'll have my mother cook you later." Su Wanwan shouted angrily, "How dare you? You two little rascals, put my hen down right now." After being punished yesterday, the two mischievous children were still scared. As soon as they heard Su Wanwan's voice, they quickly let go. But this hen was no ordinary bird. It was strong and fierce. The moment it broke free, it launched a counterattack. Its wings flapped wildly, lifting it more than a meter into the air. Then its plump claws kicked straight toward Zhou Xiaobao's face. Luckily, Zhou Debao stepped in to block it, or else Zhou Xiaobao might have been badly hurt. At that moment, Madame Gao rushed out of the house and pulled the two children away from the chicken coop. Su Wanwan scolded, "Gao, you'd better keep a close eye on those two kids of yours. If they dare to mess with my things again, don't blame me for throwing your whole family out." Zhou Debao was still crying. "Grandma, I want to eat chicken stew. Please, let's cook it." Zhou Xiaobao, still shaken, quickly echoed his brother, saying he wanted chicken too. Su Wanwan ignored them and said coldly, "If you want chicken, fine. Let your father earn money and buy it for you. But if you think you can eat my hen, you're dreaming. If I catch you trying again, you'll regret it." Just then, Zhou Daniu returned from town, carrying many large bundles. He had even hired an ox cart to bring everything back. Zhou Erniu wanted to help carry the goods, but one sharp look from Su Wanwan made him back off immediately. "Second son, are you looking for trouble? From now on, unless I say so, no one is allowed to help the eldest branch of the family. Don't forget, they owe us a lot of silver." Zhou Dania had even bought a roasted chicken from town, hoping to please his mother and win back some affection. But as soon as he stepped into the courtyard and heard her words, he clenched his teeth and decided to keep the chicken for himself.
Ding!
Congratulations, host. You have triggered a hidden mission. Turn over a new leaf. Mission: guide Zhou Xiniu to change his ways and set him on the right path. Reward: 200 points, plus a Wild Plants and Animals Handbook, 1 copy. Su Wanwan's heart leapt with joy. Right then and there, in front of everyone, she pulled out the key hanging from her neck and unlocked the cabinet in her room. She felt this was the perfect way to hide her secret space, so she quickly took out a small bag of sorghum and another of dark flour. Although she really wanted to bring out polished rice and white flour, she was afraid it would be hard to explain, so she had to settle for less. Even so, when her family saw the good things she brought out, they were all so shocked their jaws nearly dropped. "Mother, we actually still have such good food at home?" Zhou Saniu asked with wide eyes. Zhou Xiniu immediately added, "Mother, can we make dumplings?" Su Wanwan glared at him. "Why didn't you go out to play with your friends today? I was planning to cook something nice when you weren't home. Now that you're here, I'll have to share with you too." Hearing this, Zhou Xiniu looked stunned and said with a pitiful face, "Mother, if I did something wrong, just tell me and I'll change. As long as I can eat dumplings, I'll do anything." "Really? A man must keep his word." After saying this, She took out a copy of 3-character classic from the cabinet. She had even asked the system to make it look old. She gently wiped the cover, pretending to clean off dust that wasn't there, and said with a sigh, "This is a book your father left behind. Among you brothers, you are the smartest, fourth. Your father once taught you to read. If you can learn this book within 3 days, I'll make dumplings with meat filling for you." The moment they heard meat dumplings, everyone's eyes lit up. They all looked at Zhou Xinyu with such expectation that the 10-year-old boy blushed. Second brother, third brother, why are you all staring at me? I was supposed to meet my friends to play with crickets. Zhou Xinyu said, "Fourth brother, can playing with crickets be better than eating dumplings? And, with meat filling too. If you work hard, we can all enjoy them." Zhou Erniu added, "That's right, fourth. We haven't had dumplings for more than half a year. Please, just try your best." Feeling the heavy pressure, Zhou Xinyu had no choice but to take the 3-character classic from Su Wanwan's hands. After that, Su Wanwan reached into the cabinet again, making everyone stare at it with eager eyes. At that moment, in their eyes, the cabinet was like a treasure chest, filled with unknown riches. Soon, Su Wanwan carried out a jar of salted meat. The grains of salt on it were clearly visible. Just that one jar of meat had cost her more than 10 points. Although she felt a little distressed, she couldn't bear to eat the dark, bitter wild vegetables at home anymore, so she decided to buy it. "This is meat I've carefully saved for years. Cut a plate of it later. It's very salty, so remember to wash it several times." When everyone saw that the jar held at least 2 or 3 pounds of salted meat, their eyes lit up as if they had discovered a great treasure. Zhou Erniu and Zhou Sanyu stood on either side of Madame Wang, guarding her as though they were afraid she might lose the meat. Madame Wang carefully sliced more than a dozen pieces, each one thin as a cicada's wing. She was afraid that if she cut too much or too thick, her mother-in-law would scold her. When she carried the jar back, Su Wanwan noticed that hardly any meat was missing. She deliberately frowned and said, "Second daughter-in-law, didn't I tell you to cut more? Did you really do it?" Just then, Zhou Xiua came in carrying a plate. Su Wanwan sighed, then took out about half a pound of salted meat from the jar and said, "Cut all of this. Since we're eating meat today, let's make sure everyone enjoys it." Hearing this, Zhou Sanyu was so moved that he knelt down at once. "Mother, you're truly a living saint." Su Wanwan glared at him and scolded, "Look at you, acting like this over such a small thing. If you all behave and listen to me, eating meat every day won't be impossible." Although everyone thought she was exaggerating, at least it gave them something to look forward to. Meanwhile, Madame Wang happily sliced the salted meat, while in the East Wing, the eldest branch of the family was feasting on roast chicken and pastries. Madame Gao asked husband, "What are your plans for the future?" Zhou Dainiu bit fiercely into a chicken leg, then said in a low, cold voice, "What plans can I have? Mother no longer falls for our old tricks. We'll have to think long-term." "HM? Who's there?" Zhou Erbao ran into Su Wanwan's room, panting as he said, "Grandma, Uncle and Aunt are hiding in their room eating roast chicken. The smell is so good." When Su Wanwan heard there was roast chicken, her mouth almost watered. Since she was supposed to be the one at the top of the family's food chain, she felt she definitely deserved a share of the good stuff. She quickly put on her shoes and hurried to the East Wing. With her hands on her hips, she scolded loudly, "Oh my, what a good son I raised." Hiding in his room eating roast chicken, and not even willing to give his own mother a single bite. Heavens above, what did I do to deserve this? I worked so hard to raise him. After living with his family for a while, Su Wanwan had figured it out. She had to use the same tricks as the original owner of this body. Crying, making a scene, and threatening. These were the best ways to deal with her children. Sure enough, before the neighbors even came to watch, Zhou Dainiu came out with a dark face, carrying half a roast chicken. "Mother, well, I brought back a lot of things from town, and just hadn't had time to send some to your room yet." His wife, Madame Gao, forced a smile and added, "Yes, mother, we were just about to bring it over, but you came yourself." Su Wanwan rolled her eyes and said, "Fine. I won't bother searching your room. Oh, by the way, eldest, in 2 days you'll have to go with the villagers for corvée labor. Make sure your wife helps you get ready. After saying that, she took second treasure by the hand, carried the half chicken in the other, and went back to the main room. She tossed the chicken onto a plate and told Madame Wang, "Cut it up. Tonight everyone will eat together." That evening's dinner was especially rich, almost like New Year's. Besides salted pork stewed with radish, there was even half a plate of roast chicken. Just as they sat down, Zhou Dainiu came with Madame Gao and their 2 children. Seeing there were no seats left for them, Zhou Dainiu asked awkwardly, "Mother, since we're back now, shouldn't we all eat together?" Su Wanwan gave him a sharp look and said, "If you want to eat together, that's fine. But until your household pays back what you owe us, your meals have to be written down as debt. Oh, and by the way, during the autumn harvest your family took away half the grain. How did you use it all up so quickly?" Zhou Dainiu's face darkened. In his heart he thought, it's over. "I sold all the coarse grain at a low price and exchanged it for fine rice and white flour. Now that mother has brought this up, how am I supposed to respond?" Madame Gao quickly pulled a long face and said, "Mother, you know that Debao and Xiaobao are weak. They've always needed fine rice and white flour. Even if we trade the grain for that, it doesn't amount to much." The original person knew about this, but in the past she thought it was only right for the eldest branch to take from the family, since she would eventually live with the eldest son anyway. But the current Su Wanwan would not put up with it. She shouted angrily, "So, you've already taken half of the family's grain to trade for fine food, and now you still have the nerve to eat from our share?" She pointed at Zhou Dainiu and scolded, "You're nothing but a leech on this family. From now on, your branch must cook separately. Don't even think about taking advantage of us again." At that moment, Zhou Xiaobao muttered, "Humph, who wants to eat that rough food anyway? White rice and meat buns taste much better." Hearing this, everyone at the table swallowed hard. After all, those were things they might not get to eat even once in a year. Su Wanwan slammed her chopsticks on the table and snapped, "Eldest, did you hear what your son just said? Fine. You all act like young masters, but I, Li Posey, can't afford to raise you. If that's the case, let's split the family right now." Zhou Dainiu quickly pulled Madame Gao down to kneel before Su Wanwan, and Gao even dragged the 2 children to kneel as well. "Mother, it's my fault. I'll make sure to discipline the children properly when we get back." Su Wanwan closed her eyes and said coldly, "Enough. Leave now, and stop disturbing my meal." The eldest branch left in shame, while Su Wanwan picked up her chopsticks first. She took a big piece of chicken leg and placed it in Zhou Xiao's bowl. "Here, Xiaoa, you're weak, so you need to eat more. Oh, and from now on, your sister-in-law will do the laundry, sweep the yard, and fetch water. You must take care of your hands. I'm counting on you to do embroidery and help us earn money." From the original person's memory, she knew this young girl loved embroidery and was very skilled at it. Su Wanwan didn't want to waste her talent. Perhaps one day she could even open an embroidery shop. For now, Zhou Xiaoa was so moved by Su Wanwan's words that she choked up with emotion. The past 2 days felt like a dream to her. Ever since her mother fainted after an argument and then woke up, she seemed like a completely different person, so kind and caring toward her. This was something she had always envied in others, and now she finally knew how wonderful it felt to be loved by her mother. Looking at the big piece of chicken leg in her own bowl, Zhou Xiaoyi wanted to eat it, but in the end, she placed it back into Su Wanwan's bowl. "Mother, you should eat it. You just woke up and need to regain your strength." Su Wanwan picked up a chicken wing and said, "Mother likes this, not chicken legs. If I give it to you, then you should eat it." Then she placed the chicken tail into Zhou Sania's bowl. Even though there were still a couple of feathers on it, that didn't affect his appetite at all. He grinned and said, "Thank you, Mother," before devouring it happily, his mouth covered in oil. Su Wanwan soon realized that everyone was staring at the roasted chicken, but no one dared to take any. With no other choice, she divided the chicken herself. The children got a little more, while the adults received slightly less. But what shocked her most was that they didn't spit out the bones. Especially Zhou Erniu. Those chicken bones were so hard, yet he crunched them loudly, looking as if he was enjoying every bite. Not only him, but even the children were gnawing on the bones with all their strength. The sight nearly broke Su Wanwan's heart. She made up her mind to find some excuse to take out good food from the system and share it with everyone. Even sorghum rice was something they could only eat for a few days during the busy farming season. And today there was even a big pot of vegetables stewed with salted meat. But no one dared to touch the meat. They only picked at the vegetables. Su Wanwan felt so heavy-hearted. So she said, "There's plenty of salted meat here. Each of you take 3 pieces. Don't make me divide it for you." As soon as they heard this, everyone quickly reached for the meat. Not more, not less. Each person took exactly 3 pieces, then held their bowls out to Su Wanwan for her to check. Su Wanwan's face darkened. She waved her hand and said, all right, just eat." The table was filled with the sound of bowls and chopsticks clinking. Watching everyone eat with such enjoyment, Su Wanwan's own appetite improved a lot. The whole family finished the meal feeling very satisfied, except, of course, for the people from the eldest branch. The next day, the village head went door to door to confirm who would be sent for corvée labor. Su Wanwan decisively reported Zhou Dainiu's name and even signed him up as a long-term worker. While others were only sent for 2 months, she directly registered him for 3. For 3 months, the first 2 would be unpaid labor, but the extra month would earn wages. Smiling, Su Wanwan told the village head, "The wages for that extra month can count as repayment of his debt. When the time comes, just have someone deliver the money to me directly. No need to let it pass through his hands." The village head, well aware of the Zhou family's situation, nodded with a smile and agreed. Just like that, Zhou Dainiu was completely sold off by Su Wanwan, and he didn't even realize it himself. Finally, the day of departure arrived. In other families, the men had wives or mothers preparing food for the journey. But Zhou Dainiu was left dumbfounded. "Mother, did you prepare something for me to eat?" Su Wanwan shot him a look and said, "Didn't I tell your wife to prepare it for you? Your family already took away the autumn harvest grain. Do you still expect to eat from this house?" Hearing this, Zhou Dainiu was left speechless and turned to ask Madame Gao instead. But how could she have prepared anything? The thought never even crossed her mind. And so, unloved by both his mother and his wife, Zhou Dainiu could only take a change of clothes and, with his head hanging low, follow the others on the road. Well, if it isn't the Zhou family's eldest. I can't believe that old Su woman actually let her precious son go out and suffer. TSK, looks like she really has changed, just like the rumors say. Exactly. Times really do change. I heard that old Madame Su now treats that little daughter of theirs, who used to be considered worthless, like a treasure. Truly, fortunes rise and fall. But Zhou Dainiu, you didn't even bring food? Don't tell me you plan to eat ours? Let me warn you, we don't have any to spare. At those words, everyone clutched their bundles tightly, as if afraid Zhou Dainiu might snatch their food. Zhou Dainiu was furious inside, feeling that the world had truly become unfair. Thinking of this, his nose stung and tears began to fall. All right, enough of that. We're not your real father, nor your foster father. Who are you trying to make feel sorry for you? Su Wanwan, on the other hand, didn't care at all. She was sitting back with her legs crossed, already planning when she could go up the mountain again. The next day, the sky was clear and the air was crisp. After arranging all the housework for Madame Gao, Su Wanwan took Madame Wang and Zhou Xiao with her to the mountain. Zhou Erniu and Zhou Saniu went to town with the villagers, hoping to find some odd jobs to earn a few coins for the household. The 4th child stayed in his room, completely absorbed in reading the 3-character classic. Erbao and Yaya were busy feeding the chickens, especially the old hen, who had become the family's greatest helper. She laid 2 big red eggs every day. Madame Gao gritted her teeth as she washed clothes. She wasn't just washing for her own family, but also for Su Wanwan and Zhou Xiao. There was no choice. Since the elder had given the order, and she was living under someone else's roof, she could only force herself to do it. Zhou Debao and Zhou Shabao were in the backyard catching grasshoppers in the vegetable patch. Their grandmother had told them each to catch at least 2 strings of grasshoppers a day to feed the chickens, or else they'd get a spanking. The 2 mischievous boys had been scared enough by past punishments, and since catching grasshoppers was actually fun, they were now working hard at it. When they reached the mountain, Su Wanwan said, "Let's split up. With you 2 following me, I can't find anything good." "You're right, Mother. After all these years, we've never seen such a fat wild pheasant," Madame Wang said awkwardly. Zhou Shua pouted and added, "But Mother, you don't know the mountain well. What if you get lost?" Su Wanwan knew the girl was worried about her, so she just smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't go far." With no other choice, the 2 women separated from her, and Su Wanwan finally had some freedom. She was glad that the autumn harvest had just ended, and since everyone's fields were full of vegetables, she had the chance to dig up plenty of wild greens. She opened her live stream again and quickly gathered a good amount of dandelion greens, lamb's quarters, and amaranth. The system automatically listed them for sale, priced between 5 to 10 points per pound. Su Wanwan felt lucky that no matter how many items she put up for sale, they were always bought out in seconds. The live chat kept flashing with messages, all asking her to put up more products. She had already set up an automatic reply in the system to explain why things were moving slowly. "Su Wanwan, I know everyone is in a hurry, but please be patient. Since everything sold here is fresh and organic, I have to dig them out one by one myself." The viewers understood, though someone suggested that since the supply was limited, she should just auction them instead. Unfortunately, that person was flagged for breaking the rules and got muted for half an hour.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. Wild rhubarb has been found. You can exchange it directly with the system. Do you want to proceed? After thinking it over, Su Wanwan dug up the small patch of rhubarb. When she asked in the live chat, a fan with the username Little Healer said they wanted it. So, Su Wanwan firmly refused the system's offer. As soon as she listed the rhubarb, Little Healer instantly bought it. Su Wanwan earned 100 points, 20 more than what the system would have given her. Later, she dug up some edible wild roots, which made her very happy since they were delicious when mixed with pickled vegetables. The live chat exploded again, urging her to put them up for sale. After digging for a while, she collected more than 5 pounds. She decided to sell half and keep the other half in her basket. The price was fair, and soon she earned over 70 points. She was thrilled. Seeing that it was getting late, she ended the live stream and used her points to exchange for a wild rabbit and some basic seasonings. Carrying the rest of the roots in her basket, she went to meet up with Wang and the others. When she saw their baskets full of wild vegetables, she almost couldn't resist the urge to list them right away.
Wow, you actually found wild roots.
Wang exclaimed. Zhou Xiui shouted excitedly, "Yes, second sister-in-law, these are really valuable. I heard the restaurants in town pay a high price for them." Hearing this, Su Wanwan could only sigh helplessly. In her heart, she thought, "This was meant for me to keep and eat. From the way you're talking, do I really have no choice but to sell it?" After the 3 of them happily returned home, it was only under Su Wanwan's strong insistence that they finally agreed to set aside the smaller pieces of the treasure for their own meal. But when they discovered a dead rabbit at the bottom of the basket, they were all completely stunned. Heavens, our mother really is blessed. Every time she goes up the mountain, she somehow finds something good, Madame Wang exclaimed. For Su Wanwan, getting a taste of meat was no easy task. Since the rabbit was already dead, she quickly came up with an excuse. This rabbit was a bit silly. It ran into a tree by itself, so I just happened to pick it up. Everyone was speechless. We've gone up the mountain so many times, yet never once have we come across such luck. Zhou Ernie said, "Mother, why don't I take this rabbit to the town tomorrow and sell it?"
Subanwan Froned.
"This rabbit is for me to build up my strength. Tonight we'll stew it and eat it. Oh, and as for the treasure, I'll take it to the market myself tomorrow." Zhou Ernie looked at her in disbelief. "Mother, you've never even stepped outside the house before. If you suddenly go to town, we'll be worried." Zhou Sanyu added, "That's right, Mother. Why don't second brother and I go with you?" Su Wanwan thought for a moment, then frowned again. You two need to stay home and reinforce the house. If winter comes and the roof collapses, what will we do? I'll take second brother's wife and Shua with me. We'll go together with the other villagers. The next day happened to be market day in town. So many villagers were planning to bring goods to sell and also buy daily necessities. Su Wanwan didn't think much of it, but Madame Wang and Zhou Shua were overjoyed. Zhou Sanyu carefully skinned the rabbit and suggested they take the pelt to town to sell.
Subanwan froned.
A single rabbit skin won't fetch much. Wang, you should take it and make a hat for Bao instead. Hearing this, Madame Wang gratefully accepted the rabbit skin and happily went off to prepare it. That evening, the aroma of rabbit stew with radish filled the house. The fragrance was incredible, especially since Su Wanwan had exchanged for several seasonings from the system. This time, she personally cooked the rabbit stew herself. Wow, Mother, your skills are truly amazing, Wang said, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan gave a calm, proud look and said lightly, "This is nothing. I have many more abilities. As long as you behave well, I will teach you in the future." Over on the other side, Gao could hardly stop herself from drooling, especially Debao and Xiaobao, who were making a fuss, wanting to come over for food. Your grandmother already said she won't let us eat her food. If you two go over there, won't you just get scolded? Gao deliberately raised her voice. Hearing this, Zhou Ernia hesitated and said, "Mother, well, Debao and Xiaobao are still my elder brother's children. Maybe we could." Su Wanwan shot him a sharp look, making him shrink his neck in fear. Wang secretly pinched him under the table and glared at him, warning him not to act foolishly. Su Wanwan said coldly, "Their mother usually takes advantage of the family. When she enjoys good food in the city, does she ever think of us? Erniu, if you feel sorry for them, then save your own children's food and send it to the main house." At these words, little Yaya burst into tears, and Zhou Erbao clung to his father's arm, crying, "Dad, please don't. Don't give away our meat. Erbao wants to eat too." Wang glared at Zhou Erniu again, and he felt like a criminal, wishing he could bury his head in the ground. "Mother, wife, I know I was wrong.
I won't dare to say that again."
Only then did Su Wanwan pick up her chopsticks. She placed a rabbit leg each on her own plate and Zhou Shua's, then said to everyone, "This rabbit is nice and plump. Everyone eat as much as you like." Hearing this, the others quickly picked up their chopsticks and began eating happily. While chewing on rabbit meat, Zhou Xinyu grinned and said to Su Wanwan, "Mother, you're so good to us. You don't know, when I told the others I ate salted meat and quail eggs, none of them believed me." Su Wanwan scolded, "Xinyu, stop hanging around with those useless people. You are the family's hope, and I believe in your potential. The other day, I even dreamed that you became the top scholar, riding a tall horse." Zhou Xinyu was completely stunned by Su Wanwan's sweet words. By the time he came back to his senses, most of the rabbit meat in the bowl was already gone. He quickly shouted and joined the others in grabbing the meat. Zhou Sania laughed happily, "Haha, I told you, fourth brother, you can't get distracted while eating, especially when it comes to meat." But just as he finished speaking, he noticed that a piece of rabbit meat from his own bowl had been snatched away by Zhou Xinyu. Since Su Wanwan was right there, he couldn't argue with his younger brother like a child. After all, their mother had just said that the boy should aim to become a top scholar. The next morning, Su Wanwan asked Madame Wang and Zhou Xiui to make a few flatbreads with wild vegetables and dark flour, saying they would save them for lunch. For the three women, going into town today was like a bride's first time riding in a wedding sedan, an exciting first experience. Su Wanwan was relatively calm, but the other two were so thrilled that they had barely slept the night before. On the ox cart, the villagers looked at them with curiosity. "Hey, Madame Su, what's gotten into you today? You even brought along the two people you usually dislike the most. Don't tell me you're planning to sell them both in town?" Su Wanwan turned to look at the speaker, her memory quickly piecing things together. Oh, it was Widow Lu, one of the most notorious women in the village, just like the original Su Wanwan. Well, look who it is. "Widow Lu, you'd better stay away from me. I'm bringing something precious into town this time." If your foul mouth spoils it, you won't be able to pay for the loss. Hearing this, Widow Lu rolled her eyes, so hard they nearly reached the sky. With a sharp humph, she deliberately shifted her seat farther away. Su Wanwan chuckled inwardly, but kept a calm face. She gently patted Madame Wang and Zhou Xiui on the back of their hands to comfort them, and they finally settled down a little. The ox cart continued to bump along, while the villagers inside whispered among themselves. Most of their talk centered on Su Wanwan and her family. Su Wanwan simply copied the original owner's usual look, putting on a sour face, as if the whole world owed her money. That way, no one dared to speak too loudly. At last, the ox cart slowly stopped at the city gate. Above the gate tower hung 3 ancient, weathered characters. Ping'an Town. Su Wanwan got out of the cart with Madame Wang and Zhou Xiui, their eyes full of excitement and curiosity as they looked at the lively street, far busier than their village. Taking a deep breath, Su Wanwan silently promised herself that this time in town, she must sell what she brought for a good price. She didn't want to go back to eating those bitter, hard-to-swallow meals again. For Madame Wang and Zhou Xiui, it was their first time seeing such a bustling place. They looked around nervously, afraid they might lose sight of Su Wanwan if they weren't careful. But Su Wanwan had a clear goal. She led them straight toward the medicine shop. The shopkeeper, an elderly man, quickly came out from behind the counter when he saw them enter. "Madam, are you here to buy medicine or to see a doctor?" he asked politely. Su Wanwan smiled, though in her heart she was a little annoyed at being called madam. She placed the basket on the counter and said, "Shopkeeper, I have something good here. Would you like to take a look?" The shopkeeper leaned over and saw 2 wild ginseng roots inside. Though they looked to be only about 50 years old, they were still rare enough to surprise him. Seeing his wide-eyed expression, Su Wanwan only smiled without saying a word. After carefully examining them, the shopkeeper finally said with a smile, "Not bad, not bad. Our shop will take these 2 ginseng roots. Madam, how much are you asking for them?" Keeping her face calm, Su Wanwan replied, "I don't know the market price. Why don't you name a fair number? If I think it's reasonable, I'll sell them to you." The shopkeeper stroked his beard, thought for a moment, and then said slowly, "Well, since you seem like an honest person, I'll give you 15 taels of silver for the 2. How about that?" Su Wanwan was startled inside, though she didn't show it. She knew the true value of wild ginseng, and 15 taels for both was far too low. Pretending to think it over, she hesitated before saying, "Shopkeeper, that price is a bit too low. You should know how much effort it took me to dig these up. If that's the best you can offer, I'll have to try another shop." With that, she made as if to leave, pulling Madame Wang and Zhou Xiu with her. Seeing this, the shopkeeper grew anxious and quickly came out from behind the counter. The woman then said, "Auntie, don't worry. We can negotiate the price. I'll add 5 taels, so 20 taels of silver. What do you think? Keep in mind, this wild ginseng isn't very old, and 20 taels is the highest price I can offer." Seeing the shopkeeper relax, Su Wanwan knew it wouldn't be easy to get a higher price, so she pretended to hesitate and nodded, saying, "All right, shopkeeper. Since you're a straightforward person, I'll accept this deal. My wife and I will take the loss. Please give me the silver now." The shopkeeper was happy when Su Wanwan agreed. He quickly took out the silver from the counter and handed it to her. Su Wanwan counted the silver carefully, making sure it was correct, then happily tucked it into her pocket. After the deal was done, Su Wanwan took Wang and Zhou Xiu and left the pharmacy. They continued walking on the street, strolling and looking around happily. Not far ahead, there was a street stall selling fragrant wontons and freshly cooked large meat buns. Wang and Zhou Xiu's stomachs suddenly made loud gurgling sounds. Both of them stared eagerly at the stall, making Su Wanwan blush a little. "Since we've sold so much silver and this is our first time in the city, why not treat yourselves to something nice? We've been walking for a long time and I'm a bit hungry too." The 3 of them went to the stall. When customers arrived, the elderly couple quickly came over to greet them. Su Wanwan ordered 10 cabbage and pork buns and asked the lady boss for a big bowl of free wonton soup. They also ate some pancakes they brought from home that morning, enjoying every bite. Wang sighed happily. So this is what the meat buns taste like. They smell so good, Joshua asked. Mom, should we save some of these buns for our brothers? Su Wanwan shook her head with a smile. No need. Now that we have money, we can ask the boss to pack some to take home later. After eating and drinking their fill, the three of them wandered around the street again. Suddenly, they saw a general store. Thinking about how their home was running low on everything, Su Wanwan led Wang and Zhou Xiao inside. The store was filled with many different goods. Su Wanwan carefully looked at the shelves, choosing items carefully. Su Wanwan picked up a large bamboo basket, which she used to hide her belongings when going up the mountain. Then she selected a big black iron pot and a few bowls and plates. The pots at home had been used for many years and were now very old and broken, so it was time to get new ones. Next, Su Wanwan chose a bed cover, since the one she slept on at home was full of rough spots. Our home is very poor and lacks many things. So, Su Wanwan decided to spend a lot to buy everything we needed. She picked a very handy kitchen knife and then grabbed a rolling pin, holding it and feeling its weight. To the other two, it looked like she was looking for something to hit with. Thinking of this, Wang Shi and Zhou Xiaoyi shivered. But Su Wanwan didn't notice their reactions and kept choosing everyday items. Alright, that's enough for now. It's about time, right? Let's go to the city gate and find a spot on the cart. She quickly packed all the miscellaneous items into the big bamboo basket. The 20 large steamed buns she bought were carefully carried by Zhou Xiaoyi, worried they might get squished. Wang Shi carried a piece of about 2 jin of pork. The three of them carefully headed toward the city gate. On the way, Su Wanwan reminded them, when you get on the cart, be careful. Don't let those with sharp eyes see the good things we bought. Wang Shi and Zhou Xiaoyi nodded repeatedly. Soon they found a cart. There was still space on it, so they placed their purchases on the cart. Su Wanwan said, "We'll give you 4 coins." We took up quite a bit of space with our things. Just then, Widow Lu, who had just gotten on, saw the 4 shiny copper coins in Su Wanwan's hand. She couldn't help but sneer, what's so special about that? Just a few lousy coins. Who knows where you got that money? Su Wanwan was someone important in Beihong village. She wouldn't let this widow get the better of her. She prepared herself and casually took out the thick, long rolling pin from the bamboo basket. Seeing this, Widow Lu was terrified. She kept stepping back and said nervously, "W, what do you want to do?" In broad daylight, this is a place where the law is respected. Do you still dare to hit me? Su Wanwan slung the rolling pin over her shoulder and gave a cold smile. Hitting you is already being kind to you. With your bad mouth, you'll get into trouble sooner or later. I advise you, doing wrong will lead to your own downfall. If you walk the wrong path often enough, you'll eventually meet trouble. Su Wanwan deliberately held a small object in her palm and waited, making the widow Lu shrink back in fear. Soon, other villagers arrived one after another, and the ox cart slowly headed toward the village. Some villagers, with a good sense of smell, sniffed the air and asked with a frown, "Hey, do you smell that? It smells so good. It seems to be coming from that girl Zhou Xiaoyi's paper package." At this moment, a child cried out loudly, "Mom, sniff, sniff. That's the smell of meat buns. I want to eat meat buns." Immediately, many people around started salivating, especially since inside the package there was sugar and a small jar of lard, making everyone look envious. Is the Su family rich now? They can buy so many good things. Hey, haven't you heard? It's because her eldest son, who's doing business outside, has come back. I saw Zhou Dania bring back several carts of goods from the town that day. Wang Shi and Zhou Xiaoyi hurriedly tidied up the items. Meanwhile, Zhou Erniu and Zhou Saniu couldn't wait to come out and greet them. "Mom, why are there still meat now?" Zhou Saniu asked with bright eyes. Zhou Erniu honestly took the heaviest basket from his wife's hands, holding the quilted mat Su Wanwan bought in his other hand. His face was full of a hidden smile.
He was mainly a man of few words.
Since his mother bought good things, he was sure he'd get his share later. Why ask so many questions like his third brother? Isn't it obvious that so many people are watching closely? The mother and sons happily headed home, their shadows stretching long as the sun set. Finally, they arrived home. The children saw Su Wanwan bringing back meat and immediately clapped happily in the yard. The most upset was naturally the family in the main house. Mrs. Gao washed clothes all day and felt like her arms weren't hers anymore. De Bao and Xiao Bao kept arguing about going to find their father, saying he would bring them roast chicken if he was at home. Su Wanwan directly divided the hot meat buns among the children, giving each one a piece. The rest she kept for dinner. The children, holding the still warm buns, didn't bother to wash their hands and started eating eagerly. Bao happily held up his bun and said to Su Wanwan, "Grandma, this meat bun is really delicious. You should try some too." Su Wanwan smiled and refused. "Grandma has already eaten with your mother and little aunt in the city. These are specially brought back for you. Hurry and eat." Seeing her grandchildren happily eating, Su Wanwan felt very pleased. At this moment, De Bao and Xiao Bao ran out of the house, shouting, "Grandma, we want to eat the meat buns." Meanwhile, Gaosher took the opportunity to loudly scold them. "Eat, eat, all you do is eat. Your father hasn't come back yet. Maybe he's even died outside." Hearing this, Su Wanwan was immediately displeased. Although she was not happy with her eldest son, Gaosher, as her daughter-in-law, shouldn't speak like that. So she grabbed her new rolling pin, ready to discipline Gaosher. She stepped closer to Gaosher with the rolling pin, while Gaosher backed away in fear, hurriedly explaining, "Mother, what are you doing?" "I didn't mean what I said just now." Su Wanwan coldly replied, "Oh, so it was an unintentional remark. Well, today I'll give you a lesson, too. What kind of nonsense are you talking? Do you curse your own husband?" As soon as she finished speaking, Su Wanwan swung the rolling pin at Gaosher. Gaosher yelped, and the two began to struggle. Zhou Ernyo quickly finished putting things away and hurried out to stop her, saying, "Mother, speak nicely. Don't get so angry and ruin your health." Su Wanwan, feeling a bit weak, used the rolling pin as a cane, leaning on it and panting, "This is just a useless woman causing trouble. Marrying her was bad luck for our family." After hitting Gaosher, Su Wanwan felt much better. Only then could she relax and focus on making delicious food for everyone. Looking at the two grandchildren, Dabo and Xiaobao, who had been led astray by the older family, Su Wanwan sighed helplessly. She asked Zhou Xiui to bring 2 buns and gave one to each of them. "Since you are still part of my Zhou family bloodline, today's buns are on your father's account. Just eat them." The 2 mischievous children didn't care about anything else. Their eyes and hearts were only on the warm, fresh meat buns in front of them. Despite their mother crying and wailing on the ground, they ignored her and headed straight to the bun shop. Once they got the buns, they couldn't wait to start eating. Zhou Xiui watched the children gobbling down the buns and felt very uncomfortable inside. She remembered how she used to eat even half a piece of steamed bread just like that when she was young. These 2 kids have really been harmed by the older family. Su Wanwan sighed helplessly. She knew that fixing these 2 spoiled children wouldn't happen overnight. It would take time and patience. Changing their nature was difficult, especially since their father was just as stubborn. How could they expect him to change? Just as she was lost in thought, she heard a system notification.
Ding.
"Congratulations, host. A new task has been triggered to host an ancient-style eating broadcast. Reward: 1 chance for a random lottery." At this moment, Dabo and Xiaobao had finished their buns. They used their soft cloth sleeves to wipe their oily mouths. Watching this, Su Wanwan felt like jumping up and giving each of them a slap. "Gaosher, look at the good children you've raised. Such fine clothes, and they're using them to wipe their mouths. It's all because your family was too kind to the older family before. From now on, don't expect to get any benefits from me." After saying this, she turned and went into the house to prepare for tonight's eating broadcast. Su Wanwan went to the kitchen, took out a piece of pork belly from the basket, and asked Wang Shi to pick some green beans and eggplants from the backyard vegetable garden. There were also some miscellaneous items she bought from the grocery store, all arranged on the dish rack. She threw away all the broken, unusable dishes and bowls in the house. Originally, Wang wanted to help her, but Su Wanwan refused. After all, she still needed to take sugar from the space later, and if she was caught, it would be hard to explain. Today, Su Won planned to cook braised pork with green beans and eggplant. This was her favorite dish from her previous life when she did food streaming. She never expected that after traveling to ancient times, she could still use this skill. She called Jo Earniu to replace the old iron pot in the house with a new one she bought today. After the new pot arrived, it needed to be seasoned with oil before use. Given her current conditions, she couldn't do that. So, she only cut a small piece of fatty meat from the edge and put it in the iron pot. As soon as she did, she heard a sizzling sound, and a delicious meat aroma quickly filled the air. Everyone waiting outside stretched their necks and swallowed hard, eager to see what was happening. Su Won tried to use the meat as fully as possible, rubbing the inside of the big iron pot to clean it. That was enough to prepare it for cooking. While no one was paying attention, she used her system to exchange for a small packet of sugar. To avoid being noticed, she only took enough for this one time. The most important step in making braised pork is caramelizing the sugar. She first put the sugar into hot oil. As it heated, small bubbles appeared, and the sugar slowly melted, changing from clear to a caramel color. When the sugar turned amber, Su Won quickly added the sliced pork belly. She then started to stir-fry rapidly. The golden syrup coated the pork tightly, filling the air with a rich aroma. Even Su Won couldn't help but think, the pork in ancient times really tastes authentic, unlike those pigs raised on feed. While thinking this, she kept working. She added chopped green onions, ginger, and garlic to the pot to release their fragrance. Once the aroma was strong, she added the prepared green beans and eggplant, stirring quickly a few times. Then she poured in some water, covered the pot with a heavy wooden lid, and simmered on low heat to thicken the sauce. While waiting outside, everyone eagerly sniffed the delicious aroma coming from the kitchen. It was as if missing even a small smell would be a big loss. After a long wait, the braised pork with green beans, eggplant, and other dishes were finally ready. As soon as Su Won lifted the wooden lid, a strong, tempting smell burst out. The aroma was so powerful it seemed to touch their souls, making everyone in the Zhou family start to swallow their saliva. Zhou Sanyu couldn't wait to help. He called out, "Mom, I'll serve the food. You can go back inside and rest." Zhou Earniu also said, "I'll set the table. Erbao, you and your sister go help arrange the bowls and chopsticks." Everyone happily started to work, but none of this involved the main house. At this moment, Gao Shi had gone inside. But her pain constantly reminded her that she was no longer the naive old woman she once was. Now, she was a sharp, petty woman who liked to pick fights, especially targeting their main family. Debao and Xiaobao smelled the delicious meat and couldn't help but ask, "Mom, shouldn't we go ask Grandma for some meat to eat?" Hearing this, Gao Shi suddenly got furious. She grabbed a feather duster and gave the two children a good spanking. In her mind, she was twisted with anger. "Damn Zhou Dainyu, you just left, leaving us three at home to be nagged by that old witch."
Bah!
"Just wait, I'll teach your son a lesson." The children cried loudly from the spanking, but Su Won didn't feel any sympathy. These naughty kids really needed to learn a lesson, and a little pain might do them good. No one stopped her. As Gao Shi kept hitting, her mood worsened. After all, they were her own son. In the main house, Zhou Sanyu had already used the biggest clay basin at home to serve the dishes. The braised pork with eggplant and green beans looked tempting, and the smell made everyone's mouths water. Seeing the delicious food and the new bowls and chopsticks on the table, everyone felt very happy. All their eyes were fixed on the dishes. If eyes could eat, this entire plate of food would have been finished long ago. Su Won first said, "From now on, before eating, everyone must wash their hands first. This is our new family rule." Everyone heard this, and although they felt a bit confused and surprised inside, their conditioned reflexes from many years made them not question it. After all, in the entire Zhou family, Su Won is like the boss. Whatever she says becomes the rule. Zhou Sanyu was the first to respond. He stood up and ran quickly to the yard, saying as he ran, "Everyone, hurry up and wash your hands. Once we're done, we can start eating." Seeing this, the others also stood up and ran to wash their hands with Zhou Sanyu. When everyone finished washing, Su Wonwon picked up her chopsticks and signaled that they could start eating. They had been craving the food for a long time. As soon as Su Wonwon gave the order to start, they all picked up their chopsticks without hesitation and began eating eagerly. Su Wonwon also started her live stream of her eating broadcast. Because she couldn't reveal her identity, the system assigned her the role of a mute and deaf person hosting an eating show, so the viewers in her live stream didn't ask her anything. They could only see a view from above, watching a group of people fighting over meat at the table. Since Zhou Sanyu was eating so happily, Su Wonwon even received a special tip from a kind viewer, which was a pleasant surprise for her. The braised pork with eggplant and green beans was quickly finished. Everyone looked so satisfied, almost like they were lying on the bed, patting their stomachs, and burping happily. Gao Shi initially thought there wouldn't be that much meat left, since she saw that there was at least 2 or 3 jin, about 1 to 1.5 kilograms. But unexpectedly, when she decided to come over to apologize to Su Wonwon and also try to take a bowl of meat, she found that the big pot was completely empty. No soup left. Yaya was still using a pancake to scoop up the soup in the pot, saying happily, "Oh, I finished all the soup." Gao Shi was almost so angry she could spit blood. She thought, do you really have to eat yourselves to death? Just as the table was cleared away, Su Wonwon's live stream task was also completed.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for completing the system task. You have earned 1 lottery chance. Would you like to draw now? Could Su Wonwon wait? She decisively chose to draw. Suddenly, a large spinning wheel appeared in her mind, with a pointer spinning rapidly.
Ding.
Congratulations, the host. You have received a stainless steel wild vegetable digging knife. Su Wonwon was speechless and wanted to cry. She thought, system, can you be a little less stingy? Just because of that dog-eating broadcast, I didn't dare eat big bites, and I missed eating so much meat. And this? Just a small digging knife. No matter how sharp it is, it's not very useful. Plus, she didn't like eating bitter and sour wild vegetables. Su Wonwon's silent expression was so loud that everyone dared not breathe loudly, afraid of accidentally angering this unpredictable mother. She directly threw the small digging knife to Zhou Xiaoyi and said, "Next time you go up the mountain to dig wild vegetables, just use this. We bought so many things, and the shopkeeper from the grocery store gave it to us." Zhou Xiaoyi looked at the delicate little knife with curiosity and asked excitedly, "Mom, is this really from the kind shopkeeper? No wonder you didn't bargain much this time." Next to her, Zhou Erniu also came over to examine it and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this knife looks very sharp. Mom, can I try it?" Su Wonwon waved her hand and said, "Go ahead, everyone go out. Don't all gather around me. I'm tired and need to rest." Everyone then dispersed, afraid of being slow and disliked by Su Wonwon like the Gao family. Zhou Erniu happily took the small knife and went to the big tree outside the yard. He suddenly stabbed it into the trunk. Everyone was startled by his action, thinking, "Oh no, that was just given to my little sister by Mom. If it gets damaged, knowing Mom's temper, she'll definitely get angry." But unexpectedly, they heard a puff sound and the small knife easily sank into the tree trunk, as if slicing tofu. Zhou Erniu couldn't help but shout in surprise, "Wow! This small knife is the sharpest I've ever seen." Zhou Sanyu also looked at the knife curiously, took it from Zhou Erniu, and tried it himself. His eyes lit up, and he wished he could keep it for himself. However, just as everyone was marveling at how sharp the knife was, a discordant sound came from the direction of the village entrance. "Is that the old Zhou family? Is Zhou Dainyu at home? We're here to collect a debt. You owe our gambling house 30 taels of silver. When will you pay it back? If you don't give us an answer soon, tomorrow it won't be the same amount," said a man with a hoarse face, with a sneer. Upon hearing this, Zhou Dainya's face immediately turned grim. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What? When did Big Brother borrow money from the gambling house, and so much of it?" At this moment, Gao Shi was so frightened she hugged her 2 children and hid inside the bed cabinet, fearing that Su Wonwon might turn her in. After all, The other side was a thug from the gambling house, and their methods of dealing with people were very harsh and frightening. At this time, Su Wanwan also heard the commotion outside. She quickly put on her shoes and went out. When she stepped outside, she saw 4 or 5 strong men blocking her family's door. Many villagers had also gathered, drawn by the scene, and they started discussing loudly. Thought Joe Daney was making big money outside, but it turns out he's heavily in debt from gambling. Luckily I didn't let my son go into business with him. Otherwise, our house might have been completely lost by now. Regarding Joe Daney's gambling debt, Su Wanwan vaguely remembered something, but not much. After all, those were things from the original owner's time. Given how much the original owner favored the main family, she probably agreed to sell Zhou Xiua. However, faced with these fierce-looking people, Su Wanwan remained very calm and composed. Although Zhou Danyu was not at home now, the debt he owed still needed to be settled. Su Wanwan directly told Wang Shi and Zhou Xiua to find Gao Shi. However, Gao Shi pretended to be crazy and said, "I don't know anything. All this chaos was caused by my husband outside. You can't catch me." Seeing this, Su Wanwan's lips curled into a cold smile. She had already expected Gao Shi to act like this, so she slowly walked up to her. Staring sharply at her, she said in a deep voice, "Do you think you can hide from this? The debt Zhou Danyu owes, your entire family can't escape it. If it weren't for you encouraging him behind the scenes, how could he behave like this? As the saying goes, a family with a good wife has fewer troubles. It's because I married you, a troublemaker, that he's acting like this." Mrs. Gao was frightened by Su Wanwan's words and shivered, but she still stubbornly said, "Mother, our main household really doesn't have money. Otherwise, I wouldn't have targeted my younger sister." Hearing this, Su Wanwan became even angrier. She thought, "Yes, I haven't even settled accounts with Xioi yet. That selfish, sneaky idea definitely didn't come from my naive son. It must be Mrs. Gao's fault." Thinking of this, she looked at Mrs. Gao with even more anger, her eyes almost showing a hint of hostility. Mrs. Gao was startled by her gaze and quickly knelt down, saying, "Mother, considering I have given birth to 2 sons for our Zhou family, you can't ignore this matter." Su Wanwan sneered. "Ignore? How can I manage this, wife? How did you trick your husband into going out to do business? And how did the money lose value year after year? Mrs. Gao, if you don't tell the truth now, don't blame me for being ruthless." At these words, the debt collectors immediately turned their attention to Mrs.
Gao.
Honestly, she had been living well in the city these years. Some might even think she was a noble lady. Well, not bad. Though she's getting on in years, she's still charming. If Zhou Danyu can't pay back what he owes us, this woman will have to come back with us, said a man with a pig face, smiling mischievously. "That's right. Our boss said that these old gentlemen are good husbands. Maybe we can train them a bit and sell them for a good price," another man added with a wicked grin. Hearing this, Mrs. Gao's face turned pale with fear, and she trembled uncontrollably. She never expected these people to target her like this. "No, you can't do this. I've already had 2 children. I'm not pure anymore," she pleaded. Su Wanwan saw her fear and sneered with disdain. She coldly looked at Mrs. Gao and said angrily, "If you don't tell the truth now, no one can save you. Tell me, where have you hidden the private money over the years? I roughly calculated that over the years, the money, grain, and other supplies you took from the family amount to at least 100 taels." Mrs. Gao never expected that Su Wanwan would do such an accounting. In her understanding, her mother-in-law was only good at causing trouble. Otherwise, she was useless. Yet, how did she know she had over 100 taels of silver? From the slight change in Gao's facial expression, Su Wanwan knew she was hiding money. Without hesitation, she walked straight up to the man with the horse face. Pointing at Gao, she said, "Everyone, this is my unworthy eldest daughter-in-law. If you think she can settle the debt, just return the IOU to me. You can take her away. Our Zhou family can't afford such a daughter-in-law who eats and schemes behind our backs, always plotting against me." An old man, hearing this, the villagers started talking among themselves. They never expected that Sue Granny would really want to push her daughter-in-law out to settle the debt. Oh dear, is Granny Sue crazy? If their son Daniel comes back and finds out his mother sent his wife to that place, he might go mad. Exactly. We can't just sell the daughter-in-law, can we? Didn't you hear her just now? Gao secretly took out over 100 taels of silver from her family. 100 taels? My goodness, how dare Gao do that? That's such boldness. The villagers spoke one after another, their eyes shifting from sympathy to mockery. Gao was now crying uncontrollably. She never imagined she would end up like this. No, mother. You can't do this to me. I am your daughter-in-law. Daniel wouldn't agree either. Gao knelt in front of Su Wanwan, clutching her legs and crying. But Su Wanwan only looked at her coldly, then kicked her hard, pushing Gao toward the man with the horse face. Humph, you traitor. Our Zhou family temple is too small to hold a big Buddha like you. Everyone, let's stick to our original plan. Take her away, deal with her as you see fit, and give me back the IOU. After saying this, Su Wanwan took a few steps back and placed Gao in front of the others. The debt collectors immediately understood. They grabbed Gao and tried to drag her away. Gao was now truly panicked, feeling an ominous premonition. If I don't take out some money soon, I'm afraid that old woman might really have those cruel people take me away. No, I have all my money at my parents' house. Mother, please give me another chance. I will go back to my parents' house right now to get the money. Seeing this, Su Wanwan said coldly, who knows if you'll go and never come back? Then I'd have to clean up after you. So, let's go together to your parents' house later. If they don't give us the money, I'll just take their house. Everyone listening was excited, their eyes full of curiosity. Many even volunteered eagerly to join. Auntie, I'll go with you later. Yes, more people make it easier. We can't let outsiders bully our village. A group of people followed Su Wanwan to the Gao family's home. Meanwhile, the Gao family was discussing what to do with the grain they had just sent back. Mother, I think our house can't hold all this grain now. Why don't we sell the grain that big sister brought back and buy some good rice and flour? Then you and father can enjoy some nice meals, suggested Gao's eldest daughter-in-law. Gao's youngest son also spoke up. Yes, mother. Now that we have the money, who wants to eat that coarse grain? The young masters in the city eat good rice and flour. I've been eating this rough stuff and my brothers look down on me. Just then, there was a loud bang at the door. It was Su Wanwan kicking the gate open. Hey, relatives. Looks like your young master has had enough of plain food, always dreaming of good rice and flour. Little do they know, your daughter-in-law has made our lives hard. Su Wanwan said this as she sat down on a clean spot, crossing her legs. She loudly declared, Hey, villagers! Come out and judge for yourselves. I worked hard to marry my son a girl from the Gao family, but it turns out I married a thief. She's been draining our family's resources just to support her own family. This was the trick she was best at. Su Wanwan didn't even need to pretend. Her body could automatically react, making her crying, throwing tantrums, and pretending to hang herself look very convincing. When the Gao family heard this, they all froze in surprise. Mother Gao was the quickest to react. She ran out of the house and angrily said to Su Wanwan, Mother-in-law, what are you talking about? When did my daughter steal anything from your family? Those were gifts from her and her husband to show respect. How can you say she stole something? Hearing this, Su Wanwan immediately started to cry fake tears. She wiped her eyes and slapped her hands, saying, Oh heavens, please help me. Why don't you strike this shameless family with lightning? My wife's life is hard enough. She almost moved our whole family back to her parents' house because of them. At this moment, Zhou Sanyu also got excited. He knew that among the things Gao took back to her parents' house, many were earned with her own sweat. He then sat down heavily next to Su Wanwan, imitating his mother's style, clapping his hands and shouting, Dear villagers, don't miss this chance. Everyone, be careful when you marry into the Gao family, they're thieves. In just a few years, they stole over 100 taels of silver worth of our stuff and grain. The villagers who were watching were stunned. They didn't care who the others were. They started talking among themselves. Are you all here to ask Gao for debt repayment too? What's really going on? Is there really that much money? Yes, there is. The people who come to collect debts from the gambling house are waiting in our village. That Gao family is really something. They're not living a good life, just busy supporting her family and that useless younger brother. It's a crime. It's not just marrying a daughter-in-law. It's like marrying a thief. Old Joe always said he was losing money in his business, and he kept crying poverty at home, asking for money and grain. Turns out, Gao took all that back to her parents' house. Tsk, Gao's family really knows how to raise a daughter. No, I won't let my son marry Gao's daughter. I'll cancel the engagement tomorrow. At this moment, the village chief also arrived after hearing the news. Usually, he didn't like to get involved in such messy matters, but since 20 or 30 outsiders from other villages had come suddenly, he was worried they might start a fight if they argued. So, he forced himself to come over. Let's talk nicely. Everyone, please stop sitting on the ground. Su Wanwan was someone who listened to advice. Besides, the poor ground at the Gao family's place was uncomfortable. She simply grabbed Zhou Sanyu's shoulder and helped him stand up. Seeing her get up, Zhou Senyo quickly got up too, not forgetting to help brush off the dirt from her clothes. Knowing that whether their family could have a good life in the future depended on her skills today, she had to do her best to serve well. At this moment, the younger members of the Gao family felt ashamed and no longer dared to stay. They knew very well how many benefits they had gained from the Zhou family. Especially Gao's youngest daughter, who was so angry she covered her face and cried as she went back into the house. She had just overheard her future mother-in-law say that she wanted to break off the engagement. Now, only the elderly couple of the Gao family and their youngest son were left in the yard, listening to the villagers' comments. Mrs. Gao knelt in the yard, not daring to say a word. Seeing this, Su Wanwan kicked her and said, "See? This is the family you've been so eager to support for years." She then looked up at Mrs. Gao and angrily said, "Your daughter encouraged my son to go to the gambling house, and now she owes dozens of taels of silver in gambling debts. If your family doesn't pay this money, I will have to send your daughter to the gambling house, and they can deal with her as they please." Hearing this, Gao's youngest son didn't hesitate and said, "What? Dozens of taels? Why don't you go and snatch it? Besides, with my sister's looks, is she worth dozens of taels? If that were true, your family would have to give us extra bride price too." Everyone looked at each other with a grim face, thinking, can people be this shameless? Zhou Sanyo looked at the other side, who was eating happily and chubby, and thought about how all this food was grown with the hard work of himself and his second brother. Now, Gao's family was giving it to these people to eat, and he felt a surge of anger rise in his heart. He made a move to roll up his sleeves and took a step forward. The young Gao boy was so scared, he kept stepping back. "What are you trying to do? Do you dare to hit me? Big sister, look at you. These are all your good deeds. You even brought your family members home to cause trouble. You're really something." At this moment, Mrs. Gao finally couldn't hold back and spoke. "Little brother, I've never treated you unfairly. You say you love eating roast chicken. Every time you go to town, your brother-in-law always buys you some. Now, I really can't do anything. Please, convert the things you brought back into money to help me get through this difficult time." Mrs. Gao cried very sadly, but the Gao family members remained indifferent. Since the things belonged to their family, there was no reason to take them out again. Even if they wanted to sell their daughter, that was not acceptable. Mother-in-law, as the saying goes, a daughter who gets married is like water spilled out. Now that my daughter has married into your family, you can handle her. Anyway, I still say this. My daughter can be without, but these things cannot be taken away, Mrs. Gao said, hands on her hips. Hearing this, Mrs. Gao felt completely hopeless. She thought her family would remember how she had brought so many things into their home over the years and at least say a few kind words for her. But she didn't expect them to be so cold. Their eyes were only on the possessions, and she felt she had no weight at all. The onlookers were also talking among themselves. Some sympathized with Mrs. Gao's situation, while others criticized the Gao family for being too heartless. But no matter what they said, the Gao family's attitude remained firm. They refused to return the belongings. Seeing that this family was planning to cheat, Su Wanwan was not in a hurry. She took out a small notebook from her pocket. It was recorded by the original owner, which she found in a corner at the bottom of the bed cabinet. The original owner couldn't read, so she used circles, crosses, and dots to record things. Luckily, Su Wanwan inherited all the memories of the original owner, or she wouldn't understand this account book at all. Initially, you received a bride price of 5 taels of silver, along with some wedding cakes and candies, 2 large pieces of cloth, and 2 quilts. In the first year of marriage, when your daughter visited her parents during the new year, she took 30 eggs, 2 pig's trotters, a piece of pork belly, and a small jar of lard from us. During the second year, there was a famine. Your daughter said your family's harvest was poor, and you borrowed 50 jin of mixed grain flour from us, which has not been repaid. In the third year, your family claimed to be renovating your house and borrowed 2 taels of silver from us again. Fourth year. Su Wanwan began reading aloud from the account book, listing all the property the Gao family had taken from the Zhou family over the years. The onlookers around her were shocked. They hadn't expected the Gao family to be so greedy. The faces of the Gao family members also changed. The old lady Gao was so angry she trembled and pointed at Su Wanwan, shouting, You are falsely accusing us. What proof do you have that we took your family's things? Su Wanwan sneered and handed the account book to the people nearby for them to look at. Everyone, take a look. It's all written clearly. Whether I am lying or not, you can judge for yourselves. The crowd looked at the account book and showed suspicious expressions. Then Su Wanwan realized that most people probably didn't recognize her secret code writing. She carefully pointed to the drawings and explained in detail. This symbol stands for eggs, this gold ingot represents silver money, and this wheat stalk stands for grain. Oh, I must say, these drawings are quite accurate. Su Wanwan's face darkened. She thought their focus seems a bit off. The Gao family woman knelt on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing to her parents, begging them to say something. But the 2 old people ignored her. The silver had already been spent on building a house, or was used by the younger son for entertainment. The most valuable thing left in the house was the grain that Gao's wife had recently returned with. It was getting late, and Su Wanwan was tired of arguing. She directly ordered 2nd, 3rd, and 4th brothers take the villagers inside to search. They took over 100 taels from us, so just take what's equal to 100 taels. Her sons and Wang Shi all rolled up their sleeves and went in, but the villagers watching the scene could only look on helplessly. They thought, we just came to watch the fun. Why is it now involving us? Is Su Lao Tai trying to use us as thugs? Seeing this, Su Wanwan smiled and said, Everyone, I won't let you come for nothing. If you help me find the items and bring them back, I'll give each of you 10 coins. But when no one responded, Su Wanwan secretly rolled her eyes. She thought, how bad is the original owner's character? Look at that. I can't believe I didn't even fart with smell. As soon as she finished speaking, she took out a string of coins from her bosom and weighed them in front of everyone. Listening to the pleasant sound of the coins clinking, a man among the villagers stepped forward first.
Here's the money.
We'll help you search. Su Wanwan smiled and nodded, then actually untied the hemp rope and handed out silver coins to the villagers who came with her. Seeing this, some villagers from her own village became a bit jealous. Someone else stepped forward and said, Annie, we can help you search too. Oh yes. I know where their young son keeps a treasure. Give me 10 coins, and I promise to find all their good stuff. Su Wanwan smiled and said, All right, you two come help too. She gave each of them 10 copper coins. Then everyone suddenly rushed into the Gao family's house. The elderly couple of the Gao family tried to stop them desperately, but it was no use. These people were paid to do the job and didn't care about respecting elders or caring for children. The Gao family usually didn't hide their wealth, often showing off what their daughter brought back from her marriage. People had long been annoyed by this. Soon, the Gao house was turned upside down. All the valuable things were found. Even some roof tiles were lifted. Looking at the pile of items in front of her, grain, eggs, cloth, and cotton clothes, Su Wanwan was surprised. Someone had even tied up the old hens that laid eggs for the Gao family. Now, they were flapping their wings wildly. Mrs. Gao saw this and was both angry and anxious, almost fainting. She stared with wide eyes, unable to believe what she saw. Her head was buzzing, and she felt dizzy. Mr. Gao sat on the ground, staring blankly at the items. It was as if his soul had left his body. She thought to herself that she was completely finished now. She had offended her husband's family, and now her own family was also angry with her. From now on, she was like a floating weed with no roots. She couldn't rely on her husband anymore and could only depend on her two sons. Su Wonwon had a great victory and returned fully loaded. She borrowed a bullock cart from the village chief's family and brought back all the items she had captured to the Zhou family. As for the Gao family, she didn't care whether they lived or died. Her two grandsons were still at home, and they were the true heirs of the family. Before leaving, Su Wonwon specifically said that after Zhou Dainyu finished his forced labor, she would send a divorce letter to Gao's family. As for the two children, they would naturally stay with the Zhou family. Hearing this, Gao's family felt like all their hope was crushed. At that moment, they felt like the sky was falling. Zhou Ernia drove the cart with a big smile and said, "Mom, I feel like this is just a dream. So many things, and they all became ours in an instant." Zhou Sania said, "Brother, slow down. Don't jostle the chickens and ducks on the cart. If their eggs break, it'll be a waste." Zhou Sania smiled and said to Su Wonwon, "Mom, I found those chickens and ducks in the backyard just now. Do I get a reward tonight?" Su Wonwon smiled and replied, "Yes, tonight we'll kill a chicken to eat. That bald chicken looks pretty ugly, so we'll stew it tonight." Everyone was very happy to hear this, and even during the night journey, no one felt tired. The group finally returned to the village, where dinner was already prepared. It was simple, plain grain pancakes and a wild vegetable soup with pork fat. Although the meal was simple, it was considered quite good in the village. Su Wonwon asked Zhou Erniu and the others to move everything into the storage room, then began preparing dinner again. Wang Shi boiled a pot of hot water, and Zhou Saniu caught the bald chicken and plucked its feathers. Su Wonwon exchanged 2 genes of mushrooms from the system, claiming she found them on the mountain earlier, and threw them into the pot to stew. While no one was paying attention, Su Wonwon also added a packet of concentrated soup base, making the chicken soup smell delicious instantly. The children sniffed eagerly. They were really looking forward to tonight's dinner. Yaya cried, "Wah, I wish I had held on a little longer. I just asked my little sister for a piece of pancake to fill my stomach, and now I'll have less chicken to eat." Everyone laughed when they heard this, and Su Wonwon was especially amused by the little girl, laughing so hard she nearly fell over. Zhou Saniu comforted Yaya with a smile, saying, "It's okay. Just eat openly later. If you can't finish this meal, there's always tomorrow morning." Su Wonwon said, "All right, stop joking. Come on, help set the dishes and utensils for dinner." The children quickly moved to help, setting the bowls and chopsticks. They also remembered the new family rule: wash your hands before eating. Then everyone sat around the Kong table to start dinner, including Daba and Xiaobao. Seeing the big bowl of hot, fragrant chicken soup, the 2 mischievous kids couldn't help but swallow and said, "It's better to eat with Grandma." "There's meat." "That's right," they said. "If Mom doesn't come back, can we stay in the main room to eat every day?" Everyone was speechless at this. They thought, these kids are more concerned about eating meat than about their own mother. Su Wonwon was so angry she wanted to send the kids away, but she knew they were still young and there would be time to teach them later. "Hurry up and eat your vegetables. If you don't want to eat, then get out," she snapped. Daba and Xiaobao didn't dare to say anything more. They bowed their heads and hurriedly drank the chicken soup. The whole family ate happily that night. Meanwhile, at the Gao family's house, chaos was breaking out. The roof had been torn off, and the Kong was pulled apart. Mrs. Gao sat in the yard, scolding, "You scoundrels! You even tore down our house. You bunch of fools who've never seen money. Bah! Be careful walking at night, or you might break your legs." The 2 villagers who had taken 10 coins from Su Wonwon were so angry they grabbed a big pile of cow dung from somewhere and threw it directly into the Gao family's yard. Coincidentally, the dung landed right on Mrs. Gao and Gao Shi's heads. Gao Shi was kneeling in the yard, injured on her face and body. It was clear she had been beaten by the Gao family. Mrs. Gao wiped cow dung off her face with her hand and cursed. "Who did this? Someone needs to stand up and face me. Watch me peel your skin." That night, Su Wanwan's family slept very peacefully. On the other hand, almost everyone in the Gao family couldn't sleep. The loss was too great. Even the items prepared for their son's marriage were taken away. The next morning, as the first sunlight shone through the window, Su Wanwan was already up. There were still many spoils of war in the barn, so she had to gather and organize everything today. Many villagers saw her bringing back those old items yesterday, so to avoid trouble later, she needed to deal with them quickly. Fortunately, the ox cart hadn't been returned yet. She had rented it. When she returned, she left 50 coins and promised to return it in 3 days. Luckily, it was the farming off-season, or she wouldn't have been able to rent it at that price. She asked Wang Shi to reheat the leftover chicken soup from last night and added some cabbage. She also made a few simple grain pancakes. After a quick breakfast, she started assigning tasks. Second, third, and fourth brothers, you three will be responsible for sorting the items brought back last night. Wang Shi, Xiao Yi, and I will check the fabrics and cotton-padded clothes. Later, I will distribute them to everyone. When they heard about sorting the cotton-padded clothes, everyone was happy. Winters here are very cold and last a long time. Every year, many elderly people die from the cold, and this has become normal. For poor families like the Zhou family, winter means wearing just 2 thin clothes with some reed flowers and broken straw in between. That doesn't provide much warmth. Everyone started working immediately. It took them 2 or 3 hours to finish organizing everything. Now, 8 laying hens and 4 ducks were all settled in the chicken coop by Zhou Xiaoyi. Seeing these healthy, plump poultry, Zhou Xiaoyi's face lit up with a smile. Hee, I wonder what Gao family feeds these chickens and ducks. They grow so fat. Wang Shi said, their food must be good. They probably feed them leftover rice and vegetables. Hey, yesterday you didn't go with us. Their house had 4 dishes and a soup on the table. Zhou Xiaoyi looked surprised and said, What? When did my sister-in-law's family become so well off? I remember when she got married, they didn't have any dowry at all. I always thought her family was poor. Zhou Sanyo explained, it was only after she married into our family that they became rich, because they used our hard-earned money. Big brother really shouldn't be so selfish. Su Wanwan looked at the sky and frowned, saying, Later, we'll pack up the things we don't need and put them on the cart to sell in town. As for the silver we found yesterday, plus what I earned from selling ginseng before, it's enough to pay off that debt. Zhou Xinyo happily brought a small notebook and said to Su Wanwan, Mother, this silver was used to help Big Brother pay his debt. Shouldn't we record it in the account? Su Wanwan smiled and pinched Zhou Xinyo's ear, thinking he's quite cunning, not caring about brotherly love. Oh, Mother, I know I was wrong. I won't do it again. Su Wanwan let go and said coldly, Fourth brother, remember, you broke your bones but still kept your tendons. Your behavior just now made me very sad, so tonight you are not allowed to eat. Zhou Sanyo, happy to see this, said mischievously, Mother, what are we going to eat tonight? Su Wanwan rolled her eyes and said, I just punished your fourth brother. Do you want to be punished with him? Hearing this, Zhou Sanyo quickly shrank back and shook his head, saying, No, I don't want to go hungry. Mother, I'll go get the cart. Let's leave quickly, it's getting late. He hurriedly ran off, afraid he wouldn't have dinner tonight. After preparing the cart, Su Wanwan was helped onto it by Zhou Sanyo. Although it was a bit crowded, her body was still quite weak, so squeezing in was just right. Zhou Ernyo saw that Su Wanwan was ready, then waved the whip and slowly drove the cart out of the village. Wow, it looks like the Zhou family really brought back a lot of stuff. This big load could probably sell for quite a bit of silver. Hey, we're just getting started. You didn't go with us yesterday, so you don't know. The Gao family has been taking a lot of things to her parents' house over the years. Even this year's harvest grains are all at her parents' place. After Su Wanwan and her group entered the town, they headed straight to the grocery store where she had bought things before. Second brother, third brother, I'll give you some money. Go buy 30 meat buns over there. The two brothers didn't think much and were happy to hear their mother wanted them to buy meat buns. After sending the two sons away, Su Wonwon tidied her messy hair and then stepped into the grocery store. The shopkeeper was sharp-eyed and immediately recognized Su Wonwon as the old woman who had bought many things from his shop before. This time, he was especially warm and even asked his assistant to bring out some snacks and tea. "Madam, what are you here to buy today?" Su Wonwon smiled and shook her head, saying, "Sorry for the misunderstanding, shopkeeper. I'm not here to buy things this time, but to sell some." She pointed outside to the ox cart and said with a smile, "Honestly, my family has run into some trouble. I want to sell these items." "Shopkeeper, do you think you can take them?" The shopkeeper was surprised at first, then frowned. He wondered what valuable items a rural family could have to sell. But since she said so, he decided to go out and take a look. As soon as he stepped out, he was attracted by a clear glass bottle in one of the cabinets. Su Wonwon saw this and was instantly happy. She thought to herself that this was just an empty glass bottle left over after drinking the cola she exchanged with the system. She didn't expect the shopkeeper to notice it. Looks like she guessed right. Seeing her interested, the shopkeeper smiled and asked, "Madam, how much do you think this whole cart of furniture is worth?" Su Wonwon smiled and said, "Tell me a price, shopkeeper. If I think it's fair, we'll make a deal." The shopkeeper's eyes flickered and finally, he gritted his teeth. Because of that glass bottle, he offered a high price of 30 taels of silver. Su Wonwon never expected that a simple glass bottle could sell for such a high price. As for other furniture and decorations, they wouldn't sell for more than 10 taels of silver at most. Both sides felt they had gained a lot, so the deal was easily completed. When the two brothers from the Zhou family happily bought meat buns and returned home, they saw the shopkeeper handing silver to Su Wonwon. "Oh my mother, did it really sell for so much money?" Zhou Erniu gulped and exclaimed. Zhou Sanyu was also stunned, almost throwing the meat buns in his arms. Seeing her two sons looking so foolish and surprised, Su Wonwon quickly scolded, "You two, go return the ox cart now. I'll take the village's ox cart back later." After saying that, she took the meat buns from Zhou Sanyu's arms and sent her inexperienced sons away. Zhou Erniu still looked worried and said, "Mother, be careful on the road with so much silver." Su Wonwon nodded, "Yes, don't worry. And you too, remember to go early and come back early." Then she gave each of them 2 large meat buns before putting the rest into a basket. "Shopkeeper, please exchange these 5 taels of silver for broken silver coins so I can spend them easily." "All right, I'll exchange some copper coins for you later." After exchanging the silver, Su Wonwon happily carried her basket and went shopping. It's really nice to be free without any burdens. Now, Su Wonwon had quite a bit of silver in her hands. Besides what she had spent before, she now had over 50 taels of silver available. Her family's grain supply was no longer a worry, especially since she had emptied Old Gao's granary yesterday. Besides her own harvest, some of the grain was from Old Gao's store. Su Wonwon didn't care about the details. She packed everything and took it home. Seeing that the weather was getting colder, Su Wonwon decided to buy some cloth and cotton so that her family wouldn't have to suffer from the cold in winter. Thinking about Zhou Xiui's hands with so many cracks, Su Wonwon couldn't help but feel distressed. She bought a basket of eggs from the roadside, planning to exchange some points with the system to get a bottle of hand cream for Zhou Xiui. However, the result surprised her greatly. The system actually did not recognize her as a human.
Ding.
Only the host's own harvest or catch can be exchanged with the system. Please follow the system's exchange rules and do not cheat. Su Wonwon's face darkened, so she could only temporarily put the eggs into the system's storage. After all, her small frame couldn't carry so many things, and she still needed to sell them later. She arrived in front of a fabric shop which was having a sale today. Probably because they had received many new styles, they decided to clear out all the old stock that had been stored for years. Hey, passers-by, don't miss this opportunity. It's rare. Our shop has some water-damaged fabrics. The colors aren't very nice, so we're selling them cheaply. Buying them is a good deal, so don't miss out. Su Wonwon was immediately attracted. Given her current situation, she couldn't afford to buy very good fabrics, or she might attract unwanted attention, right? Using some special skills from her original self, she quickly pushed to the front of the crowd. At this point, she had to be brave and bold, or she wouldn't get these cheap fabrics. She looked at the colorful cotton fabrics and felt happy. She thought, surprisingly, the colors of these fabrics looked quite nice, much better than plain ones. Especially the white cotton fabric with blue streaks, like a natural sky with clouds. Without hesitation, she bought 4 pieces. "Hey, young man, please pack these, that, and those 2 over there for me." "Oh, and how much do I owe for all this?" The young clerk smiled and said, "Since you're buying so much, let's say 5 taels of silver." Suwon felt a little pain in her heart, thinking fabrics in this era were really expensive. But then she decided to be bold and took out 5 taels of silver. Seeing her quick payment, the clerk pointed to a large bundle on the ground and said, "Madam, there are some scraps of fabric over there. If you want, I can give them to you for free." Su Wanwan's eyes lit up immediately. She quickly walked over, slung the bundle of fabric scraps onto her back, worried someone might try to snatch it from her. After buying these things, she naturally couldn't carry everything herself. So she simply hired a cart to carry her belongings. Since she had rented the cart, she thought it would be better to buy more things to bring back. Wouldn't that be fairer than just paying 10 coins for the ride? Su Wanwan considered herself a careful and thrifty person. She went to buy 2 big, lively carp and also bought 2 sets of smelly pig offal. Then she turned to the bookstore and bought a set of beginner books and the 4 treasures of the study. Surprisingly, all these items cost her more than 10 silver coins. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, "No wonder poor families find it hard to raise talented children. These supplies are really expensive." Hearing her mumbling, the driver couldn't resist speaking up. "Young lady, do you also have someone in your family who reads?" "My son is studying too, and it costs about 3 or 4 silver coins each year. That doesn't include the expenses for him to travel and learn with his classmates." They talked all the way. Originally, the plan was to take Su Wanwan to the village entrance, but since the driver enjoyed talking with her, he decided to take her all the way home. When they were about to leave, he even charged her 2 coins less. Su Wanwan felt a bit embarrassed and gave him 2 meat buns as a thank you. After sending the driver away, Su Wanwan called Wang Shi and Zhou Xiui into her room. She opened the bed chest and took out the cloth she had previously taken from the Gao family. Along with the cloth she bought today, there was enough to make 2 sets of clothes for each family member. "Wang Shi, take some of this cloth and make 2 new outfits for each of the children. Xiui, take this piece of red-dyed fine cotton cloth back to your room. Look at your clothes, full of patches. You're at the age to get married, and you should dress more properly." Zhou Xiui carefully held the fabric, gently touching it with her hands, afraid she might tear it. Wang Shi was very happy. She had been married into the Zhou family for many years, and besides the cloth she brought as her dowry, her mother-in-law had never given her anything nice. Now, she was allowed to pick out 2 pieces of cloth to take home. She felt like she was dreaming. Seeing her happily holding the fabric and smiling, Su Wanwan couldn't help but remind her, "Hurry up. You finished making clothes for your room, and you still need to make some for me. Mother, why don't I make the food for you? After all, second sister-in-law's family has many members, and I worry she might be too busy." Su Wanwan shook her head and said, "No, you still need to prepare food for your 3rd brother, Dabo, and Xiaobao. You have plenty of work to do. I used to be good at sewing and needlework, but now I just want to go up the mountain to find treasures. I don't want to do these tiring tasks that strain my eyes. After all, I now have many grandchildren. I don't need to work anymore." Then she took out a few pieces of snacks she brought back from the grocery shop, enough for each of the children to have one. The little kids happily took the snacks and started eating, their faces full of bright smiles. Even Dabo and Xiaobao, who often eat snacks, were happily munching now. They always thought the treats Grandma gave were better than what their parents gave, though they didn't know why. Su Wanwan didn't like children much in her past life, and looking at the 5 little ones in front of her, she felt overwhelmed. So she simply waved her hand and shooed them out. "Go, go, go, all go catch grasshoppers." After sending the children away, Su Wanwan lay on the Kong bed and took a short nap. When she woke up, She saw that Jo Earniu and Jo Saeniu had also returned, but their faces looked unhappy. "What's wrong? Did someone trouble you while delivering the ox cart?" Sus Wanwan asked with a frown. Hearing this, the brothers shook their heads and said, "No, mother. When we returned the ox cart, we accidentally bumped into the big sister-in-law's family." Sus Wanwan's face darkened and said angrily, "Don't call her big sister-in-law. I'll send someone to write her a formal letter to end the marriage." Jo Saeniu hurriedly said, "Yes, we met the Gao family. They asked when we would bring Gao's daughter back. We refused, and they wouldn't let us leave. Luckily, the village chief came out in time. Otherwise, we might have been beaten." Hearing this, Sus Wanwan was furious and thought, "That Gao family, just wait and see. One day, you'll regret it." At this moment, Gao was arranged to sleep in the empty chicken coop at home, which had nothing inside but a few grass nests. Mr. Gao tore down the chicken coops and spread the moldy, foul-smelling straw on the ground. She lay on it, staring straight ahead toward Beihong village, tears streaming down her face. She felt deep regret. Thinking about her days at her in-laws' house, she remembered that she didn't have much meat, but she ate fine rice and grains, and every now and then, she could enjoy a meal with some meat. Now, she was upset because her own family treated her so badly. Over the years, she had sent many things home, but this was the result she got. There was an empty house at home, but her parents and brothers refused to let her live there. Even her food was just leftovers or water used to wash dishes. On top of that, she had to serve the whole family, doing almost all the chores herself. Gao felt more and more wronged. She hated herself for being blinded by greed and listening to her family. Now, she had also upset her in-laws, and her own family seemed ready to sell her to an old bachelor. She secretly vowed that if Jo Daeniu came to take her back, she would cut ties with her family and live happily with Jo Daeniu. Thinking of this, Gao felt overwhelmed with sadness and started crying again. Meanwhile, Jo Daeniu, who she saw as her only hope, was also having a hard time. He had been spoiled by his mother all his life and had never suffered like this before. Because he hadn't prepared enough supplies, his work was very difficult. He worked from dawn to dusk and often went hungry because he couldn't finish his tasks. Sometimes he even felt like giving up. He constantly hoped to go home soon and reunite with his wife and children. At night, Jo Daeniu would remember how kind his mother used to be. But strangely, after she woke up this time, she seemed like a different person. He knew he had to find a way to figure out what was going on. He couldn't let some mountain spirit or wild creature take over his mother's body and torment him every day. One day, Jo Daeniu and the other workers were working at the construction site when a man in official clothes suddenly approached. The man loudly called out, "Who is Jo Daeniu?" When Jo Daeniu heard this, he quickly stood up and said, "Yes, sir." The man looked at Jo Daeniu and then took a letter from his pocket, handing it to him. He said, "This is a letter from your family. The person who brought it says your mother also sent a message. She told you to work hard and not to think about being lazy all the time." Jo Daeniu could read, as he was the only person in the family who had gone to school. He opened the letter and looked at it, then suddenly sat down hard on the ground, his face looking very unhappy. A man from the same village, who was on good terms with Jo Daeniu, couldn't help asking, "Brother Daeniu, what's wrong?" After staring blankly for a while, Jo Daeniu said with disbelief, "My mother actually told me to write a divorce letter to my wife." "What? That's impossible. Your sister-in-law has already given you 2 sons. Even if there were mistakes, it shouldn't be like this, right?" Jo Daeniu looked at the letter and gritted his teeth, saying, "My mother also said that if I don't divorce Gao's family, she will kick me out of the house. As for my 2 children, she wants to keep them and raise them herself." Who is Jo Daeniu? He is a very selfish person. Following his basic principle of a true friend in death, not a poor friend in life, he clenched his teeth, borrowed paper and a pen from the manager, and directly wrote a divorce letter. He asked the messenger to help deliver it back to Gao's family. Wow. Gao's family was still waiting eagerly in a henhouse, expecting him to come and pick them up. But this guy, to protect himself, chose to compromise with Su Wanwan instead. After Su Wanwan received the divorce letter, she immediately asked Zhou Erniu and Zhou Saniu to deliver it to Gao's family. Today, the whole family's new clothes are finished, even the padded jackets. Especially Su Wanwan, as the oldest in the family, she was dressed in new clothes inside and out. Seeing the pile of new clothes, Su Wanwan couldn't help but hold Zhou Xiua's hand in praise. Xiua's sewing skills are getting better and better. She'll definitely find a good family to marry into. Then she called out loudly outside, "Second son's family, come help me boil a big pot of water. I want to take a bath." When Wang Shi heard this, she hurriedly ran over happily to help boil water. While boiling, she couldn't help but whisper to Zhou Xiua, "Our mother is really becoming more particular. She's not just talking about taking a bath, she says bathing now." Haha. Zhou Xiua smiled and said, "Yes, now our family's hygiene has improved a lot. Everyone not only washes their hands after meals but also after using the toilet. It feels like our family is becoming more like a wealthy household from the stories." After boiling some water, Zhou Erniu helped clean the long-unused bathtub. Zhou Siniu also somehow brought a small bag of dried flower petals, which Wang Shi sprinkled into the water. Wow, Su Wanwan was actually taking a flower bath in ancient times. She first chased everyone out, leaving only Zhou Xiua at the door to listen and follow her instructions. She exchanged a small bag of shampoo from the system and carefully washed her hair, which was infested with lice, twice. Only then did she ask Zhou Xiua to help change the water. Looking at the large, dark bath water, Zhou Xiua was a bit stunned. "Is this really the bathwater used by my mother? I was thinking I'd just wash with this water after she finished. But it seems it's no longer usable." After saying that, she called Zhou Siniu, and the two of them poured out the dirty water. Luckily, there was still plenty of hot water in the big pot, so they quickly mixed another large bucket and brought it to Su Wanwan. By now, Su Wanwan felt much more relaxed. She didn't know how long the original owner hadn't taken a bath. In her memory, there seemed to be no concept of bathing at all. After using some body wash, she felt very clean. Satisfied, she changed into new clothes and comfortably lay on the warm Kong bed to sleep. Following the principle of not wasting hot water and firewood, Zhou Xiua also used the water Su Wanwan had washed in to clean herself. "Hey, strange. Why are there bubbles in the water my mother used? It looks like soapberry. But the smell is so nice, and after washing, my skin feels smooth." Zhou Xiua usually paid attention to personal hygiene, so her used water wasn't very dirty. Wang Shi, one of the three women in the family, saw this and also decided to wash herself. Even if the water was a bit cold, it didn't matter. Rural folks are used to resisting the cold. After all, she often went to the river in winter to wash clothes. Seeing her wife smell so fresh, she started to think Zhou Erniu was dirty. Reluctantly, Zhou Erniu boiled another big pot of hot water. After washing himself, he also cleaned the smaller children in the family. On Wednesday, Niu saw the situation and thought, since everyone was collecting firewood together, why should only he wash and not the others? So he also boiled some water and took a bath. The remaining water was just enough for Thursday Niu to wash as well. When the whole family finished washing, only he hadn't washed his hair, which made Daba and Xiaobao unhappy. The two children went to complain to Su Wanwan. She then told Nio-san and Nio-si to also help wash the two little ones. Everyone in the family washed thoroughly, even combing out the lice from their hair. Su Wanwan suddenly remembered and thought, "How did I forget about this? I should have exchanged some lice-killing medicine from the system. Next time, I will make sure everyone soaks in medicine." She was actually quite against sharing one bath bucket for the whole family, but there was no other way now. The house only had a few rooms, and if they added a big bath bucket, there probably wouldn't be enough space. Oh no, next spring, I must build a new house, or I'll feel so cramped I'll go crazy. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt very motivated. That day, when the men in the village went hunting in the mountains, Su Wanwan also signed up. "Are you serious, Aunt Zhou?" asked the eldest son of the Li family, frowning. Su Wanwan grinned and said, "My second and third kids are going with you. I'll just stay halfway up the mountain to see if I can find some wild berries. I won't go into the woods with you. Oh, that's fine then. Otherwise, we really wouldn't know what to do with you. Before leaving, Su Wanwan specifically told Nyo Air and Nyo San, you two must help each other out. If you see danger, climb a tree immediately. If you encounter that bear, just lie on the ground and play dead, understand? The two nodded repeatedly, listening carefully to their mother's advice. Honestly, this made Su Wanwan feel pretty good. At this moment, some people outside were already urging them. Su Wanwan calmly took a big bun with 3 flour noodles from the shelf and handed it to the two. Take this for the road. I heard you'll be in the mountains for several days, so this should be enough. The bun has salted meat inside. When you eat it, don't let others see. Remember, don't show your wealth. When the two heard that there was actually meat inside the head, their eyes lit up immediately, and they nodded in agreement. Zhou Xiui also wanted to go up the mountain with Su Wanwan. Reluctantly, Su Wanwan had no choice but to bring her along. They followed behind the crowd. When they reached the middle of the mountain, Su Wanwan stopped following. Zhou Xiui held the sharp, durable vegetable digging knife that Su Wanwan had given her before. Surprisingly, it was very effective. Although most of the wild vegetables were already old at this time, they could still be kept to feed the chickens. It was more worthwhile than feeding grain, right? Su Wanwan wandered alone again. She didn't find any wild vegetables, but instead encountered a large wild boar weighing about 300 pounds. The boar had an arrow stuck in its rear and was frantically running toward her. She was so scared she shouted, "Oh my God," and immediately ran downhill. But in her panic, she accidentally led the boar toward Zhou Xiui. Both mother and daughter were very frightened. Zhou Xiui dropped her knife on the ground. Seeing this, Su Wanwan's eyes lit up. She quickly bent down to pick up the knife and sternly scolded Zhou Xiui. What are you standing there for? Climb a tree quickly. Zhou Xiui, out of habit, obeyed her mother's command. But once she was in the tree, she suddenly remembered her mother was still below. Mom, I'll help you up. Seeing her about to come down, Su Wanwan hurriedly shouted, Stay where you are. Don't come down unless I tell you. After speaking, she ran in the opposite direction. The boar, now tired, stopped near the tree trunk where Zhou Xiui was standing and panted heavily. At the same time, Su Wanwan heard distant shouts. Damn it, it was probably the villagers chasing the boar. But the boar, as if frightened, let out a loud squeal and continued chasing after Su Wanwan.
Ding.
System live broadcast forcibly activated. Host will undertake a solo hunt of the wild boar. Reward, 1,000 points. Su Wanwan almost cursed aloud. She thought, you want me, an old lady, to kill a wild boar alone and broadcast it? Damn system. What are you even saying? At this moment, the live stream scene of Su Wanwan running from a wild boar had already attracted many viewers. They were surprised and also triggered a challenge task. On the system screen, the left side showed people doubting Su Wanwan, thinking she couldn't complete the solo hunt of the wild boar. On the other side, supporters believed in her, and both groups started sending gifts and competing. Su Wanwan didn't have time to check the system panel. She just wanted to run away as fast as she could. But it was too late. With her small size, she was no match for the wild boar. Soon, the boar caught up with her. Meanwhile, the young men from the village also arrived nearby. Zhou Nunyo and Zhou Sanyu were terrified. They tried to draw their bows and arrows to distract the wild boar. Unfortunately, the wild boar seemed sick and kept chasing only Su Wanwan. Seeing a cliff right behind her, Su Wanwan had no choice. When the big wild boar charged at her, she fell flat on the ground. As the boar, like a tank, leapt over her, she used her vegetable-digging knife, pointing upward, and stabbed it into the boar's belly. The boar, due to inertia, kept rushing forward. It fell off the cliff, scattering guts everywhere, which was very disgusting. Everyone saw this and rushed over. They were all shocked by the brutal scene. Zhou Nunyo and Zhou Sanyu threw away their bows and arrows and ran to help Su Wanwan up. Mom, are you okay? They asked worriedly. Su Wanwan brushed off the dirt, moved her body to check, and confirmed she was fine. She then let out a deep breath. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoa came down from the tree. She ran over crying and hugged Su Wanwan tightly. Mom, boo-hoo, you really scared me. I thought you were going to. Su Wanwan smiled and patted her back to comfort her. I'm fine now, silly girl. Everything is over. Look at me, I'm perfectly fine. The villagers looked at the mother and daughter embracing and crying, feeling a bit emotional. Unexpectedly, Grandma Su managed to fight off a wild boar by herself, and she even won. That's amazing. Truly impressive. We must be careful not to offend her in the future. Not only is her tongue sharp as a knife, but her fighting skills are also top-notch. Let's send a few people down quickly to see if the wild boar has been killed. After 2 hours, everyone finally managed to drag the completely dead wild boar up. Wow, this wild boar is really fat, the leading man said. This pig was hunted by Aunt Su. We were just helping to carry it. Don't have any bad thoughts. Our hunting team has rules. Hearing this, Su Wanwan smiled happily and pretended to be modest. Oh, what do you mean? If you hadn't driven it toward me, I wouldn't have had the chance to kill it, right? Everyone looked at her with a black face, thinking, are you implying we almost caused your death? Just say you want to keep the pork for yourself. Why beat around the bush? After apologizing, they left the whole wild boar to her and continued into the deeper mountains. With this big boar, Zhou Erniu and Zhou Saniu didn't need to go along anymore. If they handled it well, it would be enough to feed them through the winter. Ding, congratulations to the host. You completed a system task and earned 1,000 points. Ding, congratulations to the host. The PK is complete. The reward will be split 50%, converted into points, and credited to your account. Su Wanwan and her family of 4 finally managed to drag the big wild boar home before dark, with great effort. Luckily, it was mealtime, so few villagers were outside wandering around. They managed to bring the large boar back without being noticed. Once inside the yard, Mrs. Wang quickly closed and locked the gate. The family took the wild boar to the backyard and then started to prepare it enthusiastically. Su Wanwan had already prepared the seasoning for braised dishes. So, she decided to use all the pig heads, pig intestines, pig trotters, and pigtails she had bought earlier to make various dishes. The good meat from the wild boar was cut into large pieces by Zhou Erniu, along with the ribs. He planned to take them to the town to sell tomorrow. Since wild boars are rare, and such a big one can't be eaten all at once, he wanted to sell it. However, Su Wanwan didn't think the same way. She had her own salt made from the system, so she didn't need to buy the expensive coarse salt. She decided, let's keep some ribs for us to eat slowly, and remove the fat to make oil. The rest of the meat can be turned into salted meat. That way, we'll have enough meat for the winter. Everyone was very happy when they heard this. Thinking that they could keep the whole big pig for their own, it felt like having meat every day. Third and fourth brothers, go gather some firewood. Second brother, set up a stove and a shelter in the backyard. Make sure it's sealed tight, so the smell doesn't spread too much. Zhou Erniu swallowed hard and went to work. The others also started moving. Even the little ones helped feed the chickens. While others had finished dinner and were already lying on their bed sleeping, Su Wanwan was busy in the kitchen. The big iron pot was bubbling with stew, and the aroma of the braised seasoning was so tempting, truly delicious. Cleaning pig intestines is quite dirty, but the Zhou family was used to hard work. The thought of having so much tasty meat made the smell seem insignificant. Mrs. Wang was tidying up the pig intestines and kept glancing into the big iron pot, always smiling. They worked late into the night until Su Wanwan finished a large pot of braised intestines. She also prepared some other braised dishes, like pig head and pig trotters. Mrs. Wang Xiaoer, tomorrow you two go with me to the town. We'll take these braised dishes to see if we can sell them. While speaking, Su Wanwan used tongs to stir the contents in the pot, then took out a medium-sized pig intestine. Afterward, she used large scissors to cut the pig intestines into many small pieces. Only then did she call everyone over to taste them. All the children at home were already asleep, so only the adults could enjoy this delicious food. At first, people were a bit hesitant about trying it since pig offal is not usually eaten by dogs, let alone humans. But the flavor was so strong and rich that their faces showed a mix of feelings. confusion, and curiosity. Finally, Su Wanwan spoke up, saying, "Whoever eats first will get 2 coins as a reward." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Xinyu raised his hand eagerly. "Mother, let me try. If I die, so be it. At worst, I'll be a brave man again in 18 years. He quickly grabbed a piece of pig intestine, as if ready to face death, and put it into his mouth. Then he started chewing loudly. At first, he looked very determined. But within just a few breaths, his face began to show enjoyment. Seeing this, Zhou Xinyu couldn't help but reach out and take a piece to eat. Soon after, Zhou Erniu and Wang Shi also reached out to grab some, and even Xiao Yi couldn't resist and put a piece in her mouth. The pig intestines were well seasoned with flavorful broth, and Su Wanwan had added garlic paste and chili oil, making the taste even more irresistible. In just a short time, everyone had finished the large plate of pig intestines. After eating, Zhou Xinyu licked his lips happily and asked, "Mother, is there more?" "I didn't get enough." Su Wanwan took out 2 coins from her purse and handed them to him. "Here, this is the reward I promised. As for the leftover broth, don't eat it now. Save it to sell in town tomorrow." Zhou Xinyu happily accepted the coins, feeling very pleased. He didn't expect his mother to actually keep her word this time. She usually didn't. In the past, she was very stingy and never paid when she promised money. "Mother, these pig intestines are really delicious. I believe they will sell well in town tomorrow," Zhou Xinyu said with a smile. Hearing this, Su Wanwan felt quite satisfied. "All right, it's getting late. Everyone should rest now. Tomorrow morning, we have to get up early to go to town," she said, then turned to leave on her own. As for the mess here, someone else would naturally clean it up. That night, the Zhou family members all slept peacefully, even dreaming of eating delicious braised dishes. The next morning, Zhou Xinyu frowned and complained, "Mother, 4th brother bit my heel last night. He chewed so hard that he wore off the calluses on my foot. What's more annoying is that he even talked in his sleep, saying, 'Why is this pork knuckles so salty?'" Su Wanwan was almost in tears, thinking, "What kind of son is this? Doesn't he see I'm about to eat?" After breakfast, Mrs. Wang pushed out the only flat cart in the house. Zhou Erniu and Zhou Xinyu carried the braised dishes onto the cart. "Mother, if you send the 3 of us, we're worried. Maybe I should go with 3rd brother too." Su Wanwan waved her hand and said, "No need, no need. You 2 have other things to do. Today, you must quickly smoke the remaining pork at home. Don't be stingy with the salt, and don't waste the pork." Zhou Erniu and Zhou Xinyu nodded in agreement, understanding their mother's reasoning, so they didn't insist on going. Su Wanwan, along with Wang and Xiaoer, took turns pushing the cart toward the town. Fortunately, the town was not far from the village, so they arrived quickly. Coincidentally, there was a market today, so many people had already gathered. Su Wanwan finally found a relatively quiet spot and parked the cart. The better locations were already crowded. They laid out all the braised dishes on the cart, and as soon as she finished, many people gathered around to look. The smell of the braised dishes was so strong and unique that it attracted nearby vendors and villagers from the market. "Hey, miss, what are you selling? Why does it smell so good?" asked an old woman with few teeth. Su Wanwan's face darkened slightly, thinking, "Am I really that old?" Oh well. Since she was her first customer, she decided not to argue. She smiled and said, "These are pig offal cooked with my family's secret recipe. The taste is really good. Today is our first day of doing business. People who come early can try a free sample, up to 1 small plate." When everyone heard that it was made from pig offal, they immediately showed disgusted expressions. "What? This is pig offal? People actually eat that? Don't joke with us. Even my dog wouldn't eat this." Su Wanwan was not angry. She knew that few people usually ate this kind of food. At that moment, an elderly man from a noodle stall across from them hurried over to Su Wanwan's booth. "The noodles taste very bland. What are you selling? The flavor is good. Give me a bowl to try." The people around looked surprised, but Su Wanwan smiled and said, "You can try a piece for free. If you like it, you can buy more." The old man's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "All right, I'll try a piece." He rolled up his sleeve, picked a bamboo skewer from the plate, and bit into a piece of pig intestine, chewing loudly. It tastes good. Give me a bowl, I'll eat it with the noodles later. Oh, and 2 jean to take home for my evening drink. Someone nearby reminded him. Sir, this is marinated pig offal. The old man looked suspicious and said, So what if it's marinated pig offal? If it tastes good, that's all that matters. If it's proper braised meat, how can we, poor folks, afford it? Su Wanwan smiled and explained, Our marinated meat costs 10 cents per jean. A bowl is about half a jean. With the 2 jean you want, it's 25 cents in total. The old man happily paid and then carried a large bamboo tube away. As the saying goes, starting is the hardest part. Once the first person approved, others started to waver. The old man returned to the noodle stall and poured the hot marinated meat, along with the broth, into the noodles. Suddenly, the plain, bland noodles became flavorful. Especially with a layer of red oil floating on top, it made everyone's mouth water. Hearing him slurp and eat the marinated meat with the noodles, other customers also started swallowing nervously. Even the owner of the noodle stall came over to Su Wanwan. At this moment, over 10 people had already tasted the food from Su Wanwan's stall. After trying it, they all said it was delicious, so each of them bought some to take away. As a result, the people behind also started to change their opinion about the marinated pig offal. Are you all going to buy or not? If not, please make way so I can buy some, said the noodle shop owner. He even wanted to ask Su Wanwan for some broth to add to his noodles, thinking it would improve the flavor a lot. Behind him, several customers were waiting. An elderly man at the back came again. He felt he didn't buy enough earlier, so now he planned to buy more to take home. Seeing others rushing to buy, the people who weren't interested at first also changed their minds when they saw the long line behind them.
Who said we're not buying?
Auntie, give me 2 jean, about 1 kilogram. I want some too, just 1 jean is fine. At this moment, Su Wanwan called out, Everyone, we also have marinated pig trotters and pig head meat made from fresh wild boar. The pig trotters cost 15 cents each, and the pig head meat is 30 cents per jean. First come, first served. There aren't many left. Hearing this, everyone quickly took out coins from their pockets. Some of them were quite well off, so they focused on buying the pig head meat and trotters. Soon, all the marinated dishes Su Wanwan brought were sold out. Even the leftover broth and water were packed up by the noodle shop owner across the street. Seeing that it was getting late and everyone was hungry, Su Wanwan decided to pack up her stall. She bought 3 bowls of noodles with marinated meat broth for everyone, and they all quickly ate their fill. Young lady, you gave me a lot of marinated meat broth earlier. This time, I'll pay for 2 bowls of noodles, just 8 cents. After paying happily, Su Wanwan took the 2 people with her to the pork shop. Looking at the 2 large baskets of pig offal that no one wanted, Su Wanwan's heart suddenly lit up with joy. Boss, how much do you sell this pig offal for? That stuff was meant for my guard dog. If you want it, young lady, I'll give it to you for free. My wife also said it smells bad to keep it here. Su Wanwan smiled and said, Thank you very much, but we can't just take your things for nothing. I need this pig's offal every day. How about we talk about a business deal? Hearing this, the butcher was momentarily stunned, but he quickly showed a smile. Is this a big chance for me? Someone is willing to pay for that smelly stuff. Miss, are you serious? You really want to buy my pig's offal? The butcher asked, surprised. Su Wanwan nodded and said, Of course, it's true. If you don't believe me, we can make a written agreement. The butcher was overjoyed. Great. Come on, my son is at home today. I'll have him write the agreement later. You must keep your word. I usually sell pigs offal for 2 cents apiece. I can probably get 4 or 5 sets a day. Su Wanwan nodded happily and then asked how much he sold pig's trotters and pig heads for. The butcher smiled and said, Those are mostly bones, not much meat, so not worth much. Only pig ears and pig noses are a bit useful. If you want, I can sell you a pig's head for pig's trotters and a pig's tail for 20 cents. How about that? The butcher felt a bit nervous inside, worried that his price was too high and she might refuse to buy. But to Su Wanwan, that price was extremely cheap. After all, her own marinated meat was sold at a high price. At this moment, A teenage boy dressed like a scholar came out, carrying writing supplies. Soon the agreement was written. Each side had a copy, signed and sealed, and the deal was done. Miss, these 2 baskets of pig's offal are a gift for me today. I won't charge you. Suwama was naturally happy to save money. So, the 3 of them happily pushed the 2 big baskets of pig's offal back home. However, along the way, everyone they met pinched their noses and avoided them. Despite receiving many strange looks, Su Wanwan believed that as long as she was brave enough, no one could bother her. But Wang Shi and Zhou Xiui couldn't stand it anymore. They both wanted to hide their faces with their sleeves. We didn't steal or rob anything, so what are we afraid of? Everyone should hold their heads high and act with dignity, not look like thieves. When Su Wanwan said this, the 2 of them immediately blushed and lifted their heads. On the way back, they happened to meet some villagers. Someone said with a look of disgust, "Oh my, I thought your family had gotten rich, but I didn't expect you to be eating this stuff." Author's note: Dear friends, if you like the writing style of Yi Sheng Han, you can check out my previous completed book. Mwah! Wishing everyone wealth, health, and happiness. Su Wanwan was now focused on earning more money for her family so they could build a big house next year. As for those gossipers, she didn't care what they said. They ignored the gossip and kept pushing the cart home. After all, there was still a lot of work to do today, and there were 2 big baskets of pig offal on the cart. Once home, everyone immediately started working. Mrs. Wang and Zhou Xiui took the pig offal to the small river because washing it at home used too much water. Carrying water was hard enough, and using fresh river water would make it cleaner. Su Wanwan started cooking the marinated meat, even bringing out the old iron pot that had been discarded before. She asked Zhou Erniu and Zhou Saniu to set up a stove in the backyard. There was too much to cook and one stove would be too slow. They probably wouldn't sleep tonight. By the river, Mrs. Wang and Zhou Xiui were washing vigorously when they suddenly heard an unpleasant voice from downstream. I say, you guys didn't see I was bathing here and you dare to wash such disgusting things upstream. The man was someone Mrs. Wang knew, famous in the village as Lazy, one of the few lazy men around. He was over 30, with no missing limbs, but still couldn't find a wife. Mrs. Wang whispered to Zhou Xiui, "Xiui, later you take the wash stuff back first, and call your 2nd and 3rd brothers. This kid probably saw only us here, and might have some inappropriate thoughts about you." Zhou Xiui's face immediately changed in fear. She told Mrs. Wang, 2nd sister-in-law, "You be careful too. I'll go and come back quickly." She finished speaking and ran home carrying her basket, not giving those 2 troublemakers any chance to bother her. "Hey, Sister Xiua, don't run away. I saw everything about you earlier, so you have to take responsibility for me," said the 2nd troublemaker. Seeing Zhou Xiua run off, he cursed loudly and then, while dressing, headed toward Wang's house. Wang, seeing him coming, deliberately raised her voice. "I say, 2nd troublemaker, don't come any closer. Be careful, I might report you to the village chief for being inappropriate." Hearing this, the troublemaker paused. He wasn't afraid of the village chief, but if Wang spread the story, he wouldn't be able to stay in the village anymore. People would say he was a greedy man, willing to pursue any woman, regardless of her marital status. Thinking of this, he had no choice but to stand his ground and threaten, "Wang, this isn't over. Just wait and see, one day you'll see how tough I am." Wang scoffed at his words, not taking his threats seriously. "2nd troublemaker, you should just give up. With your attitude, do you really think I'll be afraid of you?" "That's a joke." After saying this, she lowered her head and continued washing pig offal. The troublemaker, seeing this, had no choice but to leave in frustration. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiua had already run over with Zhou Erniu and Zhou Saniu. Seeing that the troublemaker had left, they finally felt relieved. "2nd sister-in-law, are you okay?" Zhou Xiua asked with concern. Wang shook her head and said, "I'm fine. I scared him off. Let's go home quickly, or Mother will be worried." The 3 of them quickly picked up their pace and soon arrived home. At this moment, Su Wanwan had finished preparing the marinating sauce. The rich aroma wafted into the air, making everyone salivate. especially the little ones at home. They had gone to bed early yesterday and hadn't tasted the marinated meat yet. Today, they were all very excited, afraid they might fall asleep again and miss out on such delicious food. Seeing this, Su Wanwan smiled and said, "Don't worry, you'll get plenty to eat later. But first, we need to marinate the pig offal, or it will be hard to see when it gets dark." A few little kids, upon hearing this, barely managed to hold back their drooling, which was about to spill out of their mouths. Then they obediently went to catch grasshoppers. The weather was getting cooler, so grasshoppers were harder to catch. They also tried to dig for earthworms. Over at Su Wanwan's place, both fires under the stove were burning brightly. The pot was bubbling with braised meat, and the rich smell quickly spread through the village. The delicious aroma made many children start crying and fussing. "Mom, it smells so good. I want to eat." "I don't care, I just want to eat meat." "Grandma, do you smell that? It's so fragrant. Someone must be cooking meat late at night." "Dad, I want to eat meat." "I don't care. If you don't give me some, I'll pee on the bed to show you." Suddenly, the whole village of Beihong was in chaos because of the strong smell of braised meat. The villagers, unable to ignore their children's fussing, stopped their usual activities of making toys and gathered their clothes, frowning, to find the source of the trouble. Some even brought their guard dogs along to help. Soon, everyone was gathered in Su Wanwan's backyard. "Hey, isn't that old Joe's house? But the smell seems to be coming from the backyard. Let's go in and see." Staying up late to secretly cook meat, what kind of behavior is that? Exactly. Su Wanwan is a widow. She has no man to care for her, and she's sneaking around late at night. It's disturbing our sleep. Her tricks are really mean. As they discussed, they circled around Su Wanwan's yard and finally reached the gate. "Su Wanwan, you homewrecker, what good stuff are you sneaking and eating late at night?" Only Widow Lu could say such a thing. Her son was causing the most trouble and almost ruined her plans. She thought everyone was just like her, so she suspected that Su Wanwan was also up to no good. Since so many people had come out, it was clear something was happening. Su Wanwan had already noticed the crowd. She had told her family in advance, if they try to force their way in, just fight them off. "Tomorrow morning you, the third son, go straight to the county office and report that they broke into our home." On Wednesday, Nyo frowned and asked, "Mother, what if they refuse to come?" Su Wanwan glared at him and said, "If they are reasonable and willing to negotiate, we might give them a discount. We could sell it to them at 8 coins per jean." As soon as she finished speaking, they heard the voice of Widow Lu shouting outside. "Su Wanwan, don't hide inside and stay silent. I know you're at home. If you can steal a man, why can't you open the door?" Oh, what a familiar line. Su Wanwan almost laughed out of anger. The two had long-standing grudges, so she didn't need to hold back anymore. Without hesitation, she grabbed a burning piece of firewood with tongs and threw it outside. Widow Lu didn't realize she was in big trouble until someone nearby frowned and said, "Hey, why does it smell like burning pig hair here?" "Mother, oh no. Your hair is on fire," Tai Tu shouted. Only then did Widow Lu realize how serious the problem was. Coincidentally, a light wind blew, and the flames quickly spread along her long hair, setting her on fire. The strange thing was, Widow Lu hadn't washed her hair for over 3 months, and it was full of oil, like a natural accelerant. She screamed and jumped around, even tearing off her burning clothes. The women nearby exclaimed, "Oh my God, she's so shameless. She's actually undressing in public." Exactly. If it were me, I'd rather burn to death than do such a despicable thing. The men, showing their lecherous nature, gathered in groups and started commenting, "Look at Widow Lu, she's quite fair. Yeah, and probably feels pretty good too. I heard that for 10 coins, you can climb over her wall." Not sure if it's true. Let me tell you a secret, it's true. Regular customers only need 8 coins. Su Wanwan didn't want to make things worse, so she had prepared a bucket of cold water. Seeing that Widow Lu had mostly lost her face, she poured the water over her head. It was autumn, and the weather was cool. Widow Lu's clothes had already been burned off, and now soaked in cold water, it was hard for her not to get sick. Everyone saw what happened, and immediately fell silent. After all, Su Wanwan's actions were very bold. If she gets upset again and does the same to her own family, it could be very bad, right? Widow Lu was suddenly sobered up by the cold. She saw that her upper body was completely exposed, so she quickly covered herself with her hands. She no longer had the face to stay here. She had been seen by half the village. Thinking of this, she felt both angry and embarrassed, and she hurriedly ran away like the wind. Today, the villagers had a good show. Those with bad intentions didn't sleep well that night. Every time they closed their eyes, they kept thinking about the lively scene involving Widow Lu today. They were even very grateful to Su Wanwan, thinking she had given them a feast for the eyes. Especially the old bachelors, who had a great time today. The next day, Su Wanwan continued to take Wang and Zhou Xiaoa into town to sell marinated snacks. When walking through the village, she noticed that everyone was avoiding her. Yes, it seemed her show of strength last night was successful. Mainly because Widow Lu broke into someone's house and even dared to scold her directly. She couldn't blame herself for being a little harsh in return. Also, according to the memories of her original self, Widow Lu had some kind of relationship with her late husband. But these things no longer mattered now. She had already helped the original owner get revenge. The three of them smoothly entered the town and headed straight to the spot where they had set up their stall last time. Since their marinated snacks were unique all day long, they quickly attracted many repeat customers. What made Su Wanwan even happier was that these customers brought their friends and family to support her. Seeing this, Su Wanwan smiled and said to everyone, "Today, I'm in a good mood. All regular customers get a 10% discount." Everyone was very happy to hear this. They took bowls from their baskets, which also helped Su Wanwan save some bamboo tubes, right? "Hee, young lady, just put it in my bowl. My son said these bamboo tubes are hard to lick and the soup inside is wasted. Haha, I brought my own bowl too. That way, not a single drop of the soup will be wasted. My wife is pregnant and craving things lately. She loves to dip rice in this marinated meat soup. Auntie, can you give me more of the soup?" Su Wanwan is now used to being called older sister or aunt, so she has developed some resistance. At this moment, she feels completely calm inside. She usually uses lotus leaves to pack the braised pig trotters and pig head meat, since these dishes don't have much gravy. The lotus leaves help keep the food fresh and add a light, fragrant aroma. Wang and Zhou Xiaoyi are working together. One packs the food, the other collects money. They work very well as a team. Suddenly, a few officials dressed in official clothes, carrying waste knives and chewing on grass, approach confidently. Su Wanwan senses trouble and quickly says to everyone, "Sorry, everyone, we plan to close early today. Please come back tomorrow." The officials step closer. The leader presses his hand on the cart and says, "Don't go yet. I heard your business is doing very well. Have you paid your taxes?" Hearing this, Su Wanwan quickly takes out 5 coins from her purse, trying to smile, but her face looks strained. She hands the coins to the officer and asks politely, "Sir, is this enough?" The officer snatches the coins from her hand, spits out the grass, and angrily says, "Are you begging? Show us half of what you earned today as a tribute, or come with us to the government office." Su Wanwan narrows her eyes and instinctively touches the small vegetable knife given by her system. She thinks this is a blessing, not a curse. If they really want to fight, I'll just take out 2 of them first. Anyway, I've already lost my life, so what's there to lose? Seeing she remains silent, the officer thinks she's scared and reaches out to grab the basket of money. Just as Su Wanwan is about to draw her knife, a small stone suddenly flies from somewhere in the crowd and hits the officer's wrist. He yelps in pain and pulls out his sword, shouting, "Who's there? Who dares to attack me? Are you trying to rebel?" At that moment, an old man steps out from the crowd. Su Wanwan recognizes him. He is her first customer. "Oh, it's you. I didn't recognize you. Well done, sir. If you're not tired, maybe you can give me another punch on the face?" Everyone looked very upset and thought, this person has been acting arrogantly here for some time. Have any of the small vendors or merchants been bullied or exploited by him? Today, it seems they have met someone tough. The old man, with a stern face, angrily said, Is this how you usually do your job? To bully the common people? You should be punished. Hearing this, the officers all knelt down in fear, trembling like leaves in the wind. Old sir, please have mercy. We won't dare to do it again. Please forgive us. We promise to change. Get out. If you ever bully the people again, you'll end up in jail. Hearing this, they hurriedly helped each other up and ran away as if they had been pardoned. There were several puddles of water left on the ground. Seeing this, Su Won quickly handed over 2 pigs' trotters and 2 jean of marinated food, smiling and said, "Thank you for helping us, the orphaned mother and daughter. This is a small gift to show our gratitude." The old man then left a small piece of silver and said, "Madam, I am truly sorry for today's trouble. It's my son's fault for not controlling his men. Please forgive us." After saying that, he took the things Su Won gave him and left proudly. The crowd then started talking among themselves. "This is the father of our county's magistrate. I heard he came to enjoy his retirement. Who would have thought he'd meet him today? Those young men are in trouble now."
Bah! What kind of people are they?
If it weren't for the old sir being here, that lady selling marinated food might have been bullied by them. Hearing the gossip, Su Won realized she had met an important person today. She secretly felt lucky. Without this, how could they, just a few weak women, fight against those fierce officers? The 3 of them looked at each other and smiled, feeling relieved and happy to have escaped danger. In less than 2 hours, all the marinated food they brought was sold out. Su Won even left a bowl for the butcher. After packing up, they went to buy pig offal. When they arrived, the shop owner saw them and happily brought out everything they had prepared earlier, even carefully helping them load it onto a cart. Su Won didn't hesitate and handed over a big bowl of hot marinated food to the other person, smiling and saying, "This is for you. Just return the bowl to me later." Hearing this, the butcher's wife quickly took the bowl and couldn't help but sniff, saying, "Wow, this smells so good. I can tell it's delicious even without tasting it." Soon after, she washed the bowl and returned it. Su Won also paid for the pig offal and then bought some spices with the 2 of them before pushing the cart home. The 3 of them talked happily along the way, but Su Won's body was starting to feel tired. "Second brother's family, next time we go to the market, remind me to bring second and third brothers so we can buy a big ox." When Wang Shi and Zhou Xiui heard that their family was going to buy a cart for the ox, they felt like they were dreaming. But they also thought about how once they had the cart, they wouldn't need to push things to the city anymore. That would save a lot of time and effort, especially during spring planting and autumn harvest when the ox would be a big help. They were all very happy. After returning home, they couldn't wait to share the good news with the others, even telling everyone about the chickens and ducks too. The children in the family were especially excited because, in all of Beihong village, only Li Zheng's family had an ox, and it was an old one. Usually, when others borrowed it, they felt guilty. Everyone in the family was full of enthusiasm because the market was coming in a few days, and their family would be one of the only 2 households with a cart. How could they not be excited? When people are happy, their work becomes twice as efficient. Today, Su Won brought back a lot of pig offal, 3 big baskets full. Despite that, everyone worked happily, as if they were washing piles of gold instead of smelly pig parts. Seeing everyone so hardworking, Su Won felt very happy inside. She knew that as long as the family worked together, life would get better and better. While she was busy, she heard children outside calling for Air Bao and the others to go pick wild apples and pears in the mountains. Originally, the children didn't plan to go out to play because the family was busy preparing delicious food. However, Su Won's eyes lit up, and she thought to herself that the system's standard for rewards was based on family members. So, that meant the things the kids brought back could also be exchanged with the system. Suddenly, she had an idea and said, "Second brother, take big brother and little brother with you. Go out and play with the other children. Remember to pick some fruits and bring them back." Any kind of fruit can be exchanged for rewards at Grandma's place. When the children heard they could get rewards for playing outside, they became very excited. Each of them carried a small basket and went up the mountain with the village kids. Even the usually pampered brothers, big brother and little brother, changed into patched old clothes, and went up the mountain with everyone. After the children left, the house became much quieter. When Wang and the others returned after cleaning the pig's innards, Su Wanwan had already prepared the 2 big pots of broth. Seeing her use fire to cook the widow Lu, everyone in the village didn't dare to think about tasting her special marinated dishes, no matter how tempting they looked. However, some greedy women secretly took their own savings and came to buy a few pieces of the marinated meat to satisfy their cravings. Su Wanwan was happy to sell to them. She even scooped a little extra broth for each of them. Even if they didn't taste it, once they tried the marinated flavor, the greedy girls couldn't get enough. They wished they could get pregnant right now so they could boldly tell their mother-in-law that they wanted to eat that marinated dish. The marinated meat cost only 8 won per jin, which was quite cheap. But for rural families, it was considered a luxury. 8 won could buy 8 eggs. But what was pig innards? They were things nobody wanted, even for free. Mother, our stone is having a tough time. He's been sick lately and doesn't want to eat much. Could you give me 2 won so I can buy some pig innards from Aunt Sue to satisfy the kids? If he doesn't eat, he's just not hungry. I have enough grandchildren. If one is missing, it doesn't matter. Let him starve. He deserves it. Similar conversations happened in many families. But there were also understanding and kind mothers-in-law, like Li, the original mother-in-law of Su Wanwan. Big brother, go to your younger sister-in-law's house and buy a bowl of that marinated pig offal. People in the village say it tastes good. Since your wife is pregnant and has a craving, you should get her some to try. We can all share and enjoy it too. Hearing this, Zhou Baocheng quickly took 10 copper coins and a big bowl, then headed to Su Wanwan's house. On the way, he felt nervous. When his third sister-in-law once argued with a family and they separated, it was very embarrassing for everyone. Now, if he goes to buy something from her, will she give him a cold look? While he was lost in thought, he arrived at Su Wanwan's door. Suddenly, Zhou Xinyu exclaimed, "Hey, isn't that our eldest uncle?" "Mom, our eldest uncle is here." He ran quickly to the backyard. Su Wanwan heard this and hurriedly put down her spoon, wiped her hands, and came forward. Seeing Su Wanwan come out, Zhou Baocheng was so scared he almost dropped the big bowl on the ground. Su Wanwan found it funny and thought, "Is it really necessary? He's over 1.80 meters tall, and he's afraid of me, who is just over 1.60 meters. Seeing her smile at him, Zhou Baocheng broke out in a sweat on his forehead. Zhou Xinyu asked quickly, "Elder uncle, are you here to see my mom? What's the matter?" Hearing this, Zhou Baocheng swallowed hard and stammered, "Well, my sister-in-law asked me to buy." By that, Su Wanwan immediately understood his purpose and said to Zhou Xinyu, "Fourth brother, take your eldest uncle to the main hall and give him some sweet water." After saying that, she snatched the big bowl from Zhou Baocheng and turned to go to the backyard. Zhou Baocheng thought to himself, "It's over. Not only did I not get what I came for, but I also ended up with a bowl. Luckily, my third sister-in-law didn't hit me with a cooking hook. Maybe I've escaped death again." Seeing him still standing there blankly, Zhou Xinyu stepped forward and dragged him inside. Judging by his expression, he looked as if he had been forced into a difficult situation. After bringing him in, Zhou Xinyu poured a bowl of sweet water for him. In this era, sugar and salt were very precious. Being offered a bowl of sweet water was a sign of great respect. Zhou Bao was already very thirsty, and now he was truly feeling parched. But as soon as he tasted the sweet water, he was completely stunned. He thought to himself, "It's over now. I drank a bowl of sugar water given by my younger sister-in-law. Won't she ask me to buy 2 jin of fatty pork to make up for it?" Just as he was feeling anxious, Su Wanwan had already brought him a big, pointed bowl of marinated food. Most of it was pork head meat and pork belly with very little pig offal. She was preparing this for her family to eat. Coincidentally, her eldest uncle from the old house had come over, so she decided to give this as a kind of apology for the original owner. That man had been beaten quite badly by the original owner before. "Big brother, take this back for your parents to try," she said. Here, this is for you," he replied, placing 10 coins on the table. Then he grabbed the bowl of marinated meat and ran off quickly. Seeing him run away in such a hurried and awkward way, Su Wanwan couldn't help but laugh. Meanwhile, Zhou Baocheng ran straight back to the old house. He placed the items on the table, looking as if he had just thrown a hot potato. Li Shi saw this and was surprised. She looked at the full bowl of fragrant braised pork and exclaimed, "Elder brother, this bowl of meat probably costs 20 or 30 coins just for the meat. And you only gave her 10 coins? Aren't we bullying her as an orphaned widow?" Hearing this, Zhou Baocheng was very frightened. He quickly stood up and said, "Mother, this was given to me by my third sister-in-law. I was busy running away and didn't ask her how much this bowl of meat cost." Li Shi shook her head with a bitter smile. "It's over. We paid for the braised pig offal, but you brought back such a big bowl of pork belly. What should we do? I hope she doesn't come knocking with a kitchen knife later." While Su Wanwan's family was happily eating braised pork with cabbage, Li Shi personally took some money and went to visit. After so many years of dividing the family, this was the first time she, as the mother-in-law, had entered her third son's house. The old lady stood at the gate of the yard without stepping inside. Zhou Baocheng, standing beside her, had to muster his courage and shout, "Third sister-in-law, I gave you too little money earlier. I brought more silver now, and I left it on the wall. Okay?" Upon hearing this, Su Wanwan quickly put down her chopsticks and went outside. She saw an elderly man with white hair standing at her house's gate. She smiled and called to the children, "Come on, your grandma and uncle are here. Let's go out and greet them." Seeing everyone from the house come out, Li and her son were very scared. They thought, "This is bad. Are they going to attack us all together?" They wished they had just run away with the money earlier. Just as they were thinking about shouting for help, Su Wanwan smiled and said, "Mom, big brother, you haven't eaten yet, right? I made extra food today. Come inside and eat with us." Hearing this, Li quickly stepped back in fear. She thought, "This daughter-in-law hates me so much, she might have put rat poison in the food." She hurriedly said, "No, we just finished eating. About the money for the third family." Su Wanwan then understood what was happening. She smiled and took out 10 coins from her purse, giving them to Li. "Mom, we're all family. I shouldn't take big brother's money. Keep this, and the meat bowl is my way of showing respect to my parents." At that moment, Li even wondered if she was dreaming. Could these words really come from her daughter-in-law's mouth? Su Wanwan then signaled Zhou Sanyu. He quickly ran to the backyard and returned with 2 braised pig's feet wrapped in lotus leaves. She handed the pig's feet to Zhou Baocheng and said to Li, "Mom, since you don't want to stay and eat with us, take these pig's feet home and enjoy them slowly." The mother and son were completely shocked. They hadn't even sat back on their own bed before they still couldn't believe what had just happened. "Big brother, come here. Let Mom pinch you to see if it hurts. I feel like today's events are so strange, like a dream." Zhou Baocheng wanted to cry, but couldn't. As the most filial son, he had no choice but to let his mother pinch him hard. It hurt so much he let out a loud cry and almost jumped up. "Mom, it hurts, it really hurts. Everything that just happened is real. The meat bowl was real, and those 2 pigs' feet are real too." When Li Shi heard this, she nodded and then ordered, "Old lady's wife, take down the silver hairpin on your head and check if there's poison in the meat." Su Wanwan didn't realize how much trouble her sudden change had caused for the people at the Zhou family's old house. There was shock and a test for poison on that side. After fussing around until late at night, they finally had their dinner. It's true that good food is worth waiting for. All this fuss was not in vain. There was delicious braised meat to enjoy. That night, everyone at the Zhou family's old house couldn't sleep. They kept thinking about the unique taste of the food, wondering if the third house might have some secret plan. Meanwhile, Su Wanwan took the children back to their room to continue enjoying their hearty dinner. After dinner, the family still had work to do. Su Wanwan had already taught Wang Shi and Zhou Xiui how to make the braised meat, so she finally had some free time to look at the fruits the children had picked. They were wild mountain fruits, not very pretty, some were crooked or broken. Compared to the high-tech fruits grown in modern times, they looked very different. The 4 children brought back less than 30 jin of wild fruits. Su Wanwan kept 5 jin for herself, and the rest she sold to the system in exchange for dozens of points. Not bad. Those points could be exchanged for 20 jin of rice or flour in the system. So, Su Wanwan decided to spend 4 points to get 4 big, bright red apples. She called the children over and gave each of them one. The big and small children had eaten similar apples once in the city, but none looked as fresh as these in Su Wanwan's hands. Erbao and Yaya had never even seen such apples, let alone eat them. They just popped out of the dirt. The children looked at the apples and swallowed their saliva. Su Wanwan smiled and said, "Eat them all, don't save any. Finish them in the kitchen, or someone might see and take them away. From now on, go to the mountain every day to find these wild fruits, and Grandma will reward you." Children are easy to please. They all listened to Su Wanwan, lined up on the ground, and started munching happily. Take a bite, and juice splashed everywhere, even into their eyes. They didn't bother to wipe it off, just kept eating and blinking. Their cute little expressions were really adorable. Su Wanwan watched the children happily eating, and her heart felt warm. She turned to look out the window. The night was deep, and the moonlight bathed the small yard like water. She softly told the children, "Finish eating quickly and go back to sleep. Tomorrow, we have to get up early to go up the mountain." The next day, Su Wanwan told Zhou Erniu and his wife to go to town to sell the marinated snacks. She stayed at home to collect wild fruits from the children in the same village. After all, it was hard for her own child to cheat with such a small amount of food. Collecting more wild fruits would also allow her to make spicy pickled vegetables later. That would taste better than bitter wild greens, right? As for Zhou Sanyu and Zhou Xiaoa, she also sent them up the mountain. While the weather is not too cold, try to gather more mountain delicacies. Things like hazelnuts and chestnuts are fine. Just bring back anything edible. Then she told the children, "Tell your friends to bring wild fruits to our house later. I will trade candies for their wild fruits." Zhou Sanyu put down his book and frowned, saying, "Mom, wouldn't that be too unfair? Wild fruits are everywhere, and no one really eats them because they're sour and bitter." Su Wanwan shot him a quick look and said, "Focus on your studies. If you fall behind next year in the private school, just wait and see how I deal with you." After everyone was sent away, only Su Wanwan and Zhou Sanyu were left at home. But Zhou Sanyu was busy reading, so he had no time to care about what Su Wanwan was doing. Finally, Su Wanwan could relax. She exchanged 10 jin of rice from the system and carried a basket to the old Zhou family house. This was her first visit to her husband's family since she traveled here. She remembered the place, but now the old house was more run down than before, showing that the Zhou family was struggling. She sighed and thought to herself that the original owner had fought to keep the compensation money, even breaking ties with the Zhou family. Now, in this ancient time, without family support, being a widow was really hard. Seeing her arrive, the children playing in the yard all screamed and ran inside. Even the chickens in the yard clucked loudly and scattered. Su Wanwan couldn't help but smile slightly, thinking to herself that the original owner's presence was truly intimidating. After a while, Mrs. Li was helped out by her 2 daughters-in-law. Although Su Wanwan had left a good impression yesterday, Mrs. Li still remembered her past mistakes and now thought she was here to cause trouble. "I knew my 3rd sister-in-law wouldn't change easily." Sure enough, she's come knocking on the door, she said. "Mother, older sister-in-law, what should we do?" With 3rd sister-in-law's temper, if we all band together, we might not be her match, they worried. At this moment, Su Wanwan naturally stepped inside. Mrs. Li quickly said, "3rd sister-in-law, let's talk here." "Yes, 3rd sister-in-law, it's too drafty here. We can settle things in the yard," they added. "Our home is too run down. I worry it might upset you, 3rd sister-in-law," they said. Su Wanwan's face darkened. She thought, "Since you don't want me to come in, we'll just talk here." She placed the rice she brought at the gate and left 2 coins, saying, "Actually, I need a favor from you all." As soon as she finished, the 3 women looked at each other, thinking, "I knew it." Then Su Wanwan continued, "I want to buy more Chinese cabbages in the village. Usually, they cost a penny for 3 jin, but I'm willing to pay a penny for 2 jin. However, I have a condition. The outermost old leaves must be removed, and the cabbages should be cleaned up before delivery. I'd like your help with this, Mother and my two sisters-in-law. She left the money and quickly walked away without looking back. The mother-in-law and her daughters-in-law stood there in confusion for a while before finally coming to their senses. Mother, did I hear right? Third sister-in-law actually left us money. Yes, Mother, that bag looks like it's filled with grain. Grandma, this is white rice. Third aunt sent us so much rice. Wow, Grandma. Does that mean we can eat plain rice tonight? The children were the first to get excited, and their mother looked at the items left by Su Wanwan with a surprised expression. Wow, this really caught us off guard. What is third sister-in-law planning to do? Mrs. Lee said. She said she wants to buy large cabbages, and she's willing to pay 1 coin for 2 jin. Quickly, let's gather all our cabbages and have the older brothers deliver them to her later. I just hope she doesn't come back to scare us again. That really frightened me. Meanwhile, after returning home, Su Wanwan told Jo Sinyu about her plan to buy large cabbages. Fourth brother, your mother might ask you to help later. You should be able to keep accounts, right? Jo Sinyu looked confused and asked, Mother, why are you buying so many cabbages? They're not worth much, and we already have a big patch in the backyard. Su Wanwan smiled and said, You don't understand. In winter, cabbages are very useful. You can make pickled vegetables or cook them, and I plan to make spicy cabbage. Maybe I can even sell some in town. Hearing this, Jo Sinyu's eyes lit up and he happily said, Mother, you're amazing. You know so much. But I don't know what pickled vegetables or spicy cabbage are. Su Wanwan was momentarily stunned. In her memory, she didn't seem to know those foods either. That meant she had gained 2 more ways to make money. Seeing Jo Sinyu's eager face, she had a plan in mind. She smiled mysteriously and said, When you help me gather all the cabbages tomorrow, I'll make some for you to try. Then you'll see. Jo Sinyu was so happy, he looked like a child. He thought to himself that he must do his best tomorrow to impress his mother and get more special treats. In the afternoon, the people from the old house brought over 2 big carts of cabbages. Su Wanwan roughly estimated that there were at least 500 jin. According to their agreement, she paid Zhou Baoxing 250 coins. Big brother, I haven't borrowed a scale today, so I can't weigh these. You can take this money first. Remember to help me gather more cabbages. However many I get, I want all of them. Zhou Baocheng held the heavy 250 coins in his hands, feeling like he was dreaming. His third sister-in-law actually kept her promise and paid him? But his mother said it was a free gift. Oh, what should he do now? Seeing him hold the coins as if they were hot coals, Su Wanwan smiled and said, Big brother, hurry and take the money home. Don't lose it. But third sister-in-law, mother said we should give you these cabbages, not ask for money. Su Wanwan smiled and replied, Family is family, but business is business. After all, brothers should settle accounts clearly, right? Zhou Baocheng didn't dare argue with Su Wanwan. He was just tired of all the fuss. So he could only grit his teeth, put the coins into his pocket, and then push the empty cart home. Second brother, why do I feel like third sister-in-law has changed into a different person? Big brother, I heard that she once argued with someone and accidentally got her phlegm stuck. Everyone thought she was gone, but she surprisingly recovered after 3 days. Hearing his second brother's words, Zhou Baocheng suddenly realized and said, Oh, I see. That's why she suddenly seems like a different person. But that's good. At least we won't have to avoid her anymore. Meanwhile, Su Wanwan had already started preparing the cabbages. She removed the old leaves from the cabbages, then washed each piece carefully, and finally cut them in half with a knife. At this moment, Zhou Sinyu curiously came over. Seeing Su Wanwan busy, he quickly asked, Mother, do you need any help? Su Wanwan didn't look up and said, Go help me boil a big pot of water. We'll need it later. Zhou Sinyu immediately ran to the kitchen to help. In no time, a pot of boiling water was ready. Su Wanwan put all the cut cabbages into a large wooden tub, then poured the hot water over them. After the cabbages softened from boiling, she scooped them out and neatly arranged them in a large clay jar she had prepared earlier. Zhou Sinyu watched with wide eyes, unable to understand why mother had to boil the cabbages first. Seeing Zhou Sinyu's confused expression, Su Wanwan smiled and explained, This is to remove some moisture from the cabbage, since we don't have time to dry it. This way, the cabbage will ferment better and the pickled vegetables will taste even better. After hearing this, Josinius still felt doubtful, but he trusted his mother completely. This unconditional trust had grown over the days as he enjoyed many delicious meals. Su Wanwan sprinkled a generous amount of coarse salt on the cabbage, then found a large stone. She and Josiniu worked hard to press the stone down on the cabbage. After finishing, Su Wanwan took a deep breath and nodded with satisfaction. Curious, Josiniu asked, "Mom, is that enough?" Su Wanwan nodded and said, "The first step is done. We're just getting started. In a few days, we need to turn the cabbage again, or it won't ferment well and might spoil." Hearing this, Josiniu was surprised. He thought putting the cabbage in a jar and adding some salt was all there was to it. He didn't expect there were more steps. Next, Su Wanwan washed the small cabbage heads she had picked out. She was preparing to make spicy cabbage. She used chili powder she exchanged from the system and the fruits she brought back yesterday from the children. She carefully separated each leaf of the cabbage, washed them thoroughly, and placed them in a large wooden basin. Then she took a bowl, added chili powder, garlic paste, ginger, and chopped fruits, and mixed everything well. After mixing, she spread the sauce evenly on each cabbage leaf. Once done, she rolled up the leaves and neatly arranged them in the large basin. Finally, it's done. The spicy cabbage could be ready to eat tonight, but it might not be very flavorful yet. Josiniu watched the bright red spicy cabbage and drooled, eager to taste it. He swallowed and asked, "Mom, can I try the spicy cabbage now?" Su Wanwan nodded, then used chopsticks to pick a small piece of crushed leaf from inside and directly put it into Josiniu's mouth. The next moment, Josiniu's face started to twist with a pained expression, and he let out a loud cry as he ran off to find water. How could Josiniu handle such spicy food? He was crying and sniffling all at once from the heat. Seeing Josiniu in such a mess, Su Wanwan couldn't help but smile quietly. She didn't expect that his taste was so mild. He couldn't even handle a little spice. It made sense, though. This was ancient times, and people usually ate plain, watery food. Chili peppers weren't even known yet. After covering the big wooden basin with a clean cloth and tying it tightly with a rope to keep out bugs, Su Wanwan looked outside. At this moment, the children returned happily, followed by a group of small kids. These were all village kids with patched clothes and runny noses. Each of them carried a large bamboo basket on their backs, which she knew was filled with wild fruits. Su Wanwan accepted all of them, giving each child a piece of candy for a pound of fruit. Candy was rare in this era, costing dozens of coins per pound. If she gave the children money, it would probably end up with their parents, which might make them less eager to work. So she decided to give them candy instead, so their parents wouldn't confiscate it. The children loved the candies she brought out. The wrappers were colorful and looked very tasty. The kids at the back of the line started to drool, eager for the treats. Using her instinct, Su Wanwan weighed the candies brought by the children and then began handing them out. One child received as many as 12 candies, and he was so happy that his nose was stuffed with bubbles from crying. Luckily, Su Wanwan dodged quickly, or she would have been the one hit by the bubbles. Oh my, the hygiene of these kids is really worrying. So she decisively called Josiniu over to handle the distribution. Soon, more than 10 children happily left Su Wanwan's house, munching on their candies. When they were about to leave, they didn't forget to ask, "Grandma Zhou, will you still be selling tomorrow?" "Not tomorrow, dear. I don't have that many candies to give you." The children looked disappointed at first, but they quickly became happy again because they had earned quite a few candies today. These candies would last them a good while. Some children who didn't pick many felt sad and regretted not picking more today. Su Wanwan poured out the wild fruits and started choosing them carefully. She set aside the small or less attractive fruits to use for making spicy pickled vegetables. The better-looking ones, she planned to turn into fruit paste-filled pancakes for her family to try. After washing the selected wild fruits thoroughly, Su Wanwan cut them into small pieces and placed them in a large wooden basin. She then took a jar, put the chopped fruits inside, and added some sugar and wild orange juice according to the recipe provided by the system. At this time, the people from the town had sold out all their marinated foods and returned. Su Wanwan told Zhou Erniu, second brother, go wash your face first, then come help me mash everything in this jar. Zhou Erniu responded and went to wash his hands and face before coming to help. As for the wild fruits used for making spicy pickled vegetables, Su Wanwan sliced them into strips, added some chili powder and shrimp paste. After finishing, she nodded in satisfaction and went inside to rest. Brothers Zhou Erniu and Zhou Saniu took turns mashing the fruit, quickly turning the large jar of wild fruits into a paste. Now that Su Wanwan had rested, she asked Wang to knead the dough. She then went with Zhou Xiui to prepare the tools for making pancakes. Since there was no flat pan at home, Su Wanwan could only use a large iron pot. Wang finished preparing the dough, and Zhou Xiui wrapped the fruit paste inside the dough. While wrapping, she asked doubtfully, Mother, this is the first time I've heard of using wild fruits as filling. Su Wanwan smiled and said, when you eat it later, don't complain that it's too delicious. When Zhou Xiui heard this, she immediately pouted and acted cute, saying, Mom, don't underestimate me. Lately, I've been talking back to you quite a bit. Su Wanwan looked at the young girl's charming face and couldn't help but reach out to poke her nose. She said, all right, I know you're clever. Let's get started quickly, or we'll be late making the marinated dishes. Then, Su Wanwan set up a large iron pot and brushed a thin layer of oil inside. Once the oil was hot, she put in the wild fruit pies that Zhou Xiui had prepared. As soon as the pies hit the oil, they sizzled loudly. Soon, the golden crust puffed up and released a tempting aroma. Brothers Zhou Erniu and Zhou Saniu watched eagerly, drooling and urging, Mom, when will these pies be ready? We can't wait anymore. Su Wanwan scolded with a smile. Look at how greedy you are. They'll be ready soon. Just a little longer. Remember to call Forth later. He's been so absorbed in reading lately. Finally, the pies were cooked to perfection. Su Wanwan took them out and also filled a big bowl with the leftover marinated dishes. The family sat together and started enjoying this hearty dinner. The wild fruit pies tasted sweet and sour, and combined with the savory marinated dishes, they made everyone want to eat more than one. While eating, Zhou Xiui mumbled, Mom, these pies are really delicious. And since the wild fruits are everywhere in the mountains and no one's picking them, we should gather more before it snows. Su Wanwan nodded with a smile, thinking to herself that someday she would make similar dishes like pizza for everyone, ensuring they would love it. After dinner, Su Wanwan sat in the yard supervising her son and daughters-in-law working. It was getting a bit chilly, and snow could fall at any time. Fortunately, except for Zhou Daniu, everyone else had new winter clothes, so they wouldn't be cold this winter. Seeing everyone working so hard, even the little ones running around helping, Su Wanwan felt very happy. She thought about teasing her grandchildren a bit, since she had free time anyway. So, she called over big brother and second brother and asked, Do you miss your mother? Without thinking, the two mischievous boys shook their heads and said, No, why would we miss her? It's better to stay with Grandma. We get to eat all kinds of delicious food every day. Su Wanwan looked very serious and thought to herself that these two are truly mischievous kids. There's no sign of family affection at all. Oh well. She decided she would take her time to teach them properly later. The next day, the people from the Zhou family's old house came again to deliver a large head of cabbage. Today, Su Wanwan planned to continue making pickled vegetables. Since her big water jar was not enough, she specially went to a nearby village to order 10 large water jars, each holding about 200 jin. She actually knew how to quickly make pickled vegetables, but she felt that those made with fast methods lack soul. So, she chose to do it the normal way. This time, the old house sent about 1,000 jin of cabbage. Su Wanwan didn't give them any more money because the money she had left at the old house was enough. Just as the two brothers were about to leave, Su Wanwan stopped them and said, Big brother, second brother, wait a moment. I have something for you. Although everyone had noticed some changes in Su Wanwan, they still felt a little afraid of her. When she said not to leave, the two brothers seemed to have nails stuck in their feet. They didn't dare to move at all. After a while, Su Wanwan used lotus leaves to pack about a dozen wild, fruit-filled pancakes for them. These are pancakes made with white flour, filled with fruit. They're soft and tasty. Please take them home and let your parents try some. The two brothers walked home like they were dreaming, stepping carefully. Second brother, do you think third sister-in-law has really changed now, or does she have some other plan? I heard from my wife that third sister-in-law might have come to her senses. Maybe she wants to move back to live with us.
What?
She caused a big fuss before, and now she wants to come back? That seems unlikely. Besides, I see that third sister-in-law is quite capable now. She's even starting to do business. Yeah, who would have thought? But if she really moves back, our parents will feel better. After all, third brother is gone, and it's not easy for third sister-in-law to raise so many children alone. Su Wanwan didn't know what the two brothers in the old house were thinking. She only wanted to quickly gather money and supplies. After all, once winter comes, there won't be much on the mountain to exchange for points. While she was thinking, she heard crying and shouting outside. It turned out that the hunting team that went up the mountain had returned. Su Wanwan was very curious about how many animals they could have brought back after so many days.
She quickly went outside to see.
Soon, she widened her eyes in shock. She saw them carrying a person covered in blood, rushing towards the only barefoot doctor, Li Laozhong's house in the village. Her heart sank. She hurried over and grabbed someone nearby to ask, "What happened? How did this happen?" The dirty-faced young man looked serious and said, "Andy, don't ask. We met a white-eyed tiger with a crown on its head on the mountain. The tiger had some cubs with it. It was very fierce. Several of us got hurt. Luckily, there were many of us this time, or else we might all have been eaten by that tiger." They didn't have time to talk much with Su Wanwan. After a few words, they hurried off because they were also injured. Su Wanwan felt a wave of fear. She didn't expect that their hunting trip would be so dangerous. Luckily, her two sons had gone home with her earlier. Otherwise, she might have lost her children. She quickly followed to see how the injured person was doing. When she arrived at Li Laozhong's house, she saw Li Laozhong inside giving emergency treatment to the dying person. The others who were hurt sat quietly on the floor in the main hall, waiting. Li Laozhong's wife was helping to treat their wounds. Suddenly, Zhou Baocheng rushed in from outside, acting frantic. He shouted, "Zhuzi, my Zhuzi. Woo-woo, you can't have an accident. You're the only son of our family." When Su Wanwan heard this, she was shocked. The person lying on the bed, covered in blood like a blood-filled gourd, was the eldest son of the main family, her own eldest nephew. Without hesitation, she followed Zhou Baocheng inside. The person on the bed looked very pale and was covered in blood, with serious injuries. Dr. Li carefully treated the wound on his thigh. In the basin on the ground, there were several blood-stained cotton cloths. Zhou Baocheng knelt beside the bed, tears streaming down his face. His hands were tense, gripping the post tightly. He kept saying, "Zhuzi, you must hold on. Our family only has you. If something happens to you, how can your parents live?" Su Wanwan also felt very sad. She quickly stepped forward to comfort him. "Big brother, Zhuzi is a brave boy. Don't worry too much. Let's wait and see what Dr. Li says." At this moment, Dr. Li closed his eyes and sighed. "I'm not skilled enough. I'm afraid I can't do much. If you can take him to the town or the city's big hospital, maybe he can be saved. But now his injuries are too serious and he can't move." Hearing this, Zhou Baocheng suddenly sank to the ground. He looked lost, mumbling, "What should I do? What should I do?" Su Wanwan quickly helped him up and then looked at Dr. Li with hope. "Dr. Li, is there really no other way? Zhuzi is usually a very filial boy. You must find a way to save him." Dr. Li shook his head helplessly. "I want to help, but I only know how to treat simple headaches and fevers. His injuries are too severe, and he's bleeding heavily. You should prepare for the worst. He might not make it through tonight." Su Wanwan looked down at Zhuzi's wound. The most dangerous part was the tear on his thigh, probably caused by a tiger's claw. A large patch of skin was gone, and blood was still seeping out. She didn't hesitate. The best thing to do now was to stop the bleeding. She took out medicine from her system, antiseptic and Yunnan Baiyao. With her current system level, she could only get these basic medicines. She carefully sprinkled the medicines over Zhuzi's wound. Dr. Li didn't pay much attention. To him, the person lying there was already a dead man, and whatever Su Wanwan did wouldn't matter. Su Wanwan took out a clean piece of fine cotton cloth and carefully wrapped the wound on the pole. Strangely, as soon as she sprinkled the medicinal powder, the bleeding from the wound, which had been bleeding constantly, gradually stopped. Dr. Li saw this and immediately showed a look of surprise. He quickly stepped forward to check carefully and kept muttering, "Huh? The blood has stopped? That's a small tear, and it's already stopped bleeding." Su Wanwan was secretly happy inside, thinking that luckily she came to watch the excitement today. Otherwise, the child on the pole might have been finished. Next to her, Zhou Baoqing heard that his son's bleeding had stopped. He didn't bother to thank Su Wanwan but hurriedly stayed by his son's side, afraid of missing this chance and losing him forever. Su Wanwan secretly exchanged a few fever-reducing pills from the system. After giving one to the pole, she handed the rest to Zhou Baoqing. "Big brother, you must remember to give these to the pole every day. This is a fairy pill I received from a Taoist priest in town when I forgot my money after eating some marinated food." At this moment, after taking the fever-reducing pill that Su Wanwan quietly slipped into his mouth, the body that was trembling constantly gradually calmed down, and the furrowed brows finally relaxed a little. Seeing this, Zhou Baoqing was both surprised and happy. He gratefully took the small bottle of medicine from Su Wanwan's hand and said tearfully, "Third sister-in-law, thank you so much this time. If the pole can get through this, I will definitely make him repay you well in the future." Su Wanwan quickly waved her hand, indicating he didn't need to thank her. At this moment, Dr. Li also praised, "This medicine is really amazing. Wife, go quickly and make some ginseng soup for the pole to help him hold on." Su Wanwan felt a little relieved after hearing this. She turned to Dr. Li and quietly asked, "Dr. Li, do you think the child's life can be saved now?" Dr. Li stroked his beard and pondered. "His life is temporarily safe, but we need to observe for a few more days. The most important thing is tonight. If he can survive tonight, and in the next couple of days his condition doesn't worsen, you can send him to the city's big clinic for treatment." At this moment, everyone at the Zhou family's old house had gathered. The mother of Zhuzi was crying so hard she almost fainted. Soon, the entire family was filled with crying, and those who didn't know might have thought someone had passed away. Seeing her sister-in-law so sad, Su Wanwan felt a bit sorry for her. She kindly stepped forward to comfort her, saying, "Big sister-in-law, Zhuzi is a lucky boy. Dr. Li said his life can still be saved for now." Hearing this, Zhuzi's mother pointed at Su Wanwan's nose and scolded, "You little harlot. You caused your own husband's death, and now you're here again. Are you trying to kill my son too?" Su Wanwan was stunned by the scolding. She didn't expect that, despite her good intentions to help save someone, her sister-in-law would suddenly lash out at her without reason. She felt a surge of anger, but remembered the unpleasant things she had argued about with the old house before. It's understandable that her sister-in-law is upset now, especially since her son was lying there. If it were her, she might be even more angry. Before she could explain, she heard a sharp smack sound. Her sister-in-law suddenly collapsed to the ground, blood dripping from her mouth. "You clueless woman! If it weren't for third sister-in-law kindly taking out the fairy pill given by the Taoist priest, we might already be preparing Zhuzi's funeral now." After clearing up the misunderstanding, Zhuzi's mother was not an unreasonable person. Although her face still hurt, she came over to apologize to Su Wanwan. "Third sister-in-law, I'm sorry. I was too worried about my son and spoke harshly. If you're still upset, go ahead and slap me a few times." Su Wanwan shook her head helplessly and said, "Big sister-in-law, we're family. I've watched Zhuzi grow up, just like my own son. I know you're very sad now, but don't be too upset. Zhuzi still needs your care." "Third sister-in-law, thank you for the medicine you brought for Zhuzi. If he can get through this disaster, I promise I will make him be a good son and show you respect in the future." Su Wanwan nodded and said, "These are just future matters. By the way, big brother and sister-in-law, we don't need so many people to take care of Juzi here.
Just leave 2 of you.
If there are too many people, I worry it might delay Juzi's recovery. Li Longzhong also nodded and said, that's right. I run a clinic here. If your whole family stays, I won't be able to see my other patients. The people from the Zhou family's old house then hurriedly left, leaving only Zhou Baoqing and his wife. Su Wanwan said, big brother and sister-in-law, you take good care of Juzi here. I'll go back and bring some food for you. Zhou Baoqing felt a bit embarrassed. If it weren't for his third sister-in-law today, his son might have already left. He shook his head repeatedly and said, no need to trouble you, third sister-in-law. We're not in the mood to eat right now. Seeing that they shared the same feeling, she could only advise, you need to eat well so you have the strength to take care of Juzi. If Juzi knew you're so worried, he wouldn't feel at ease. Hearing this, both of them looked at Su Wanwan with grateful eyes. They were too exhausted to say many polite words. One look said everything. Su Wanwan didn't mind. When she got home, she prepared a big bowl of marinated food and steamed a large pot of sauna noodles with buns. Once everything was ready, she called Zhou Xinyu over. Fourth brother, you're educated, so when you deliver food to your uncle and aunt later, you should try to persuade them. Zhou Xinyu nodded and replied, don't worry, mother. I'll do my best to persuade them. At the clinic, Juzi's fever finally subsided a bit, but he was still unconscious. After Zhou Xinyu delivered the food, Zhou Baoqing and his wife initially had no appetite. However, when Zhou Xinyu lifted the cloth covering the food, the smell of marinated meat filled the entire room. Zhou Baoqing immediately swallowed hard and took a large bun from the basket. This is from third sister-in-law's kind-heartedness. She specially sent it for us. I guess they usually don't eat such good food at home. You should eat a little too, to show some respect, right? Alright, I'll eat one then. Eating enough will give me the strength to watch over our son. The couple was now eating, but outside in the main hall, the villagers waiting for Dr. Li's treatment were all drooling with hunger. Hey, they're inside eating such delicious meat, but my mother and my wife don't know to bring me some food, a man with his arm in a sling said sadly. Come on, we haven't suffered any serious injuries. Once we bandage ourselves, we can go home and eat. Why do we need others to bring us food? Our families are also busy. At this moment, Zhou Sihu brought another plate of food and handed it to Dr. Li, saying, Uncle Li, my mother said this is for you. Please take good care of my brother Juzi. Usually Dr. Li's family wasn't short of meat, but the smell of Su Wanwan's marinated dishes was so tempting that even the honest Dr. Li couldn't resist. He started to accept gifts from the patients' families. He happily took the food without washing his hands and, holding his bowl, began to eat eagerly in front of the patients. These patients not only suffered physical pain but also endured emotional suffering. The feeling was incredibly hard to bear. Fortunately, Dr. Li ate quickly. In less than a cup of tea, he finished the entire bowl of marinated food. He wiped his mouth and said, Sihu, I didn't expect your mother's cooking to be so good. Next time she makes this, remember to send me a bowl. I think it costs about 8 coins per gene, right? After saying that, he took out a piece of broken silver from his pocket and handed it to Zhou Sihu, saying, This is a deposit. I'll ask for more once you're done. This was the first time Zhou Sihu received such a large piece of silver, probably over half a tael. He was stunned in disbelief until Dr. Li urged him, and then he snapped out of his daze and left with the silver. Back home, Zhou Sihu handed the silver to Su Wanwan. She didn't expect Dr. Li to be so generous. That big piece of silver was enough to buy 60 or 70 jin of marinated dishes. After putting the silver away, she smiled and said, All right, since Dr. Li likes our marinated dishes, let's send some to him every day from now on. At night, Su Wanwan was still worried about Juzi's condition, unsure if the child could survive the night. She hoped that heaven would protect him. Surprisingly, perhaps because ancient people naturally had less resistance to illness, or because Juzi's life force was very strong, he actually managed to hold on through the night. When Su Wanwan carried a basket to personally deliver food to Zhou Baoqing and his wife, she saw her mother-in-law was there too. Third daughter-in-law, it was really thanks to you yesterday. From now on, you don't need to bother. Someone from the family will bring them food. Su Wanwan shook her head and said, Mother, why are you so polite? Juzi is still my nephew, after all. I also have some medicine here, but I can only give it to him after he wakes up. When she mentioned that she still had medicine from the old divine doctor, the couple from the main house was so excited they looked like children, almost kneeling to thank Su Wanwan. After Dr. Lee examined Juzi's wounds, he couldn't help but be amazed. This is truly miraculous. Usually, with such serious injuries, the wounds would be infected and pus would form. But look, there are signs of healing. Hearing this, Zhou Baocheng and his wife were overjoyed. Their eyes towards Su Wanwan were filled with gratitude and even a bit of awe. Su Wanwan felt a little embarrassed under their gaze. She scratched her head and said, Big brother, big sister-in-law, don't look at me like that. I was just lucky. Maybe Juzi's life isn't meant to end here. After speaking, Su Wanwan took a bowl of meat porridge from her basket and said to Mrs. Lee, Mother, give this to Juzi later. He needs to eat something. He can't go without food. All right, it's good to see you care so much for Juzi. Unlike his second uncle and second aunt, Su Wanwan's face darkened, thinking to herself that the second house couple had been sent to the city to fetch medicine by her elders. The elders had their reasons, so no one paid much attention. After Juzi finished the large bowl of mincemeat porridge, Su Wanwan carried her basket and headed home. With such a big incident at the old house now, it seemed she couldn't rely on them to help with the cabbage harvest anymore. It looked like she would have to do it herself. At this time, the large water tanks that Su Wanwan ordered were delivered to her home. The delivery people thoughtfully placed all the tanks exactly where she wanted. Su Wanwan happily paid them the remaining wages. Grandma Zhou, if you have more business in the future, remember to come take care of us. Su Wanwan smiled and said, Of course, but next time you should give me a better price. Haha, definitely. After all, Grandma Zhou, you pay so happily. You're straightforward, and our family isn't bad at work either. After sending away the water tank delivery person, Su Wanwan started to prepare for selling cabbage. She thought for a moment and then took a large wooden board. She drew a big cabbage picture on it with charcoal and wrote, 1 coin for 2 jin. A jin is about half a kilogram. Although the villagers couldn't read, they could see the price. When they bought rice at the shop, the bags had price tags. If they didn't understand the prices, they would be cheated. Su Wanwan placed the board outside her yard. Soon, people came to ask, Aunt Zhou, are you really selling cabbage at 1 coin for 2 jin? She nodded with a smile and said, Yes, of course. But I only buy good cabbages. I don't want the bad ones. All right, wait a moment. We don't have much else this year, just a lot of big cabbages. I'll go home and bring some for you. Once the first person came, others quickly followed. Soon, Su Wanwan had already welcomed several groups of villagers. When they heard she was paying high prices for unwanted cabbages, everyone was excited and ran home quickly, afraid they might miss out on such a great deal. Before long, these women returned, either carrying bamboo baskets or pushing carts, bringing all the big cabbages they couldn't finish eating at home. Su Wanwan was busy, paying everyone and handling the transactions, feeling quite happy. Every villager selling cabbages had a big smile on their face, as if they had found money. After all, many of their cabbages usually rot away each year. Now, with a generous buyer, they planned to make a good profit. Both sides had their own thoughts, but everyone was happy, because when everyone is happy, that's true happiness. After the village officer learned about this matter, he first came to ask around, then confirmed with Su Wanwan. Old Lady Su, are you really planning to sell this big cabbage at 2 coins per jin? And do you want as much as they have? Su Wanwan smiled and nodded, saying, Yes, village officer. If other villagers also want to sell cabbage, I can buy it. But I have high standards for the cabbage I accept. I won't take those rotten leaves to fool me. The village officer smiled and nodded, saying, If that's the case, everyone should thank you this year. But what are you going to do with so much cabbage? If not stored properly, it will rot. Su Wanwan pointed to the large water jars piled up in the yard and said, I'm planning to make pickled vegetables. They taste really good. I learned this skill from my family back home, but no one here knows how to do it. The village officer curiously moved closer to look, but the strong sour smell almost made him gag. You're just joking, right? Honestly, I don't know what to say about you. Even though you've made some money selling marinated snacks recently, you shouldn't waste it like this, he advised earnestly. Hearing this, the villagers who were lining up to sell their cabbage looked a bit unhappy. Village officer, that's not right. Selling cabbage is a good thing. Why are you telling us what to do with it? Exactly. Old lady Sue won't share her earnings with you, so why are you bothering her? Whoever blocks my way when I sell cabbage, I'll get angry at them. Seeing this, Sue Won quickly tried to smooth things over. Village officer, I appreciate your good intentions. But don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I definitely won't waste money like that. The village officer sighed and said, all right. I guess I'm just worrying for nothing. Since you know what you're doing, I won't interfere anymore. After saying that, he walked away, not sure if he was going home to get more cabbage. The villagers continued selling their cabbage. Soon, Sue Wanwan's yard was filled with big piles of cabbage, like a small mountain. At this moment, a child from the village ran over. The child looked a little scared and shouted from a distance, Auntie, Brother Juzi is awake. Dr. Lee asked me to tell you. After saying this, the child ran off quickly, afraid of being scolded if he was too slow. When Sue Wanwan heard that Juzi had woken up, she also finished harvesting the cabbage. She decided to ask her two younger children to watch the house carefully, and then quickly headed to Lee's house with the basket. At Lee's house, Sue Wanwan saw that everyone from the Zhou family was crowded inside. They were all talking loudly about how to send Juzi to the city's clinic later. Old Master Zhou said, we still have a few silver coins, but I don't know if that's enough for the doctor's fee. If not, big brother, you can sell some of our grain later. Hearing this, the second daughter-in-law immediately got upset. She sat on the ground and cried loudly, saying, we've had enough of these days. Parents favor the eldest son's family. Not only do they want to spend all our silver, but now they want to sell our winter grain too. Are they trying to starve us? Old Master Zhou's face turned red. As the head of the family, he couldn't scold his daughter-in-law in front of everyone, so he could only let Lee speak. But at this moment, Lee was still happy about her grandson waking up and didn't hear what the second daughter-in-law was saying. Sue Wanwan suddenly took over the role of the original owner. She pointed at the woman rolling on the ground and said, second sister-in-law, normally you're lazy and greedy, but now when Juzi's life is at stake, how can you still be causing trouble?
Bah.
You, a little servant girl who left her family, used to cause more trouble than me. Now you have the nerve to criticize me? Sue Wanwan was not someone to take insults quietly. She was about to reply when Lee suddenly snapped out of her daze. She thought her daughter-in-law's words were unreasonable, so for the first time, Lee, known as a good mother-in-law, raised her hand and slapped her. With a crisp slap, everyone in the room fell silent. It's just because I spoil you all the time. Don't think I don't know your little schemes. You just want to leave the third family and live alone, right? Fine, since it's autumn harvest time, I'll ask the village head to come, and we'll divide the house here. Wah, I want to leave this family. I've had enough of living here. The eldest family has many children and eats a lot. Fourth brother still needs to study, and buying ink and brushes costs a lot. Our second family always suffers the most. Wow, everyone in Lee's family was surprised and stunned, wondering if they ever split their family before. Actually, the village chief's family had just sold a few £100 of cabbage today, and everyone was happily celebrating. But when they heard that Zhou's family was going to split, the village chief suddenly became very interested. Dad, you need to help with this. Our family made quite a bit of money at Sue's place recently. I heard she's been trying to get along better with her mother-in-law lately. When you help with the family split later, don't be too easy on Zhou Baozhong's family. The village chief smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I have a plan. Honestly, splitting the family might be good. The second branch is lazy and always causing trouble. Now they even refuse to help save Juzi's life. What are they thinking? The matter of Zhou's family splitting was already decided. Zhou Baozhong was easily influenced by his wife, and he just listened to her. Lee's wife also felt helpless about this and thought it might be better to pretend she never had this son. Old Master Zhou had no objections to today's events. He knew well how his second daughter-in-law behaved daily.
Since she brought it up herself, it was perfect.
The house could finally be peaceful. The village chief arrived quickly, bringing some village elders with him to witness the family split. When everyone arrived, Lee's family sat nearby drinking tea and watching, while the village chief took charge of organizing Zhou's family split. Su Wanwan sat next to the pillar, checking his wound while listening to the others talk. Although Zhuzi was still very weak, he was fully aware. When he learned that the family was splitting because of him, his face was full of guilt. Seeing this, Su Wanwan quickly comforted him. Zhuzi, don't worry. Auntie Sen won't ignore you. As for the family split, it might actually be for the best. Now, the main family won't have to work so hard to support the second branch. Zhuzi closed his eyes, not sure what he was thinking. The family split didn't go smoothly. The second branch's demands were unreasonable, like a lion opening its mouth wide. Old Master Zhou and Mrs. Li naturally refused. Seeing that both sides couldn't agree, the village had finally decided to follow the village rules. He divided the Zhou family's house and land into 4 parts. The elderly couple took 1 share. The main house and the second house each took 1, and the youngest son also received 1. However, Zhou Baozhong was a bit unhappy. He argued, "Father, usually our second house works together with the main house. The youngest brother doesn't do any work, and we even spend money to send him to school. Why should he also get a share?" "I don't agree." Before old Master Zhou could speak, Su Wanwan said, "As the saying goes, all trades are humble, but studying is noble. 4th brother studying is a great honor for the family. How can we say he doesn't deserve a share? I think he should get a bit more." The second house was speechless after Su Wanwan's words. In the end, they had to accept the division made by the village head. Then Zhou Baozhong's wife suggested, "Father, mother, we don't want the house in the second house. Maybe you can exchange it for money or grain. We plan to move out and live separately." Old Master Zhou pointed at her and scolded, "Nonsense. Now is the time to use money, and I don't have extra silver or grain to give you. Don't even think about it. If you want, you can have the 3 rooms in the west wing, but if not, forget it." At this moment, Su Wanwan spoke again. "According to the rules, even though your second house is moved out since the men are still at home, you should give some money for the elders' support, right? Look at me. My husband has passed away, but even though I no longer have the obligation to support my in-laws, I still send some food to the elderly from time to time." She praised herself so highly that the elders couldn't help but roll their eyes. The village head then said, "Su's words are correct. Your second house is just a separation, not a break in family ties. So, the support money should follow the village custom, 500 coins a year. Why? We can just give up those 3 rooms and pay 10 years' worth of support money instead," Zhou Shi shouted. Su Wanwan pulled Li Shi aside and whispered, "Mother, just agree with her. As long as she doesn't stay at home and cause trouble, your life will be much better in the future. Why keep arguing and making trouble?" Upon hearing this, Li nodded and said, "All right, I agree. Now go out and don't stay in my house and cause trouble." In the family division document, the village chief had written a clause that 3 thatched huts would be exchanged for 10 years of support money, and then some details were revised. Things like pots and bowls didn't need to be written down. The main thing was to divide the grain. Usually, when dividing the family, everyone would have a meal together. But since Zhuzi was involved in this matter, after helping to divide the family, everyone went their own way. The second branch was directly kicked out of the house. Zhou was quite proud, thinking her good days were about to begin. As she passed by Su Wanwan, she deliberately pouted and said, "From now on, I can also run my own household." Su Wanwan glanced at her and sneered, "Then I wish you, second sister-in-law, good luck with your wealth. But don't come crying back to your parents when things get tough." Zhou's face stiffened, but she stubbornly said, "Don't worry. I may not have many skills, but I can take care of myself. Just wait and see. I will definitely live better than you. At least I have a man in my family, right?" Haha. After saying this, she turned and walked away proudly, without looking back. Su Wanwan didn't bother to respond because Zhuzi was about to go to the city. She quickly followed and handed 10 taels of silver to Granny Li. "Mother, the clinics in the city are very expensive. Keep this money for now. If it's not enough, have someone come back and find me. Granny Lee looked at the heavy bag of silver in her hand, and tears welled up in her eyes. Third daughter-in-law. Oh, I don't know what to say. Once Juzi gets better, I will make sure he repays you well. Su Wanwan smiled and said, Mother, you're being too formal with me. Hurry up and go. The village chief's ox cart is waiting outside. Everyone carefully helped Juzi onto the ox cart. The cart was already padded with straw and cotton blankets to prevent his wounds from bouncing. After everything was ready, the eldest son of the village chief carefully drove the ox cart toward the city. The old house had just been divided, and the little silver they had was now reduced by more than 2 taels. Fortunately, Su Wanwan gave 10 taels of silver for emergency expenses, or else Juzi might not have been able to see a doctor. On the cart, the older couple from the main house were very grateful to Su Wanwan and even changed their attitude completely toward her, the careless third sister-in-law. Third sister-in-law, you really saved Juzi's life this time. If any nosy woman dares to talk badly about you in the future, I, as the eldest sister-in-law, will not agree. Zhou Baoqing also said, That's right, I agree. From now on, third sister-in-law is our family's great benefactor. They quickly arrived at the clinic, while Su Wanwan was busy setting up a shelter with her sons. This pickled cabbage jar needs to be covered, or it might crack when it gets cold. You need to finish building this shelter quickly, or snow will fall. Hearing this, everyone started working. They worked until midnight before all the pickled cabbage jars were covered. The next day, Su Wanwan left Wang Shi and Zhou Xiui at home to continue harvesting cabbage. She herself went to the city with Zhou Erniu and Zhou Saniu. The two brothers were selling marinated snacks, and Su Wanwan planned to visit Juzi at the clinic. Most of the people from the old house had returned, leaving only Zhou Baoqing and his wife there. If something happened, they would be unfamiliar with the area, and it would be inconvenient. Just as the brothers set up their stall, a well-dressed man approached them. Madam, I am the owner of the restaurant across the street. I want to discuss the pickled meat business with you. Are you interested? When Su Wanwan heard this, she nodded and said, Yes, let's talk. Should we discuss here, or at your place? Ha, madam, you are very straightforward. It's not convenient to talk here, so let's go to my restaurant. I've prepared good tea, and we're just waiting for your visit. Hearing this, Zhou Erniu and Zhou Sania looked worried, but Su Wanwan gave them a reassuring look and then followed the man. In her previous life, Su Wanwan wouldn't have easily left with a stranger. But now, her body looked like a woman in her 50s, which was her ultimate shield. She didn't need to worry about encountering any troublemakers. After they arrived at Drunken Immortal Tower, Su Wanwan was invited to the backyard. It was a small, private courtyard with stone tables and chairs. The two sat facing each other, and a young servant brought hot tea and delicious snacks. Su Wanwan was not polite and asked while eating, My name is Su Wanwan. May I ask your name? And how do you plan to work with me? I am Li Laohu. I see that Lady Su is straightforward, so I won't beat around the bush. Li Laohu was used to facing big challenges and was full of confidence. Honestly, he did have some impressive presence. Lady Su, I have also tasted your marinated meat. The flavor is really good. Su Wanwan smiled and said, Oh? I suppose Mr. Li wants to discuss business about the marinated meat. How do you plan to cooperate with me? Seeing her interest, Li Laohu explained his idea. I want to buy your marinated meat recipe. How about the price? You can set any price you like, as long as it's reasonable. We can work something out. Su Wanwan's eyes lit up, and she said with a smile, I won't give my marinated meat recipe to anyone, but I can provide you with the marinade ingredients. Your chefs should be able to make the marinated meat themselves, so I won't need to explain much. How much do you want for the marinade ingredients? Li Laohu was straightforward and said, I can pay 1 tael of silver per jean of dry ingredients. You can use it to marinate about 30 jean of meat or pig offal. I think this price is fair. What do you say? Okay, deal. But Lady Su, I must be clear, are you only going to sell the marinade ingredients to me? Su Wanwan thought for a moment and shook her head. If Mr. Li wants to buy exclusive rights, then the price will have to be higher. After all, I have a big family to support. I'm just trying to make money from selling this. Li Laohu narrowed his eyes, and his fierce gaze made Su Wanwan feel a bit guilty. But for money, she continued to insist. All right, Lady Su, I will pay 1 tael of silver per jean of marinade ingredients. But the condition is you can only sell to me, and you must also promise me that every month you will provide at least 100 jean of marinated meat ingredients. Su Wanwan calculated in her mind that 1 tael of silver could buy a bag of 500 grams of marinated meat ingredients, which is equivalent to 10 points, so it seems like a good deal. She smiled and nodded, saying, "Deal. Let's set it this way. I will only sell my marinated meat ingredients to you." The two parties quickly signed a contract, each stamping their thumbprint on 3 copies. Each side kept 1 copy, and the other was sent to the government for record-keeping. Old Tiger Li directly gave Su Wanwan 100 taels of silver, which was payment for the ingredients. Su Wanwan naturally did not refuse. She took the silver and pretended to go to the grocery and medicine shops. She also needed to find Juzi and the others, so she pretended to buy some spices, which would help avoid suspicion. Su Wanwan went to the clinic where she sold ginseng last time. There, she saw Zhou Baocheng and his wife, looking troubled as they stared at a box, lost in thought. "Doctor, can we buy this ginseng cheaper? We only have these 10 taels of silver now. We also paid a high price for this. Last time, it was this lady who sold it to me. Maybe you should ask her. She might still have some." Su Wanwan's face darkened. So, Zhou Baocheng and his wife wanted to buy the same ginseng she sold here last time. "Second sister-in-law, what should we do?" The doctor said Juzi bled too much before and needs ginseng in his medicine. But this ginseng is really too expensive. "Do you know where the last one was found?" Zhou Baocheng asked anxiously. Su Wanwan was momentarily stunned but quickly thought of a solution. She reached into her bosom and pulled out a small cloth bag. Inside, there was indeed a ginseng root, and from its appearance, it was even thicker than the one in the box. This ginseng cost Su Wanwan 100 points. However, the system-produced ginseng looked like it was mass-grown from Chongbai Mountain, and its medicinal effects might be slightly weaker than wild ginseng. But it was big enough and looked impressive. The shopkeeper saw the ginseng, and his eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "Madam, would you be willing to sell this ginseng to me? I can offer 30 taels this time." What do you think? When they heard 30 taels, Zhou Baocheng and his wife almost forgot to breathe. However, Su Wanwan shook her head and said, "No, this ginseng is for me to save my eldest nephew. Big brother and sister-in-law, you can take this ginseng and use it." "What? Third sister-in-law, you're giving this to us? Do you know this ginseng is worth 30 taels of silver?" Lu Shi looked at Su Wanwan in surprise and exclaimed. Su Wanwan smiled and patted Lu Shi's hand. "Big sister-in-law, we are family, no need to be polite. Juzi is my nephew. Now he's sick, and as his third aunt, how could I not help? Don't be shy with me. Hurry up and take the ginseng to treat Juzi." Hearing this, Lu Shi's eyes turned red. She held Su Wanwan's hand and choked out, "Third sister-in-law, I can't thank you enough. In my next life, even if I have to work like a beast, I will repay you." Zhou Baocheng nodded repeatedly, grateful as he looked at Su Wanwan. The couple gratefully took the ginseng and went to the backyard. Su Wanwan turned and left the pharmacy. The weather was getting colder, so Su Wanwan decided to buy more charcoal to bring home. She didn't want to be cold while holding the system and staying at home. On her way back, she saw an old man by the roadside. The old man looked worried, and behind him was a large yellow ox. Although Su Wanwan didn't know much about animal fortune-telling, her intuition told her that this ox was probably just grown up. Its energetic appearance and strong forelegs showed it was well cared for and very healthy. There were quite a few people gathered around, watching. The old man sighed and said, "Please, everyone, help me. My grandson is sick, and I can't afford the medical bills. I have no choice but to sell this ox." Among the onlookers, some had no compassion at all and even wanted to take advantage of the situation. Seeing the old man eager to sell his ox, they deliberately lowered the price. Normally, this ox would be worth at least 20 taels of silver, but now they were pushing the price down to 15 taels and kept lowering it. Su Wanwan couldn't stand it anymore. She knew the principle that a strong dragon doesn't press on the ground snake, but she still wanted to help the old man. So, she stepped forward and whispered to the old man, "I'm not very skilled, but I specialize in children's health. I don't know what illness your grandson has, but I plan to go back with you to check. Please don't sell the cow just yet." Seeing Su Wanwan give him a meaningful look, the old man understood she was trying to help. Reluctantly, he nodded and told the others to hold off on selling the cow. However, the group wouldn't let such a valuable cow slip away. They blocked the old man's path. Seeing this, the old man became angry and shouted, "Dezhuang, charge!" At his command, the big yellow ox charged forward, knocking the group over and causing chaos. Su Wanwan held back her laughter and followed the old man out of the street into a quiet alley. "Thank you for helping us, big sister."
Let's part ways here, he said.
Surprised, Su Wanwan quickly replied, "I'm serious. We're almost at my house. Why not let me try to help?" The old man didn't have high hopes, but took Su Wanwan home anyway. They arrived at a small yard. As soon as they entered, Su Wanwan smelled a strong medicinal scent. Inside, she saw a very thin child with a swollen belly, lying on the bed, breathing shallowly, looking like he might not make it. Su Wanwan didn't hesitate. She spent 10 points to have the system check the child's health. System report. "The patient has a large number of parasites in the stomach," the system announced. Hearing this, Su Wanwan's mind quickly made a plan. She turned to the old man and said seriously, "Sir, I think I know what your grandson's illness is." The old man's eyes lit up with hope. He hurriedly asked, "Big sister, tell me what's wrong with my grandson. As long as you can save him, I'll do anything you ask." Su Wanwan frowned and replied, "If I'm right, your grandson probably drank unclean water, especially water from the river or well after rain. It needs to be boiled and cooled before drinking." Upon hearing this, the elderly woman couldn't help but slap herself and said, "Oh dear, this is all my fault. To save a little firewood, I always let my family drink cold water directly." Su Wanwan shook her head and explained the dangers of drinking raw water. Then she took a small paper bag from her pocket. She opened it to reveal a clear, white pill inside. This was a worm-expelling medicine she had just exchanged with the system. She handed the pill to the old man and said, "Sir, please give this to your grandson. It can kill the parasites in his stomach. But to completely remove the worms, it might take some time. For now, let him drink rice water and avoid greasy foods." The old man tremblingly took the pill, thanked her repeatedly, and then fed it to his little grandson on the bed. Soon, the child's previously twisted and painful face gradually relaxed. Seeing this, the old man was overwhelmed with emotion and tears filled his eyes. Su Wanwan felt a sense of relief and happiness. About 15 minutes later, the child suddenly sat up on the bed, opened his mouth wide, and let out a loud, "Wow," spitting out a large amount of dark water. Fortunately, Su Wanwan had prepared a basin nearby. Coincidentally, the child spat the dark water directly into the basin. Immediately, the room was filled with a strong, foul smell. But Su Wanwan didn't mind at all. She took a stick of firewood, stirred the contents of the basin a few times, and the dark water suddenly dispersed. Everyone in the family was very curious about what the child had vomited. One by one, they gathered around to look. At first, they hesitated, but after seeing what was inside, their faces changed dramatically. One after another, they ran outside, holding onto the walls, and started to vomit. It turned out that everything the child spat out was the remains of worms. Some worms were still moving, densely packed, and terrifying to see. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in Su Wanwan's mind. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have saved a child and received a system reward, a large sword." Su Wanwan's mood instantly improved. She thought to herself, knowing this was ancient times, iron tools were strictly controlled by the government. Usually, only farm tools, kitchen knives, and iron pots were easy to buy. Large 3-foot-long cleavers like this were too expensive for most people to afford. At this moment, the daughter-in-law of the family, who was also the child's mother, suddenly spoke up. The doctor also gave medicine to deworm the child before, but it didn't work. Now, what's going on? Why did he suddenly vomit out these old worms? Su Wanwan smiled and said, "This medicine is a strong dewormer, not an ordinary one. It was made by a wandering Taoist priest who owed me money, so he used it to pay his debt." "Oh, I see. That means this medicine must be very valuable. I wonder if our cow can cover the cost of this medicine," the old man said with a worried face. Su Wanwan smiled and replied, "Meeting you is fate. Consider this medicine a gift for the child. As for the cow, I will buy it at market price." "No, that won't do. You're our family's great benefactor. I will personally give you this cow for free," the old man insisted. Hearing this, the others in the family nodded in agreement. Su Wanwan still insisted on paying, and after some back and forth, they reached a compromise. She was given a discount and only paid 10 taels of silver. Later, the child vomited a few more times, but the color of the water was gradually getting lighter each time. Once all the worms in his stomach were vomited out, his belly deflated like an empty balloon, shrinking visibly. "Mother, I'm hungry. Wow, my son is woken up. Thank heavens. Amitabha, may the Bodhisattva bless us." The whole family was very happy and even wanted to invite Su Wanwan to a meal. She politely declined, simply asking the old man's son to drive her back to the village with the ox cart. As soon as the cart entered the village, many villagers gathered around. It was just after dinner and people were out for a walk, so the crowd was large. "Hey, isn't that Granny Sue? Look at her, all 5 or 6 of her, yet she came back alone in an ox cart. She's showing off her wealth," Widow Lu said sarcastically. "Shut up. Last time, I was burned badly by you. What are you trying to do now?" Su Wanwan sat on the ox cart, smiling warmly as she greeted everyone. "Has everyone eaten?" "Oh, I haven't eaten yet. I bought this ox cart today, so I was a bit delayed. It's already past mealtime." "What? You bought this ox cart? No way. How is that possible?" Widow Lu exclaimed, eyes wide with surprise. Su Wanwan smiled and said, "Yes, I did buy it. Our family has started doing business now, so having an ox cart is very useful, isn't it?" As Su Wanwan headed home alone, she took 2 pounds of marinated pig offal for the old man's son before leaving. "Big brother, take this. Remember, your son shouldn't eat too much of this. He needs to take care of his stomach. Thanks a lot, little sister. Honestly, I shouldn't accept your kindness, but this smells so good. I wish I could try a few pieces right now." When the family saw that Su Wanwan had bought an ox cart, everyone gathered around excitedly. Zhou Nunyo was even more excited. He ran straight over and pressed his face against the big yellow ox. Zhou Sanyu was just as happy, dancing around joyfully. After a while, he said excitedly, "Mother, I'm going up the mountain now to cut fresh grass for our ox." Zhou Nunyo also said, "Yes, I'll build a shed for it later so it won't freeze and get sick." Wang Shi and Zhou Xiao were very happy too. Buying a big animal meant gaining several strong workers. In the future, during spring plowing and autumn harvest, everyone wouldn't have to work so hard. They could even rent out the ox for some extra money. The children were also very happy, asking eagerly, "Grandma, can we go pet our ox?" Even though everyone was waiting for Su Wanwan to come back for dinner, their stomachs were growling loudly. But right now, no one was thinking about eating. They were all gathered around the yellow ox. Although the ox had a new owner, it seemed to have a lively spirit and didn't seem to dislike the people of the Zhou family. Su Wanwan moved closer and gently touched the white flower-shaped fur on its forehead, then suddenly said, "How about we call it Little Lotus from now on?"
Ah.
Cough, cough, mother, I already checked it earlier. It's a male. Calling her Little Lotus might not be very appropriate, right? Zhou Ernie said with a blushing face. Everyone burst into laughter. Su Wanwan then remembered. "Oh yes, it seems to have had a name before. I think it was Dazhuang." "Dazhuang? That's a good name. Let's call it Dazhuang," Zhou Ernie said firmly. At this moment, the big yellow cow also mooed twice, showing that it still preferred its original name. Feeling helpless, Su Wanwan could only agree to the compromise. Anyway, she was very hungry, so she went ahead and started eating at the table. At the dinner table, the family was excitedly talking about the new big yellow cow and the cart. They seemed to care less about what they were eating. Su Wanwan frowned and asked Zhou Shunyo, fourth brother, aren't you the one who's most afraid of spicy food? I saw you eat a chili earlier. Hearing this, Zhou Shunyo finally realized and immediately jumped off the bed, running outside to rinse his mouth with cold water. Everyone laughed when they saw this. Su Wanwan said seriously, everyone, eat your food properly. After we finish, you can do whatever you want. Oh, and from now on, we don't need to sell that marinated meat anymore because I've already made a deal with someone. As for the butcher, I've already talked to him. He will send pig offal and such to Zue Xianlu from now on. After speaking, Su Wanwan took out 50 taels of silver because she didn't want her family to know exactly how much money she had. In her previous life, people often said it was to save for old age and to prevent children from wasting it, so she had to be careful with these folks. Minus the money I spent on spices, that's all I have left. Starting tomorrow, you all build a shed in the backyard for me and put those 2 stoves inside. From then on, I'll make the marinated meat there myself. Wang Shi frowned and said, Mother, wouldn't that be very hard for you? Su Wanwan smiled and patted her hand, saying, well, I'm your mother, so I have to do some hard work. As long as you all are filial and take good care of me, that's enough. After dinner, everyone started to get busy. Zhou Erniu and Zhou Shunyo began building a cow shed in the yard, and the children all went over to help. Wang Shi and Zhou Xiuyi also didn't sit idle. They were helping Su Wanwan organize the materials. On Wednesday, Niu went alone up the mountain to gather grass. However, by then, there was hardly any green grass left on the mountain. So, he could only pick some tender, not fully yellowed grass to bring back. When he returned from the mountain, the cow shed at home was just barely built, with a roof made of thatch. As for the walls, they hadn't been built yet. Su Wanwan told everyone to buy some clay bricks the next day to finish it. Nothing much happened overnight, and soon it was the next day. When everyone woke up, they were still not used to the new cow shed suddenly appearing in their yard. After washing up, everyone hurried over to see the big yellow cow. The big yellow cow was very gentle. When children from the family went to pet it, it wouldn't get angry and even lowered its head to cooperate. Seeing how much everyone liked the big yellow cow, Su Wanwan felt very happy inside. She didn't forget her main task. After a simple breakfast, she told Zhou Sanyu to go to the town to buy some clay bricks and also buy some hay to feed Dazhuang in winter. Zhou Sanyu agreed and drove the ox cart to the town. As the first person in the family to take Dazhuang out, he was very proud, holding his head high. Some people might even think he was going to the city to pick up his bride. Zhou Yunyo went to the backyard to build a small kitchen for Su Wanwan. They were already busy working. Today, some people also came to deliver cabbages, mostly strangers. Su Wanwan learned that the big cabbages in the village might have already been harvested. She asked Wang Shi and Zhou Xiuyi to stay and collect the cabbages, while she went into the kitchen to prepare ingredients. To keep things secret, she had to pretend to be busy. Life can be really tiring. Zhou Sanyu quickly brought back the things he bought. His ox cart was loaded with hay for Dazhuang to eat in winter. Behind him, there were 2 more ox carts, both filled with clay bricks. Clay bricks are relatively cheap. Although Su Wanwan, with her current savings, could buy blue bricks, she preferred to keep a low profile. After all, she was just building a cow shed and she didn't want to attract too much attention. It's better not to show off wealth. After all the clay bricks were removed, Su Wanwan said, 2 gentlemen, why don't you stay and help today? I'll pay each of you 20 coins. Please help me fix the cow shed. The 2 strong men who brought the bricks nodded happily. Since it was cold now and they had nothing else to do, they gladly agreed. With their help, the cow shed at Su Wanwan's house was quickly repaired. They also helped fix the small kitchen in the backyard. It was time for dinner, so Su Wanwan decided to invite these 2 men to eat with her family. She said that in the future, if she bought more bricks, she would still come to their family. The brothers were very happy to hear this. After washing their hands and face, they sat down to eat dinner with the Zhou family. What they didn't expect was that there was meat on the table, and quite a lot of it. Su Wanwan wouldn't treat these 2 badly. Her family owned the biggest brick factory in the county. Next spring, they planned to build a new house, so they would need to work with these men again. Looking at the plate of sliced braised pig ears, a big bowl of braised pork with green beans, minced eggplant, and a cucumber salad with peanuts, the brothers were very happy. Although her family was rich, they had many children, so during the off-season, they could only eat meat twice a month at most, and not enough. But today, the meat and dishes on the table were real and plentiful, served in big bowls. They didn't mind being polite to Su Wanwan. Since they had to leave soon by carriage, Su Wanwan didn't prepare any wine for them. She remembered from her past that drinking and driving was dangerous, and she still followed that rule even in this ancient time. After eating and drinking their fill, the brothers thanked Su Wanwan repeatedly and promised that she could have as much brick material as she wanted, and at the lowest price. Su Wanwan smiled and nodded, then saw them off at the door. After they left, she turned back into the house. The next morning, Su Wanwan got up early and started working in the small kitchen in the backyard. She intentionally made the chili peppers smoke, filling the kitchen with thick smoke to hide her activities. There is no way around it. The wall around the house is made from broken branches, and many parts are already damaged. It's more about keeping out small troublemakers than real threats. If someone wants to check on the house, it's easy to see what's going on. Sigh, next year I must build a taller, stronger wall. Our house is right at the foot of the mountain, and if wild animals come down, it could be dangerous. Thinking of this, Su Wanwan felt a chill run down her back. No, last year they saw a big tiger on the mountain. This year, there probably aren't many wild animals around, but fierce predators might come down to look for food. The more she thought about it, the more scared she became. She decided to call Zhou Sanyu to go find the two brothers and buy more green bricks. Mother, green bricks are very expensive. 1 coin for 10 bricks. Do we have enough money? We shouldn't delay the business. Oh, third brother, stop fussing. Hurry up. Before the ground freezes, we must fix the wall properly. If fierce animals get hungry and come down the mountain, our house will be the first to face trouble. Hearing this, the family members also became a bit worried. Every winter, wild animals coming down the mountain and causing trouble is common. But this year, they saw a tiger on the mountain not deep in the forest but closer to the village. That made everyone more afraid. Zhou Sanyu was quick on his feet. He hurried to the brick shop he visited yesterday. Because of the dinner last night, he was warmly received this time. When they heard he wanted to buy over 10,000 green bricks again, they were even happier. They gave him a big discount, 8 coins for 10 bricks, all flawless. After the deal was done, Zhou Sanyu felt relieved. He paid a deposit of 2 taels of silver and then went home. A few days later, the bricks from the factory were finally ready. Because there were so many, the two brothers made several trips to deliver all the green bricks. Su Wanwan had already gone to find the village had to help hire some strong workers to help build the wall. As soon as the bricks arrived, the workers received the news and came right away. The people the village had brought were very reliable. They had clear tasks. Some dug the foundation, others mixed mud, and some carried bricks. Soon, the foundation of the wall was finished. The next morning, everyone came early to work. After 3 days, the tall, 2-meter-high blue brick wall around Su Wanwan's house was built. Many women in the village were talking about it. One said, "Did you see? They built such a tall wall. They must be worried about someone." Another said, "I think she's probably bored." After all, women in their 30s and 40s are lively. She might be afraid we'll see her with her secret lover, so she built the wall around her house. Why else would she build a wall instead of a house? Lu Widow said, "Hey, Lu Widow, you should watch your words. Don't end up embarrassed again, or it'll be a big joke." At that moment, Zhou Xiui came out to fetch water. Hearing the gossip, she blushed and angrily said to Lu Widow, "My mother isn't like that. She's worried about the big tiger that bit a villager and might come down the mountain to hurt people. That's why she spent all her savings to build this wall." Hearing this, the women lost interest in gossip and hurried home to tell their husbands what Zhou Xiui said. The men said, "Boss, we need to take this seriously. If that big beast really comes down the mountain and it doesn't hurt the villagers, it might come to our house to cause trouble." Another said, "That makes sense. This year, a tiger was seen in the mountain. It probably can't find enough food there, so it came out. We must be careful. Soon, the village head found out about it. He called everyone and said, "You all sold a lot of cabbage before, right? If not, just fix the wall to keep the wild animals from coming down and hurting people." Some believed him and started fixing the wall. Others thought they might be lucky. They believed that even if a wild animal came, it might not come to their house because they lived farther from the mountain. But the truth proved that those who relied on luck were wrong. On the third night after the blue brick wall was finished at Su Wanwan's house, a wild boar looking for food from the mountain entered the village and injured someone. When this happened, the village was in chaos. Previously, families who hadn't built their courtyard walls were all panicking now. They hurried to the city to buy bricks. However, in winter, brick factories don't fire bricks, so they couldn't get any. They then asked Zhou Sanyu where he bought his bricks. Zhou Sanyu took the villagers to the brick factory. After some negotiations, they learned that because it's cold and firing bricks uses a lot of firewood, the price of blue bricks had increased by 10%. Although the villagers felt a bit upset about the higher price, they remembered how badly they had been bitten by wild animals. They decided to accept it. Since they couldn't afford blue bricks, they bought mud bricks instead. They thought these could still serve as a barrier. Originally, mud bricks cost 3 coins for 3 bricks, but now they were selling for 2 coins and 5 bricks. Everyone was prepared for this and bought some, more or less. Soon, the whole village was busy. Almost every family was building or repairing their courtyard walls. Everyone's face showed some worry and anxiety. Seeing this, Su Wanwan felt secretly relieved. She was glad she had decided to build the blue brick wall. Otherwise, they might not even be able to buy bricks now. The wall was not only for protecting against wild animals, but also to give her family a safe place. A few days later, the village looked completely new. The houses inside didn't matter much, but at least the outer walls were reinforced. After finishing this, the villagers felt a bit more at ease. But then, bad news came. Something's wrong. I was chopping firewood in the forest behind the mountain earlier and found a huge tiger paw print very close to our village. When this news spread, the village erupted in panic again. Hearing this, Su Wanwan's heart skipped a beat. Her family had built the blue brick wall, but hearing that a tiger was so close made her feel uneasy. Brothers Zhou Erniu and Zhou Sanyu also looked worried. They didn't expect the tiger to be so active this year. They had lived here for many years, and the tiger had only come once before, over 20 years ago when they were children before Si was born. The villagers gathered to discuss what to do. Someone suggested reporting to the authorities and asking them to send people to hunt the tiger in the mountains, but this idea was quickly opposed. After all, they were all very afraid of meeting officials, let alone asking the government for help. The current county magistrate is a corrupt official. Asking him for help might just get you into more trouble. In the end, the village had decided, let's all stay alert. When you go back later, make sure to reinforce your walls. Also, don't go out at night. Keep a close watch on your children and avoid unnecessary injuries. When Su Wanwan returned home, she had her sons help reinforce the doors and windows again. Still feeling uneasy, she decided to seal all the windows with wooden boards. She made the house very secure, even locking the chickens and ducks in cages inside the yard. Su Wanwan silently prayed that the tiger wouldn't come down the mountain to harm the villagers. That night, the whole village was very quiet, only the occasional dog barking breaking the silence. The villagers lay in bed, tossing and turning, thinking about the tiger. By dawn, everyone felt a little more at ease, since tigers usually come out at night. But just because nothing happened last night didn't mean it wouldn't happen tonight. Everyone was on edge. However, before they could feel safe for long, the village had received bad news. The neighboring village was visited by the tiger last night. Oh dear, what should we do? The tiger is right next door. If it's still hungry, it might take a detour and come into our village. I heard that last night, several families in the neighboring village were attacked. The worst cases only lost pigs, chickens, and ducks. But 2 families had people hurt. One person died, and the other was taken to the town clinic for treatment. I saw it myself. Oh, the injuries were much worse than mine. There was so much blood, it was terrifying. Oh my, I decided to take my son back to my mother's house to hide. My mother's place isn't near the mountain. What should I do? We're almost out of firewood, and I dare not go up the mountain. Those lazy families were now very regretful. They wished they had stocked up on firewood for winter in advance. Fortunately, Su Wanwan's family didn't need to worry because she had already stockpiled charcoal and firewood. Not only were there 2 big piles of firewood outside the courtyard wall, but her backyard was also filled with plenty. As the weather grew colder, Su Wanwan asked Zhou Erniu and Zhou Seiniu to reinforce the storage room where she kept the pickled vegetables. She was mainly worried about the large water jars freezing and breaking, since each jar was quite expensive. She took out the big machete that the system had provided earlier. Wow, that dark, sealed room suddenly looked like it was struck by lightning. Her sons looked at the shiny machete in her hand, each showing surprise. Mom, where did you get such a good tool? Zhou Erniu asked excitedly. Zhou Seiniu also said eagerly, Yes, Mom, this is a great treasure. With this, even if we meet a wild boar, I dare to fight it a few rounds. Su Wanwan rolled her eyes and said, This was hard to get, so don't show it off casually. Keep it at home. If a tiger or something comes in, Zhou Erniu, you can use this to defend us. After saying that, she handed the machete to Zhou Erniu. But Zhou Seiniu looked at her with envy and asked, Mom, what about me? Su Wanwan simply handed him a small vegetable digging knife and said, Just use this for safety. I used this knife to hunt a wild boar alone back then. As my son, you should be better than me, right? Zhou Seiniu looked like he was about to cry. The children saw their third uncle holding a small knife over half a foot long and couldn't help but burst into laughter. The dull atmosphere was completely broken by the children's laughter. Su Wanwan then remembered that her first batch of homemade spicy cabbage was almost ready to eat. She went to the backyard, opened the mud seal on top of the jar, and sure enough, a strong smell of spicy cabbage quickly filled the air. She instinctively took a deep breath and said, Yes, this is the smell. She called the children over and asked them to take small bowls. Using a bamboo tong, she scooped out a little spicy cabbage and handed the bowls to the children to take inside and share with everyone. It was just cabbage, so at first no one showed much interest. Since it was the mother who suggested it, they still had to show some respect. With a tried-out attitude, each of them took a piece of spicy pickled cabbage and put it in their mouths. Wow, why is this cabbage sweet and sour? And it has a bit of spiciness. It's not very spicy, I can even eat it, Zhou Seiniu exclaimed. The others also quickly chewed more of the cabbage and then reached out to take second and third pieces. Before long, they finished a small bowl of spicy pickled cabbage with their mouths. Of course, Su Wanwan made 2 flavors of spicy pickled cabbage. The one they tasted earlier was sweet and sour, and the other was spicy. She didn't bring out the spicy one because she was worried it might be too hot for her family. Seeing Su Wanwan come back from the backyard, everyone suggested that tonight they should eat the spicy pickled cabbage with sorghum rice water. Su Wanwan shook her head and said, Stewing pork belly and vermicelli with spicy pickled cabbage is also very tasty. Plus, spicy pickled cabbage can be used to make fried rice or other dishes. I will cook it for you myself when I have the chance. The next day, after breakfast, Su Wanwan asked Zhou Erniu and Zhou Seiniu to load the cart, and she also put the 100 jin of marinated ingredients she prepared into the cart. Bring 2 jars of the spicy pickled cabbage and see if Boss Lee needs any. If we can work with them, we won't have to push the cart to sell on the roadside. It's too cold to keep doing this back and forth, Su Wanwan said.
Mrs. Wang also said, Mother is right.
Especially now, it's not very safe here. That big bug might come down from the mountain to attack the village again at any time. It's better to go out less. After the 3 of them got on the cart, Su Wanwan realized it wasn't a good idea. The cart was just a big flatbed without a proper cabin. If they traveled over bumpy roads to the town, she would freeze stiff. Fortunately, she was wearing a new cotton coat and had a few warm patches stuck to her chest, so she could barely endure the cold on the way. Soon, Su Wanwan arrived at Drunken Immortal Pavilion. When she opened the spicy pickled cabbage, some customers who were eating immediately asked, Boss, What kind of special food is this? Let us try some. That tastes very unique. Boss, is this a new dish you made? It's pretty good. Combining it with marinated meat should make it even tastier, right? Old Tiger Lee was helpless. As the boss, he hadn't said much, but the customers all agreed with him. Madam Sue, do you know how much this spicy cabbage is worth? Su Wanwan smiled and said, this jar weighs about 10 jin. I brought 2 jars this time. The main ingredient is cheap cabbage, but I added many secret spices. Let everyone taste it first, then decide the price. So Old Tiger Lee asked the young clerk to divide the 2 jars of spicy cabbage into small dishes and serve a little to each table of regular customers, letting them try it. After tasting, everyone gave thumbs up and said it was very delicious. Seeing this, Old Tiger Lee set a high price of 100 coins per jin. Su Wanwan didn't plan to sell it that expensive, since the cost was only a few coins per jin. From these 2 jars, Su Wanwan earned 2 taels of silver. Watching this, brothers Zhou Erniu and Zhou Seiniu were both stunned. They watched their mother make the spicy cabbage herself, using cheap wild fruits and adding some sugar. Even so, the price seemed way too high. Seeing their surprised expressions, Su Wanwan quickly explained, well, those are my 2 sons. In the future, they can deliver things for us. Old Tiger Lee smiled and said, yes, that's good. Now that the weather's cold, it's right for young people to deliver things. Oh, I also heard that recently there have been incidents of wild animals hurting people in your area. You should be careful. Thank you, Boss Lee. Actually, I came here for something and hope you can help. Old Tiger Lee laughed and said, we're partners now. Just tell me if you need anything. Su Wanwan didn't hold back and directly asked, living in the mountains isn't safe. Especially our home, right next to the big mountain at the foot of the mountain. I wonder if you have a way to help me get some weapons for protection? Hearing this, Old Tiger Lee frowned and said, that? I do have some connections, but as you know, metal weapons are forbidden. So, the price might be a bit high. Currently, Su Wanwan's system shop has not unlocked iron tools yet. She needs to upgrade first to unlock more advanced items. So, Su Wanwan had to grit her teeth and say, okay, I just want to get 2 knives. How much silver do you think that will cost? Su Wanwan planned to ask Old Tiger Lee to help buy 2 knives. However, such transactions are usually like black market deals, and the prices are often very high. Old Tiger Lee held up one finger and said, it will cost at least this much, and what I can get are just discarded items from the government. Su Wanwan asked, 1 liang of silver per knife. Old Tiger Lee shook his head. No, it's 10 liang of silver. Su Wanwan was stunned. She didn't expect the price to be so high. 10 liang of silver is enough for an ordinary family of 4 to live comfortably for 2 years. But despite this, Su Wanwan had no choice but to buy. Without weapons in this winter, if wild animals came down from the mountain, her family would be helpless and could only wait to be attacked. Seeing Su Wanwan look worried, Old Tiger Lee quickly said, Madam Su, don't think it's too expensive. You should know that these iron tools are forbidden items. It's already rare for me to get them for you. Most people wouldn't dare to help with this. Su Wanwan clenched her teeth and said, all right, I'll buy them. She then took out 2 10 liang silver notes from her purse and handed them to Old Tiger Lee. He didn't argue and took the money, then told her when to pick up the items. Su Wanwan said seriously, thank you, Boss Lee. I need to go now. The pickled ingredients for next month might be delayed because the mountain is dangerous now, and I can't gather enough firewood to cook. Old Tiger Lee, hearing this, simply gave her a large cart of poor quality charcoal. This stuff isn't worth much. My old friend who runs a charcoal workshop gave it to me. It's not burned well, so it produces a lot of smoke and isn't suitable for heating. Take it home and use it as firewood. Su Wanwan was very happy when she heard this. After thanking him, she carried the large cart of poor-quality charcoal and headed back. Passing by the pork stall, she even asked Zhou Senyo to buy 10 jin of pork belly. Now that it's cold, this meat can be stored longer without spoiling. Tonight, I will cook spicy cabbage stew with pork belly for you all, so you can taste my cooking skills. Wednesday Nyo quickly bought the meat, and the shopkeeper kindly gave Su Wanwan 2 large bones to make soup. After the family happily returned home, many villagers saw the charcoal on Su Wanwan's cart. Wow, she actually bought so much old charcoal. That must be so wasteful, Widow Lu said with a sneer. Su Wanwan didn't back down. She deliberately asked Wednesday Nyo to stop the cart. Smiling, she said to Widow Lu, "Yes, I like to spend money. I have plenty of it to burn. Do you have a problem with that? I'd rather be hot than freeze to death in my house." After arguing with Widow Lu, Su Wanwan got on her cart and left, making Widow Lu so angry she dropped the freshly roasted pumpkin seeds all over the ground. Annoying! Damn it! Why does she, as a widow, get to earn so much money? She muttered. When Su Wanwan got home, everyone saw she had brought back so much charcoal. They no longer feared the winter as much. Wow, Grandma even bought so much pork belly, DeBeo exclaimed. Soon, the children gathered around her, chattering loudly, making Su Wanwan's head ache. Wow, this is the first time I've seen so much meat bought in our house, Erbao said, drooling. Su Wanwan told Wang Shi, cut some of the fat off the pork and make some lard. The rest, fry it with a little sugar to make a snack for the kids. Hearing this, the children all gathered around Wang Shi, waiting to eat the sweet, oily snack. This oily snack was a good treat, and normally, people wouldn't give it to children so easily. But Su Wanwan wasn't stingy. To her, it wasn't a rare thing. Soon, heavy snow started falling outside, and the cold wind made faces hurt. Wang Shi was inside the kitchen, boiling oil in a big pot. The smell drifted out, making everyone's mouths water. Su Wanwan sat at the door of the kitchen, warming herself by the fire and watching the snow outside. The snow fell heavier and heavier, covering the whole village in white, creating a beautiful winter scene. However, Su Wanwan knew that after the heavy snow sealed the mountains, it would be very difficult to go back up. Luckily, her family had prepared enough food and supplies, so even if the mountain was closed for 10 or 15 days, they wouldn't have to worry about running out of food. Thinking of this, Su Wanwan felt much more at ease. She turned her head toward the kitchen and saw that Mrs. Wang had already finished refining the lard. At this moment, she was scooping out the golden, sizzling oil. The oil was bright yellow and looked very tempting. Su Wanwan couldn't help but swallow and said to Mrs. Wang, "Save some of the oil residue. Let's all try some." Mrs. Wang smiled and agreed. "All right, this time we have enough for 2 big bowls, plenty for everyone." Afterward, Mrs. Wang poured the finished lard into the family's oil jar. She then chopped the sizzling oil into small pieces, mixed them with sugar, and handed them to DeBao to share with his younger brothers and sisters. The children received the snacks happily, each excited, and ran to the yard to play with the oil pieces. Seeing this, Su Wanwan couldn't help but smile. She got up and went into the kitchen, planning to cook a pot of spicy cabbage with pork belly for everyone. She cut the cabbage into large chunks and sliced the pork belly thinly. Then she took out a bowl of spicy cabbage, threw it into a large iron pot along with the pork. As the fire in the stove grew stronger, the aroma in the pot became more and more enticing. After the children played in the yard for a while, they were all drawn by the delicious smell. One by one, they gathered around Su Wanwan, staring eagerly at the large iron pot. Seeing this, Su Wanwan smiled and said, "Don't worry, you'll get to eat soon." While she spoke, the meat in the pot was almost done. Su Wanwan sprinkled some chopped green onions on top and dripped a few drops of fragrant oil, then asked Zhou Ernyo to bring the pot down. She served the food into a large wooden basin and called everyone to eat. The children could hardly wait and quickly helped set the bowls and chopsticks. The family was busy and lively, all with happy smiles on their faces. At the dinner table, everyone sat together. The steaming spicy cabbage with pork belly made everyone's eyes light up, and they all looked forward to tasting this new delicious dish. Su Wanwan first served herself a large bowl of plain rice, then asked Zhou Xiui to help serve the others. Originally, holding the rice scoop was a symbol of her authority as the head of the family. However, Su Wanwan felt it was too tiring. Since they were all family, everyone could eat as much as they wanted. Why should she be the one to hold the scoop? Zhou Xiui still had some traditional ideas about respecting men over women. So, she served more rice to her brothers and only half a bowl to herself and her sisters-in-law. As for the children, it was much easier. They each only got half a bowl. Su Wanwan was too lazy to manage everything. She just said, if anyone isn't full, they can serve themselves after eating. Don't wait for me to serve. I'm already very tired. Everyone was initially confused by her words, but soon they felt warm inside. Especially Wang, the daughter-in-law, because her mother-in-law meant that she wouldn't control everyone's food in the future. De Bao and Xiao Bao couldn't wait anymore. Before Su Wanwan even started eating, they each took a piece of pork belly and put it in their mouths. Grandma, this meat smells so good, De Bao praised as he ate. Seeing this, Zhou Sanyu scolded immediately. You little brat. Your dad isn't home, so I, as your uncle, have to teach you a lesson. Your grandma hasn't even touched her food, and you dare to eat first? Are you looking for a beating? Hearing this, De Bao's mouth was stuck, unable to swallow or spit out the meat, and his little face fell. Su Wanwan finally started eating and said to De Bao, You've been living with me for a while now. It's time to teach you some rules. Starting tomorrow, after breakfast, all of you come to my room.
I want to teach you something.
The children nodded in agreement but felt a bit confused and worried, thinking it might be like being punished with a slap in a private school. Everyone ate a very satisfying meal. The large pot of rice was completely finished. Even the crispy, golden crust at the bottom of the pot was shared with the children as a snack. At night, the cold wind howled. Listening carefully, it sounded like wolf howls, but more like tiger roars. The villagers huddled inside their homes, all too afraid to sleep. They worried that as soon as they fell asleep, a big mountain tiger might come into their house to eat people. Susan Wanwan gathered everyone in the upper room and said, Let's all stay close for now. Wang Shi, you and Xiao Yi take Yaya and sleep in one room. The second, third, and fourth brothers take Daba and sleep in the west room. I've hung the knife on the doorframe outside, just in case something happens so we can respond quickly. There are 2 more kitchen knives at home, one for chopping vegetables and a rusty one kept for cutting wild plants for chickens and ducks. Now, Wang Shi and Zhou Xiao Yi have brought them inside. The atmosphere at home has become very tense. Even the fire in the stove isn't allowed to go out because Su Wanwan believes that as long as there's light, wild animals might be more afraid to come close. Around midnight, Su Wanwan started feeling sleepy. She ordered second and third brothers take turns watching the night. If there's any movement, wake everyone up immediately. After that, she lay down fully dressed. The others also dared not take off their clothes and simply went to sleep. Just past midnight, the heavy snow finally stopped. The night was very quiet, only the occasional sound of wind, as if it was telling the loneliness of the night. In the Zhou family's west room, a few little kids huddled together, too scared to sleep. Daba gently nudged Xiao Bao and whispered, Little brother, do you think that big tiger will really come into the village tonight? Xiao Bao shrank back in fear but tried to sound brave, saying, I think the big tiger was probably eating in the next village yesterday. It probably won't come today. Gradually, the children fell asleep, uneasy but exhausted. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Only the wind outside kept blowing tirelessly. Suddenly, a rustling sound broke the quiet night. It was Zhou Erniu on night duty. He quickly knocked on the only copper basin at home, waking everyone up. Everyone, startled, grabbed whatever they could find and looked nervously outside. Mom, it's not good. There are wolves. And judging by the sound, it might be a pretty big pack of wolves coming down the mountain, Zhou Senyo said, sweat breaking out on his forehead. He was holding the rusty kitchen knife, while Zhou Ernyo had a large cleaver, planning to climb the wall and see what was happening outside. Su Wanwan quickly stopped everyone and said, Second brother, come back. Remember, as long as the wolf pack doesn't enter our yard, no one is allowed to go out. We must hold our ground here. The little ones all shrank in fear inside the bed and cabinet. Su Wanwan held a thick, long rolling pin, Wang Shi gripped a kitchen knife, and Zhou Xiaoyi held a wild vegetable digging knife. Everyone looked ready to face a big threat. Zhou Erniu also had to step back quietly, looking nervous as he asked, Mom, what should we do now? Su Wanwan replied in a firm voice, Right now, we can only hope the wolves are just passing by and won't come into our yard. As long as they don't come in, we are safe for now. We just need to wait until morning. Zhou Sanyu tightly held his kitchen knife, sweat already forming a small stream on his forehead. He asked, trembling, "Mom, if the wolves really come in, what will we do?" Su Wanwan took a deep breath and said confidently, "If it really comes to that, we will fight with all our might. Remember, no matter what happens, we must hold on until the end." Outside, the wolf pack had started wandering around the village, howling now and then. The Zhou family members watched nervously, afraid the wolves might break in suddenly. Su Wanwan clenched her rolling pin tightly, her eyes showing determination and fierceness. She knew she had to step up and lead everyone to face this crisis together. That night was uneasy, filled with howling wolves and barking dogs. Outside the Zhou family's yard wall, pairs of green eyes flickered in the darkness. It seemed as if they could see through the tall, sturdy wall into the yard. The wolf pack sensed the family's fear and tension. Their howls grew louder and more aggressive. Some large, mature wolves even pawed at the wall, as if they were about to jump over. Su Wanwan said firmly, "Everyone, don't be afraid. Later, each of us take a torch. Animals are afraid of fire." As soon as she finished speaking, a huge gray wolf suddenly leapt outside and pounced toward the wall. Its sharp claws scraped against the wall, but because it was too heavy, its body slipped down directly, leaving sparks on the wall. Everyone watched with fear, thinking luckily the owner had decided to raise the wall to 2 meters, or else the wolves might have broken into the yard today. Ding! System detects the host is in danger of life. Activating side mission. Defend against the wolves. Reward. Increased beast affinity. Su Wanwan was too focused on saving her life to care about the system's mission. Now, her safety was the most important. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! The system is forcing a live broadcast for the host. Keep going. Su Wanwan felt helpless and thought, I'm in a life and death situation, and the system still wants me to broadcast? Could it be more unreasonable? Listening to the sound of wild wolves scratching the wall outside, her heart felt like it was being clawed, as if each scratch was piercing her heart. At this moment, the villagers who had been taken away to serve forced labor returned overnight. They thought they could finally go home and have a warm meal. But as soon as they entered the village, they encountered a sudden attack by the wolf pack descending from the mountain. Fortunately, after days of physical training, their bodies had improved. Relying on their numbers, they found stones and branches from the roadside and fought the wolves in an encounter. Initially, everyone had kept indoors, but now, knowing their husbands and sons were fighting wolves outside, they couldn't stay back. The villagers grabbed sickles, kitchen knives, rolling pins, and hooks, rushing out to fight. Su Wanwan frowned and said, Damn it, I really owe you guys a lot. I guess he's coming back with the others too. We can't just watch him die outside, right? Second and third, take your knives and go help him. Although Su Wanwan didn't like Zhou Dainyu, the unlucky son, he was still the bloodline left by the original owner. If she could help, she would. Outside the wall, it seemed quiet now. The wolves attacking their home must have been attracted away by the noise at the village head. Su Wanwan carefully climbed onto the wall using a ladder. After confirming that all the wolves outside had indeed been attracted away, she finally opened the courtyard gate. She originally wanted to go out herself, but Wang Shi and Zhou Xiui firmly held her arms. Zhou Erniu also said, Mother, don't worry. Third brother, and I will bring second brother back safely. At this moment, Zhou Sanyu was no longer selfish. He gritted his teeth, holding 2 kitchen knives, and nodded heavily. Mother, you stay inside and hide. When we leave, you can lock the door. We will be back soon. As soon as they left, Zhou Sanyu quickly locked the door, making Su Wanwan feel speechless. She thought to herself that fourth brother was still too selfish. In the future, she would have to teach him a good lesson. Standing in the yard, Su Wanwan nervously looked toward the gate, silently praying for her sons. Wang Shi, Zhou Xiui, and Zhou Xinyu each held a torch. The children in the house were so scared they hid inside the bed cabinet, not daring to come out or even breathe loudly. At this moment, Shouts and cries echoed through the village. The firelight flickered in the night, casting a chaotic scene. Su Wanwan clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms, but she seemed not to feel any pain. In the live stream, many viewers asked the host to show scenes of fighting the wolves. But Su Wanwan would never risk her life just to earn a little reward. Soon after, she heard footsteps outside. Fourth brother, go up the wall and see if second brother and the others are back. Hearing this, Zhou Xinyu shrank his neck in fear and froze in place. Su Wanwan looked at him with a furious expression, as if she was looking at trash. Zhou Xinyu was frightened by her gaze, thinking, if mother despises me, I won't have a good life in the future. Thinking of this, he decided to take a risk. He shakily climbed the ladder onto the wall, and Su Wanwan handed him a torch. Mother, it's second brother and third brother. Second brother is carrying someone on his back, and it seems like big brother is hurt. When Su Wanwan heard this, she was about to open the door to let the people in. However, Zhou Xunyo suddenly shouted, Mom, you absolutely can't open the door. That group of wild wolves is coming with the brothers. At the same time, Su Wanwan's live stream was already buzzing with activity. Everyone was spontaneously starting a competition to see if Su Wanwan dared to open the door. Su Wanwan didn't bother paying attention to the stream. She just wanted to quickly get those kids inside. Second daughter-in-law, Xioi, go find a strong rope. See if you can pull them in from outside. While saying this, Su Wanwan also found a ladder and placed it next to Zhou Xunyo. She climbed up and saw that the third son was swinging two big kitchen knives, fighting off a few wild wolves that had approached them. Meanwhile, Zhou Ernyo was holding a knife with one hand, trying to protect Zhou Denyo on his back. His arm was also scratched by the wolves. Soon, Wang Shi and Zhou Xioi brought over some ropes. Su Wanwan told Zhou Xunyo, Fourth, let's pull together later. We must get them inside. Okay, yes, Mom. Su Wanwan was worried that this guy might not be reliable. Since the rope was long enough, she tied the other end to a nearby jujube tree, making sure everything was safe. Zhou Xunyo understood how important his role was. He took a deep breath, handed a torch to Su Wanwan, and tightly gripped the rope tied to the wall. Seeing this, Su Wanwan shouted from the wall, Second and third sons, come here. Both Zhou Ernyo and Zhou Xinyo were already sweating heavily. They felt like they were about to give up. Especially Zhou Ernyo, who was walking and thinking a lot. He wondered if his actions might attract the wolf pack to their home. Would his mother, wife, children, and younger siblings be endangered because of him? Just as his legs felt weaker and weaker, he heard a familiar call. Second, what are you hesitating for? Let third cover you. First, get big brother up, then you come up to protect your third brother. Zhou Ernyo finally snapped out of it, and the despair in his eyes faded a little. On Wednesday, Nyo-yi heard Su Wanwan calling for him. He immediately felt energized, like he had been injected with adrenaline. Second brother, you take the older brother and go ahead. I will cover for you. He was feeling happy when suddenly a wild wolf bit him on the buttocks, tearing off a piece of flesh. He cried out in pain. Zhou Nyunyo quickly carried Zhou Dainyu to the base of their wall. Without hesitation, he tied a rope around Zhou Dainyu's body. He helped push him up while Su Wanwan and Zhou Xinyu pulled from above, quickly pulling Zhou Dainyu into safety. Su Wanwan didn't think much and simply threw him into the yard. Then she waved her torch to scare away the attacking wolves. Now that Zhou Nyunyo could free his hands, he didn't forget to go back and help Zhou Xinyu. Third brother, you go first. Your injury is worse than mine. I will cover for you. No, second brother. You just carried Zhou Dainyu earlier and used a lot of energy. I can manage. You go first. Seeing this, Su Wanwan felt a little relieved. She also shouted loudly, You two good-for-nothings. What are you still doing here hesitating? Third, hurry up and come up here. Zhou Xinyu didn't dare delay. He quickly grabbed the rope and scrambled over the wall. But suddenly, Su Wanwan threw him down, making him fall and grimace in pain. Su Wanwan didn't care about anything else. She quickly threw the rope to Zhou Nyunyo again. Second, hurry up and come up. Zhou Nyonyo had to guard against wolf attacks, so he bit the rope with his teeth and used both hands to wave his big machete, fighting off the wolves. Su Wanwan and Zhou Xinyu pulled hard on the rope, shouting together, 1, 2, pull. With their effort, Zhou Nyonyo finally lifted his feet off the ground. But the wolf pack, seeing the meat just within reach, refused to give up. They frantically pounced on Zhou Nyonyo. Even though Zhou Nyonyo was strong, he was suspended in the air, so his abilities were limited. Fortunately, he had his big machete, which he used to cut down one attacking wolf. However, another wolf took the opportunity to attack his leg, causing it to bleed heavily. The wolf pack smelled blood, and they became even more aggressive. At this moment, the live chat comments were flying rapidly, and the big spenders kept sending gifts, flooding the screen. However, Su Wanwan couldn't pay attention to all of that. Her only thought was to save her clumsy second son. Fortunately, Zhou San-nyo had climbed up the wall along the jujube tree. With his help, Zhou Er-nyo was quickly pulled to safety. Su Wanwan told Zhou Si-nyo to stay and watch the wolves' movements. She then instructed Wang Shi and Zhou Xiui, hurry and boil some hot water. Their wounds need urgent treatment, or they might get infected. Wang Shi looked at her husband, covered in blood, and was so scared she froze. Luckily, Su Wanwan, as the head of the family, was in charge, so everything stayed under control. All three brothers were hurt. Zhou Denyo was the most seriously injured, having been bitten on the shoulder and nearly bitten in the neck, which could have been deadly. Zhou Er-nyo had wounds on his arms and legs, while Zhou San-nyo's injuries were on his arm and buttocks. Since they were her own sons, Su Wanwan didn't bother to hide her concern. She told them to take off their clothes, leaving only their big shorts. Then, the three brothers lay side by side on the bed in the west room of the upper house. Su Wanwan brought all the oil lamps from the house into the room, making it very bright inside. "Mom, the hot water is ready," Zhou Xiui said as she ran over. Su Wanwan nodded and, along with Wang Shi and Zhou Xiui, helped clean the wounds around their skin. Wang Shi carried away bowls of bloodied water. The three men on the bed were running fevers now. Their wounds were large and deep, and they had only been holding on with sheer willpower earlier. Now that they were safe, they let their guard down and looked exhausted. Suddenly, Zhou Si-nyo exclaimed, "Mom, second sister-in-law, I think I heard a tiger roar. It seems like all the wolves outside have been scared away. You little brat, what are you so happy about? Tigers are much more dangerous than wolves. Come down quickly and help." Hearing this, Zhou Si-nyo climbed down the ladder and happily went over to help. He felt guilty for acting selfishly before, which made his mother angry. Now, he knew he had to make up for it, or she might find a way to discipline him. The family worked tirelessly until dawn, when the first light appeared on the horizon. Only then did they manage to control the injuries of the three people. After sending everyone else away, Su Wanwan used the system to exchange for fever medicine and anti-inflammatory drugs. She disinfected and treated the wounds of the three, then yawned and went back to her room to sleep. She slept until noon the next day. Even in the morning, when the officials came to count the casualties, it was Zhou Xinyu who went to handle the matter. After telling the officials that all three brothers at home were injured and unconscious, the official sighed. "Well, your family is doing better than others. Last night, 2 people from old Lu's family died. Now they are mostly old, weak women and children. How will they get through this?" When Su Wanwan woke up, Wang's family had already prepared the meal. Because everyone's minds were elsewhere, today's meal was just plain rice porridge and some salted vegetables.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest. Resist the wolf pack. Reward: increased beast affinity. Su Wanwan was awakened by the system notification. After a simple breakfast, before she could go out to gather information, an old woman came to their house. She was Wapozi from next door. Like the original owner, she was a woman who raised a large family alone, so they became good friends. Recently, Wapozi hadn't come much because her daughter-in-law had just given birth to a granddaughter, and she was busy taking care of her postpartum. "Oh, it's terrible. You don't know, yesterday 7 or 8 people in our village died in one go. That wolf even tried to claw at our yard gate. If you don't believe me, come see. There are deep claw marks all over the wooden door, like they were cut with a knife. I was so scared. My heart nearly jumped out of my chest. Su Wanwan wasn't very familiar with her, so she just responded casually.
Our family is about the same.
There are probably wolf claw marks outside the yard wall, too. My 3 sons almost didn't come back. As she spoke, Su Wanwan even pretended to wipe away tears. Oh, I have to go now. My grandson was also frightened yesterday. I need to go call his soul back. Soon, crying sounds came from outside. There was a local custom that bodies could not stay at home for the wake. After someone dies, they must be buried immediately to ensure they rest in peace. Otherwise, it would be considered disrespectful to the ancestors. Right now, everyone has finally managed to buy a coffin from the town. The families with deceased loved ones are gathered together, planning to handle the funeral together. Paper money floats over the wall into Su Wanwan's yard. Little Bao wants to run over and pick it up to play with, but Su Wanwan scolds him. Child, those are for the dead. It's bad luck. You are not allowed to touch them, understand? Although Little Bao doesn't dare say much, he thinks to himself, what's the big deal? I've picked flowers from the grave before, even given them to my mother to wear on her head. She said they looked nice. After the funeral procession passes, Su Wanwan comes out with others to check outside the wall. Wow, there are several holes dug at the base of the wall. Luckily, the foundation of Su Wanwan's wall is very deep, so the wolves can't dig through easily. Also, the scratches on the blue brick wall from the wolves' claws are fortunate. If it had been an old, broken fence, it would have collapsed after a few scratches. Xioi, later you can get a cloth to wipe the blood off the wall. Sigh, such a tragic situation. I wonder when this tense time will end. Su Wanwan says helplessly. Wang Shi and Zhou Xioi clean up the wall and fill the holes with broken stones and dirt. Then everyone goes inside. Mom, I think we should reinforce the gate. It would be best to cover it with metal sheets. I see wealthy families in the city do that. Then we won't have to worry about wolves scratching the door, Wang Shi suggests. Su Wanwan nods and says, we don't have enough metal sheets right now, but there's a way. When we sealed the windows before, we bought many nails. Later, we'll turn the nails around so the sharp ends face outward and nail them all over the door. They quickly turn the wooden gate into a spiky barrier, like a hedgehog. Next door, Hua Posi sees this and hurriedly goes home. She also has her son imitate what they did. Other villagers, after coming down from the mountain cemetery, are inspired and start putting nails on their doors or walls. Su Wanwan was now changing medicine for her sons. The second and third sons were awake, but only Zhou Dainiu was still unconscious. He had lost a lot of blood yesterday, so he probably wouldn't wake up for a few days. Mom, did the villagers chase away the wolf pack? Zhou Erniu asked. Seeing him try to get up, Su Wanwan quickly pressed him back down. Second son, don't move. Just lie here and talk. Zhou Erniu blushed and said, but, Mom, I'm not wearing any clothes, just covered with a thick quilt. Su Wanwan rolled her eyes and said, when you were little, I always bathed you. What's there to be shy about with your own mother? All 3 of you brothers are the same. Don't laugh at each other. At this moment, Zhou Sanyu realized he was also completely bare. Oh well, this is better for healing his wounds. After quickly changing their bandages, Su Wanwan advised them, you don't need to worry about the house stuff now. Just focus on healing. Third son, your wound is on your butt. If you need to go to the bathroom, just move yourself over and take care of it. Zhou Sania looked at what Su Wanwan pointed to. It was a medical urinal he had exchanged from the system, a type that could sit on the bed. Its color was plain wood, so it wasn't too noticeable. Mom, I'm already grown up. Isn't it a bit embarrassing? Zhou Saniu blushed again. Su Wanwan gave him a sidelong look and said, once you're done, call to Bao and the others to help you empty it. All right, that's good.
I was so scared. I thought you were going to help me with it.
Hee hee. Su Wanwan rolled her eyes again and said, you're so spoiled. I don't owe you anything. But you brothers better get well soon, or next time the wolf pack comes, I'll throw you out to feed the wolves. Both boys nodded heavily. Because Zhou Saniu was lying on his back, His big movements caused his chin to hit the edge of the bed, making him grimace in pain. Seeing this, Zhou Erniu couldn't help but laugh, so hard that his wound almost reopened. Su Wanwan was so angry she grabbed a feather duster and shouted, "Stop laughing. Your wounds were sewn up with great effort. If they open again, I'll spank you to death." Just then, someone arrived outside. Zhou Xiui opened the courtyard gate and saw a large group of people. "Why are you coming to my house? Xiui, we plan to borrow your family's ox cart. Last night, some of us got hurt and we want to use the cart to take them to the town clinic. The village's ox cart is full, so we thought we could borrow yours." When Zhou Xiui heard this, she felt a bit worried. After all, the ox was the most valuable thing in her family. Now, outside is so unsafe. If they encounter a wolf pack on the way, their big yellow ox might be lost. Seeing her hesitation, Widow Lu stepped forward and said, "Why are you like this? Your ox cart isn't that precious. Why can't you lend it to us for a while? Besides, we haven't often failed to help your family." Just as Zhou Xiui was unsure what to do, Su Wanwan came out of the house. "Oh, I remember whether others help or not, but what has Widow Lu done to help us? You're the least qualified to say anything. Do you understand?" Hearing this, Widow Lu wanted to say something but was stopped by a woman nearby. "Shut up and stop talking so much. You're useless and cause trouble. If your foul mouth delays my husband's treatment, I won't forgive you." Seeing everyone glaring at her, Widow Lu finally gave up. She shrank back and hid behind the crowd. Su Wanwan then said to everyone, "Of course I can lend you my ox cart, but right now my 3 sons are all hurt. I need to take care of my family first. Sorry, you'll have to wait for the next turn." When the crowd heard this and saw that her 3 sons were all lying down, they couldn't say much. They could only leave for now. Su Wanwan had a plan. To avoid trouble, she decided to rent a small house in town to stay in temporarily. Once things settled down here, she would move back. She also used the excuse of caring for her sons to avoid trouble, so no one would criticize her. After making up her mind, she immediately went back to ask Wang Shi and Zhou Xiui to start packing. "Mother, are we really going to live in the town?" Zhou Xiui asked excitedly. Su Wanwan nodded and said, "Yes, this was a last-minute decision. Instead of staying here and worrying all the time, it's better to spend some money to avoid trouble. We'll rent a house in town for a few months and come back when spring arrives." Everyone was quick to work, and since the children were sensible and helpful, especially in caring for the sick, Su Wanwan quickly packed her things. At noon, the 3 brothers from the Zhou family were all placed side by side on a bullock cart. Su Wanwan used this to hide the truth. In fact, their injuries weren't as serious as they looked. Thanks to the system, they used good medicine. The signs of infection had disappeared, and the fever had gone down. Recovery was just a matter of time. Seeing her carrying luggage and food, everyone came forward to ask, "Mother of Nuno, what are you planning to do? Our eldest is still unconscious, so he will need to stay in the clinic for a while. Plus, Juzi is also there, so we have to go and take care of the injured. I heard that everything in the city is expensive, so we had no choice but to bring some food." Most of the food on the cart was just a small part. Most of it was stored in Su Wanwan's system warehouse. "Oh, I see. I didn't expect your Nuno to be so badly hurt." The person said this with a tone of regret, but their smug expression was very obvious. Su Wanwan suddenly remembered that this person had originally planned to sell his daughter at a high price to Zhou Nuno as a wife, but the original owner refused. That's why he came over to bother her. She didn't bother to respond and told Wang Shi to hurry up. Wang Shi waved the whip, making the cart steady. "Second sister-in-law, you're really something. I didn't expect you to be better at driving the cart than second brother," Zhou Xiui said enviously. Wang Shi shyly replied, "Oh, it's not that. Your second brother taught me himself." Su Wanwan glared at Zhou Xinyo and said, "Fourth brother, right now, you're the least useful at home. If you can't even read well, I'll have to send you away alone, to fend for yourself. Our family doesn't keep useless people." Zhou Xinyo immediately broke out in cold sweat from fear. Hearing this, he quickly took a book from the box and started reading. Su Wanwan thought to herself, Little brat, I don't believe I can't control you. This boy is smart, but he's not using his intelligence properly. With a little encouragement, he might even pass the imperial exam someday. When the ox cart passed by the clinic, Mrs. Wang asked Su Wanwan, "Mother, aren't we going to the clinic?" Su Wanwan shook her head and said, "I was just pretending. The clinic isn't better than our own home for resting. Plus, it's already crowded there now, and there are no beds available. If we go, they'll just give us some medicine and then send us away. Let's go to the dental shop and rent a small courtyard instead." After asking a passerby, everyone headed straight to the dental shop in the ox cart. When they arrived, Su Wanwan didn't mind spending a little money and rented a small courtyard. "Madam, this courtyard has a private well, and it was recently renovated. It has all the furniture inside, so the price is a bit higher. 1.5 silver coins per month. Do you agree?" Su Wanwan didn't bother to bargain and directly took out 2 silver coins, saying, "I'll rent it for 4 months. Please handle the paperwork quickly. Renting a house is simpler than buying one. There's no complicated transfer process. The dental shop just needs to give a proof of residence." Soon, the paperwork was done, and Su Wanwan and her family went to the courtyard with the shopkeeper. When they arrived, Debao and Xiaobao were both stunned. Xiaobao was the first to speak. "Hey, isn't this our home?" Su Wanwan frowned and said, "Xiaobao, what are you talking about? How could this be our house?" Seeing that her brother had already spoken, Debao quickly said, "Grandma, this house was bought by Dad and Mom. Mom said she wanted to leave it for Uncle to use when he gets married, but Dad didn't agree. They even fought over it." Su Wanwan looked at Zhou Dainiu lying on the ox cart, thinking to herself, "You're still not completely foolish. You know how to fight for some benefits for your son." Just then, Zhou Dainiu woke up. He heard his son revealing his biggest secret and wished he hadn't woken up at all. Noticing the strange look on his face, Su Wanwan sneered and said, "Big brother, stop pretending. I know you're awake. Come on, tell me about this house." Zhou Dainiu saw this and realized he couldn't hide it anymore. He forced himself to speak nervously, saying, "Actually, I bought this house with my private savings. I was planning to have a place to stay when we divided the family later. I didn't expect it to be so coincidental." Sun Wanwan immediately became very angry. She reached out and pinched Zhou Dainiu's ear. She scolded, "You! How dare you hide this house from me? You should know you still owe us quite a bit of money. Tell me, what else are you hiding?" Zhou Dainiu winced in pain and quickly begged for mercy. No, I've told you everything. That's the only house I have now." Sun Wanwan finally let go and said, "Humph. I'll forgive you this time. But if there's a next time, I won't spare you." Zhou Dainiu rubbed his ear and nodded repeatedly. At that moment, the servant spoke, "Madam, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now." Sun Wanwan nodded, took out a few coins from her pocket, and handed them to the servant, saying, "Thank you for your trouble. This is your reward. But I need you to do one more thing. Transfer the ownership of this house to me." The servant looked at Zhou Dainiu, who nodded in agreement. The servant then happily took the 10 coins from Sun Wanwan and went to handle the property transfer. Sun Wanwan and her family began to look around the courtyard. Although it was small, it was very tidy, and all the furniture was already in place, so they didn't need to buy anything new. She turned to Wang Shi and said, "Second sister, you and the children should pack up your things first. We'll live here from now on. Just like when we were at home, your family will stay in the East Wing." Wang Shi quickly agreed and took the children to pack their belongings. Sun Wanwan then asked Zhou Dainiu, "Big brother, how much silver did you spend to buy this house?" Zhou Dainiu thought for a moment and replied, "Mother, I spent 300 taels." "What? You spent so much money? Well, you little vampire. If it weren't for your injury, I'd have beaten you to death today." Zhou Xiniu was in a very good mood because his family now had a house in the city. He thought that if he came to study in the city in the future, the house would be his to live in. The second family had no particular ideas. Their mother said whatever she said, so they just followed her lead and stayed wherever she told them. After a simple tidy-up, everyone went to rest. They only ate some leftover marinated meat and flatbread after waking up. The small kitchen here was very nice, with all the cooking tools needed. Su Wanwan was still working on the marinade, so staying here was quite convenient. However, they still had to go daily to fetch things like pickled vegetables and spicy cabbage. At this time, Zhou Baoqing came looking for them, carrying some snacks. He followed the address Su Wanwan gave him. Third sister-in-law, I heard my big nephews are hurt.
I came to see them, he said.
Su Wanwan nodded and asked Zhou Xinyu to take him to see the boys. After visiting, Zhou Baoqing frowned and said, Why are they all so badly hurt? I wonder how things are at the old house. Su Wanwan smiled and replied, The old house is fine. Luckily, it's separated from the foot of the mountain by a river. The wolf packs and tigers haven't crossed over. Hearing this, Zhou Baoqing let out a breath of relief and then asked Su Wanwan, Third sister-in-law, why didn't you take them to the clinic? Su Wanwan sighed. Oh, don't remind me. Recently, wild animals have been coming down the mountain and hurting people. I think all the clinics are probably full now. Zhou Baoqing suddenly understood and said, Right, how could I forget? This noon, I saw the village head's ox cart bringing many villagers here. But the doctors only gave them medicine and couldn't keep them at the clinic. Su Wanwan also asked about Juzi's condition. Zhou Baoqing smiled and said, Juzi is fine now, thanks to that precious ginseng you gave. Third sister-in-law, my older brother owes you a lot. Big brother, if Juzi is okay, I have something I want to ask for your help with, Su Wanwan said. When Zhou Baoqing heard he finally had a chance to repay Su Wanwan, he quickly patted his chest and said, Tell me, third sister-in-law, I'll go through fire and water for you. At this moment, Zhou Xinyu couldn't hold back anymore. He smiled and said, Uncle, actually my mother wants to ask you to help bring some spicy cabbage and pickled vegetables from the village to sell. Oh, are these the pickled vegetables you made from the cabbage you previously harvested?
I know about this.
Did you manage to bring all of them? Su Wanwan shook her head and said, There are too many in the water tank, so I can't bring them all at once. I have to trouble my older brother to go back every day. Please bring me a jar of pickled vegetables and 100 jin of spicy cabbage each day. All right, I'll take care of this. I've been missing home a bit, so I can go back every day to see my parents. After they finished discussing, Zhou Baoqing hurriedly left because he needed to tell his wife. Now that the family was better off, the second household moved into the East Wing room, and Zhou Shernyo moved in with a few young men into the West Wing room. Su Wanwan and Zhou Xiui stayed in the upper room, and the West room was temporarily used by brothers Zhou Daniu and Zhou Sanyu to recover from their injuries. Nothing happened overnight. The next day, after breakfast, Su Wanwan went to the clinic to get medicine. Actually, this was just a formality. Since she would be going out frequently to get medicine, she needed a proper source, right? When she returned with a string of medicine bags, the dentist had already transferred the property deed to her. Su Wanwan looked at it, confirmed it was correct, and then smiled as she gave the other person 10 coins as a tip. After sending the dentist away, Su Wanwan directly stored the property deed in the system warehouse. She couldn't leave it outside. What if it got lost? Whoever found it would own it, and there was no way to argue about it. Su Wanwan felt very happy. Now she had a place to stay in the city, which made everything much more convenient in the future. At noon, Zhou Baoqing drove a cart to bring all the pickled vegetables and spicy cabbage. He also helped Su Wanwan bring some inferior charcoal. Little sister-in-law, I'm worried you might not have enough firewood. Seeing that you have so much charcoal piled up, I brought some for you. Su Wanwan smiled and said, Thank you, big brother. Come inside and have some hot water. Zhou Baoqing was indeed a bit thirsty. Hearing this, he followed Su Wanwan into the yard. He first unloaded everything from the cart before entering the main room. Su Wanwan poured him a cup of hot water and added a spoonful of sugar. After Zhou Baoqing finished drinking, he took a big gulp and then said, My wife, this time I saw many people in the village mourning. It's good that you rented a house outside. Su Wanwan didn't say much, letting him think that she rented the house herself. After chatting for a while, Zhou Baoqing stood up to leave. Su Wanwan saw him to the door before turning back to the yard. She looked at the yard full of things, and her mood improved naturally. She also brought some pork belly from home, so she grabbed 2 jars of pickled vegetables and asked Wang Shi to cut them. Then she asked Zhou Xiui to thaw the frozen pork belly briefly, and Wang Shi cut the meat into thick slices. Mom, are we going to eat this rotten vegetable tonight? Zhou Xinyu asked with a frown. Hearing this, Su Wanwan immediately tapped his head and scolded, "If you can't speak properly, just pretend to be mute. This isn't rotten vegetables, it's pickled vegetables. I was hoping it would make money for us." "Don't talk nonsense." Zhou Xinyu looked unconvinced, thinking that the cabbage was soaked until it rotted and sour. So, how could it be edible? He even decided that he wouldn't eat this dish tonight no matter what. Su Wanwan ignored Zhou Xinyu's stubborn look and directed Wang Shi to bring the cut pickled vegetables and meat to the kitchen. She then went to the main room and took out a clay jar from the cabinet. When she opened the lid, it was filled with pig fat. She scooped out a large spoonful of pig fat and put it into a big iron pot. After sizzling, she added the pickled vegetables and meat. Once the pot boiled, the distinctive aroma of pickled vegetables immediately filled the air. Zhou Xinyu sniffed the unique smell and swallowed hard. Su Wanwan also added 2 large pig bones given by the butcher. She smiled and said towards the west room, "Eat well to strengthen yourselves. Your legs are injured, so you should eat more of these big bones to recover." Her 2 sons inside couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. They thought to themselves that they were injured so badly, yet their mother still liked to tease them. In the east room, Zhou Ernia's nose twitched, and he said to her Bao, "Big brother, go check the kitchen. Your grandma is making something delicious." Two Treasure looked unhappy and said, "It's not anything tasty, just those rotten cabbages piled up in the storage room before. The cabbages soaked in water for so long, they smell terrible. I wonder if Grandma will force us to eat them tonight." "Dad, I don't want to eat those rotten cabbages." Zhou Ernia heard this and felt both annoyed and amused. He reached out and gently tapped Two Treasure's head, saying, "You little rascal, whatever Grandma makes, you eat it. No need for so much nonsense. Hurry up and see if there's any work to do, anything you can help with." After hearing this, Two Treasure obediently went to the kitchen. He stood at the door of the kitchen and looked inside. When he saw what was in the pot, his eyes widened in surprise. He sniffed hard, and the smell of pickled vegetables mixed with meat made him swallow hard. Just then, Su Wanwan turned around. When she saw Two Treasure, she immediately smiled. "Two Treasure, tonight Grandma made something really tasty. Come here, help Grandma taste if it's salty enough." Hearing this, Two Treasure shook his head and stepped back, looking as if he had seen a wild animal. Su Wanwan found the boy very funny and decided to tease him. She scooped a piece of pork from the pot with a spoon, which still had some pickled vegetable leaves on it. "Hurry up and come help Grandma taste it, or I'll give this piece of meat to Daba." As soon as she finished speaking, Yaya ran in. The little girl said determinedly, "Grandma, let me help you taste it." Yaya is a girl and Yaya isn't afraid. Su Wanwan looked a bit exasperated, thinking to herself, what is this little girl really thinking? Just as Yaya was about to eat, Su Wanwan said, "Wait a moment. You need to dip it in garlic paste and chive flowers to make it taste better. Here, Grandma will help you dip it." Yaya looked at this strange way of eating and couldn't help but purse her lips. In the end, she bravely ate the large piece of pork. At this moment, Daba and Xiaobao also ran over. The 3 boys watched as Yaya ate the smelly, sour thing. They wondered if Yaya would vomit it out later. Just then, Yaya's face suddenly showed a look of shock. She then said, "Grandma, this is so delicious. Can I try it again?" Su Wanwan heard a loud thud at the door. Sure enough, the 3 mischievous boys were all leaning on the doorstep, shocked by Yaya's words. Bao asked worriedly, "Sister, are you really okay? How can that thing taste good?" Yaya quickly replied, "If you don't want to eat it later, I can eat more now." Haha. The steamed rice was finally ready, and Su Wanwan announced it was time to eat. Looking at the big bowl of pickled vegetables with pork and large bones on the table, in the past, whenever there was meat in the dish, even if it was bitter wild vegetables, everyone would rush to eat it. But now, the dish made from wilted cabbage had a sour and stinky smell, and no one could convince themselves to eat it. Seeing this, Su Wanwan took the lead and scooped a spoonful into her bowl, then also served some to Yaya. "Whether you want to eat or not, come. Yaya, let's eat together." Maybe worried that Su Wanwan would be upset, everyone then picked up their bowls, trying a little to see how it tasted. Soon, everyone tasted the pickled vegetables. Mrs. Wang was the first to exclaim, "Wow, I didn't expect these pickled vegetables to be so delicious. The flavor is really special." Zhou Xiui also brightened her eyes and said, "Yes, yes, I've never tasted anything like this before. Mom, this is really tasty. If you like it, eat more. Oh, and remember to send some over to the kids over there later. Let's keep the big bones for the three of them, and we can just eat some pork belly." The children all had sauce on their faces from eating, and they no longer cared about talking. They had all become eager eaters. Zhou Yunyo ate while looking at Su Wanwan with a look of disbelief. It was as if she was saying, "Is this really made from that rotten cabbage? How is that possible?" Seeing everyone so happy while eating, Su Wanwan felt very pleased. She knew that if she made the pickled vegetables well, she could sell them for a good price in the future. After the meal, Su Wanwan asked Mrs. Wang to send the remaining pickled vegetables and meat to her son's place. When Zhou Dainiu and his brothers tasted the pickled vegetables, they all praised it enthusiastically. "My daughter's cooking skills are really good. Even that rotten cabbage turns out to be delicious." "That's right. Anything my daughter makes probably tastes great, even if it's just plain food." Suddenly, Su Wanwan remembered something. She asked Mrs. Wang to pack the remaining pickled vegetables and stewed meat into a lunchbox. "Fourth brother, later you and I will go to the clinic. We'll bring some food for your uncles and let them try it." Zhou Xinyi nodded in agreement. The mother and son then carried the lunchbox and headed to the clinic. Recently, the clinic has had many injured patients, so they even set up beds in the front part of the pharmacy. As for the patients' meals, the clinic can provide medicinal dishes, but they are expensive, about 100 coins a day. Most ordinary people can't afford that. For example, Zhou Baoqing's family, who now rely on the money Su Wanwan gives them, can't afford the clinic's food. They usually buy a few baked buns and eat them with cold water. Right now, Zhou Baoqing and others were taking out small cakes costing 1 coin each, planning to eat. Just then, Su Wanwan and Zhou Xinyi arrived. "Big brother, we're bringing you some food. This is my new pickled vegetable recipe. You, your wife, and Juzi should try it." The pickled vegetables and stewed meat were still warm. Zhou Baoqing saw this and felt happy. He quickly woke up Juzi, who was sleeping. "Juzi, wake up. Your third aunt brought us some delicious food. There's also a lot of pork in there." Juzi, still sleepy, had a big piece of oily pork stuffed into his mouth, which smelled so good, he almost bit his own tongue. "Ouch, that hurts."
Wow, this is so tasty, Dad.
"What is it?" Juzi mumbled. At this moment, the smell of pickled vegetables and stewed meat spread throughout the ward, making the other patients who couldn't afford the clinic's food swallow their saliva eagerly. Meanwhile, Zhou Baoqing's family was already happily eating. Su Wanwan even brought them a bowl of plain rice. After each of them ate a big bowl, Zhou Baoqing poured the remaining rice into the pickled vegetable bowl, stirred it, and ate it. The other patients' family members nearby watched with envy, their mouths watering as if the clinic might be flooded by their drool. Seeing Zhou Baoqing's family eating so happily, the relatives of the patients felt very envious. "Brother Zhou, what are you eating? It smells so good," someone finally asked. Zhou Baoqing chuckled and said, "My younger sister-in-law brought me some pickled cabbage with pork. It's delicious." "Oops, I accidentally ate myself full." Everyone listened and felt speechless. They thought, "Listen to him, is this even normal talk? We're all starving, and he's here, greasy with food, showing off that he's full." Zhou Baoqing is honest and didn't think much, so he just told the truth, but it sounded like bragging. At this moment, Su Wanwan smiled and said, "If everyone wants to try, you might have to wait until tomorrow. We will sell pickled cabbage then, 3 cents per jean, 5 cents for 2 jeans. After you buy it, just do it with pork belly." Hearing this, some people started to consider whether it was worth it. The clinic stove could be rented out for cooking. A man without patches on his clothes spoke up, "Auntie, cooking here isn't very convenient. Can you make an exception? Like today's meal, if you bring me a portion, I'll pay for it." Su Wanwan thought for a moment and then smiled. "Well, I lack many things, but I'm generous at heart. Since you asked, I'll help prepare some for you." Then Su Wanwan started listing the prices. "I have spicy cabbage. Anyone who buys pickled cabbage with rice can get a small portion of spicy cabbage for free. Pickled cabbage with vermicelli costs 10 cents per serving. Pickled cabbage with pork belly and rice costs 15 cents. Pickled cabbage with ribs and rice costs 20 cents. Everyone was surprised by the prices, gasping in shock. But after seeing Zhou Baocheng's family eat so greedily earlier, they couldn't help but want to try. Some people signed up eagerly, including patients without company, who thought Su Wanwan's food was much tastier than the clinic's meals. Su Wanwan collected the money in advance, earning several hundred cents. She asked Zhou Xinyu to help distribute notes to everyone, then happily left the medical clinic. The next day, Su Wanwan decided not to sell pickled vegetables anymore, as selling prepared meals was better. Also, selling pickled vegetables alone was risky, because people didn't know her so they might not buy. Now, she planned to open the market first, then sell the pickled vegetables later, hoping to attract many repeat customers. At the restaurant, when Su Wanwan went to deliver spicy cabbage, she also brought some pickled vegetables. Old Tiger Li had someone stir-fry a dish of mincemeat with the pickled vegetables, and he couldn't help but praise, "Excellent. The food you make is truly extraordinary. I'll take some of this pickled vegetables too." Since they ordered a large amount, Su Wanwan sold it at 2 coins per jean, including the water content, and she didn't even need to help cut it. At noon, Su Wanwan, along with Wang and Zhou Xiui and Zhou Xinyu, had Zhou Xinyu drive the cart, and they delivered dozens of meals directly to the medical clinic. The owner of the clinic didn't stop them but smiled and said, "Thank you, madam, for your help. I've been so busy I can't keep up, and the patients are complaining that the food isn't tasty." The clinic owner planned to cooperate with Su Wanwan. She would provide the meals, and the clinic would help count the quantities. This way, the clinic wouldn't worry about patients and their families being unhappy because they couldn't get good food, and Su Wanwan could make money too. Everyone wins. Su Wanwan smiled and replied, "You're too kind. I just want to help where I can. After all, everyone is having a hard time, and good nutrition is key to recovery, isn't it?"
Haha, you're right.
Our shopkeeper told me that the ginseng you found was yours. If you find any rare herbs in the future, please come to me first. Su Wanwan nodded, and then followed everyone inside to deliver the meals. At mealtime, the helpers eagerly looked outside. When they saw Su Wanwan arrive, someone loudly announced, "She's here. She's bringing fragrant, delicious food." The originally weak and tired patients, after hearing this, all started to feel more energetic. The family members of the patients also felt their stomachs rumbling loudly. They couldn't wait to come down and help Su Wanwan carry the food boxes. Su Wanwan, following the notes on small pieces of paper, began distributing meals to everyone based on the different symbols. The family of the pillar, with 3 members, received the best portion, which included ribs and pork belly. Seeing this, Zhou Baocheng was so grateful to Su Wanwan that he almost couldn't find the words to express his thanks. This honest man was overwhelmed. Zhuzi, meanwhile, was eating and said, "Third aunt, from now on, I will be your son. If you need anything, just say the word. Zhuzi, will never say no. All right, go ahead and eat quickly. Rest well and heal your injuries so you can go home soon. Everyone at home is looking forward to your recovery. Don't worry about anything else. Getting better is the most important. By the way, third aunt, I heard that the older brothers are also hurt. How are they doing?" Zhuzi asked worriedly. Su Wanwan smiled and said, "They're fine. Now they are eating well and sleeping soundly. Each of them has gained some weight." At this moment, the whole ward was filled with the sounds of eating. Almost no one was in the mood to chat. The food was just too delicious. Tangy pickled vegetable soup with plain rice, a few spicy pickles, and tender pork belly. One bite made you forget everything else, even your ancestors' names. Wow, this is so tasty. It's really delicious. Auntie, will you come back tonight? I want to order a meal like this for tonight too. Yes, big sister, your cooking is too good to be wasted on just a restaurant. Hick, this is the best meal I've ever had in my life. I want one tonight too. Do you have time? Su Wanwan smiled and said, "If anyone wants a specific flavor, you can sign up in advance with a shopkeeper. After paying, I will deliver it to you the next noon. I have many children to take care of at home, so I can only sell 1 meal a day." "Oh, That's such a shame. If I had known, I would have ordered 2 and kept 1 for tonight, everyone said regretfully. But Su Wonwon also brought good news. Everyone, tomorrow's menu will include braised meat and braised pork offal. If anyone has favorite dishes, they can ask the shopkeeper. The menu and prices are all there, so everyone can go and take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, a quick-footed person ran to the shopkeeper to order food. Seeing this, others also hurried to go out. There was also a one-legged person who had no choice but to hop there himself because no one was taking care of him. Third sister-in-law, we really took too much advantage of you this time. It's Big Brother's fault for being useless. Big Brother, you can't say that. Now your family is in trouble. If I ever need help in the future, Big Brother will help me, right? Yes, you're right, third sister-in-law. If you need anything, just ask your Big Brother for help. If he dares to refuse, I'll give him a good scolding. After chatting here for a while, Su Wonwon left with her people. Zhou Baocheng helps her bring things back to the village every day, and Su Wonwon is very grateful. But she still needs to make more pickled vegetables, so she decided to set aside a space in her house in town to start pickling cabbage. When Zhou Baocheng brings vegetables over each day, he also picks some large cabbages from other villages. Su Wonwon uses these cabbages to continue making pickled vegetables. A few days later, the menu at her place became very diverse. There were dishes like braised meat over rice, pig's head over rice, pig's feet over rice, pickled cabbage with pork belly over rice, pickled cabbage with ribs over rice, spicy kimchi fried rice, egg fried rice, and more. Every day, she and Wang Shi and Zhou Xiui were busy and happy. Luckily, Zhou Dainiu and the others could now go to the fields and didn't need anyone to take care of them. The brothers also knew they couldn't do much to help, so they tried not to cause trouble. Zhou Dainiu, who had studied before, now had free time. He called the children, including Yaya, to his house and started teaching them. Zhou Xiniu also went along to listen. As the younger uncle, he naturally wanted to set a good example for the younger generation. His learning progress improved very quickly. Soon winter arrived and the weather outside was extremely cold. It was so cold that even after urinating, he could feel himself freezing like an ice lolly. Fortunately, all the members of the Zhou family had warm new cotton clothes. However, Zhou Dainiu was not at home at the time, so his was, "Big Brother, since you can't get out of bed now, why don't you stay under the blankets? As for your new cotton clothes, I'll ask Xiui to make you some when she has free time." Hearing this, Zhou Dainiu looked guilty and said, "Mother, it was my fault for listening to that woman's words, and I almost hurt my little sister. Mother, I am sorry to my little sister." At this moment, Zhou Xiui just came in, blushing as she said, "Big Brother, actually, I stopped resenting you a long time ago. Now, our family is doing well, and that's what matters most." Zhou Dainiu nodded heavily and said, "Yes, Big Brother will treat you even better from now on." "I know I was wrong, Xiui. I am sorry, and I will make it up to you." Congratulations, the host has completed the hidden task, the Reformed Wanderer. Reward: a youth revival pill which can make the host 10 years younger. After Su Wonwon received the youth revival pill, she was very excited. She thought to herself she couldn't eat it all at once, or it would be too shocking. So, after returning to her room, she divided the pill into 10 parts. She planned to take 1 part each month, giving everyone time to adjust and not be overwhelmed. Feeling happy, Su Wonwon said, "Tonight, we'll have pickled vegetable hot pot. I can add the bean sprouts I made a few days ago. There are also cabbage and radish slices which can go in too. Mother, I know this hot pot. I tried it once when I was in the city. It was really delicious. But I've never heard of pickled vegetable hot pot before," Zhou Dainiu said, reminiscing. Su Wonwon glared at him and said, "You little guy, used to be selfish and self-centered. Now, this house has paid off part of your debt. From now on, you need to contribute more to the family. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind kicking you out." Zhou Dainiu sighed and said, "Yes, Mother, you're right. I was blinded by greed before. This time, when I faced danger, my second and third brothers risked their lives to save me. I now realize that brotherly love is more important than anything. Well, do you still blame me for forcing you to divorce Gao?" Zhou Dainiu shook his head and said, "How could I? That woman kept urging me to distance myself from mother and the brothers, and even made me sell shoei. If it weren't for the fact that she gave birth to my 2 sons, I would want to personally punish that nasty woman. Just as I finished speaking, I heard a woman's voice outside. My dear son-in-law, I've brought my daughter to you. Please open the door. Sniff, sniff, my husband, I heard you got hurt. I was really worried. I asked my parents, and they finally allowed me to come back and take care of you and the 2 children. Hearing this, Little Treasure excitedly shouted, Dad, that's Mom's voice. Big Treasure then tugged his brother and gave a secret signal towards Su Wanwan. Seeing that Grandma's face looked unhappy, Little Treasure realized he had said the wrong thing. Su Wanwan coldly said, You little brat, you're really an ungrateful wolf. Fine, if you want to follow the Gao family, then go with her. Anyway, my wife doesn't lack grandchildren. This shocked Little Treasure. He quickly knelt down, hugged Su Wanwan's leg and cried, Grandma, I didn't mean to. I just said the wrong thing by mistake. Please don't send me away. I promise I will listen to Grandma from now on. Big Treasure also knelt and begged, Grandma, my brother is still young. When he gets older, he will understand things. All right, fine. Let's go. All of you come with me to see what's happening. After saying this, Su Wanwan, like a female general, hung a large sword at her waist and then left with Wang and Zhou Xiaoer. Seeing this, Zhou Dainiu quickly shouted to Zhou Xiniu, 4th brother, Hurry and go see what's going on. Don't let our mother get into trouble. When Su Wanwan opened the door, she saw Gao's wife kneeling there with her hair messy, apparently injured. At this moment, Gao's wife grinned with her big yellow teeth and said, Mother-in-law, it's cold outside. Why didn't you invite us in a sit? Su Wanwan rolled her eyes and said, Our family doesn't welcome you. If you have something to say it quickly. Otherwise, I'll close the door. Oh, dear, hearing you say that really hurts my feelings. I brought my daughter here, and I heard from the villagers that you all moved here, so I finally found this place. Originally, she planned to find a way to have her daughter transfer the house to her own son. But when she went to see the family, she found out that the house had already changed its ownership. So she decided to settle for a second best plan, to force her daughter to come back home. As for the divorce papers, wasn't Zhou Laoda off and away? She thought that with her daughter's ability to handle men, a few kind words would surely persuade Zhou Laoda to agree. However, at this moment, the eldest son suddenly burst out, pointing at Grandma Gao and shouting, Humph, it's all your fault. You always encourage my mother to bring things from your house. You old witch, you're a bad person. Hearing this, little Bao immediately grabbed a stick and rushed out. This kid was quite reckless. Hearing his older brother, he remembered how Grandma often took good things from their home to give to her brother-in-law, which made him angry. Although he's still young, he's been well-fed lately and has grown strong. He looked like a little tiger cub and charged forward, swinging his stick wildly at Grandma Gao. Dead old woman, I told you to stop taking our things. I told you to stop trying to take over our house. I'll beat you to death. The scene quickly turned chaotic. Grandma Gao was beaten so hard she was jumping around. She had originally hoped to persuade her daughter to come back, so they could still keep some contact with the Zhou family. But now, she saw that her 2 grandsons were all ungrateful wolves. She realized she had been right to love her son, because her daughter's family was full of ungrateful people. Fuming, Grandma Gao ignored her injuries and rolled up her sleeves, ready to hit little Bao. At this moment, Big Bao got worried. He rushed forward and bit Grandma Gao's wrist, causing her to grimace in pain. Little brat, let go. Grandma Gao was stunned by what she saw. She thought to herself, are these really her 2 obedient and sensible sons? Why do they seem like different people now? How could Su Wanwan let her 2 grandsons suffer? She immediately took Wang Shi and Zhou Xiaoyi and rushed over. Second Bao and Yaya saw this and also ran to help. The children clung to her legs, biting and pulling. In no time, Grandma Gao was covered with children. The scene was very funny. If the timing had been better, Su Wanwan almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Unknowingly, her live stream was automatically turned on by the system. In the stream, viewers eagerly followed Su Wanwan and commented that the fight looked real. They wanted to see something even more exciting. Unaware of what was happening, Su Wanwan's family members also rushed forward. She didn't hold back and swung her shiny big knife, charging into the fight. When the men from the Gao family started fighting, Zhou Xinyu didn't back down. He grabbed his big kitchen knife and joined the fight. The area outside the yard was a mess, attracting many neighbors who came to watch. Although Su Wanwan was older, she was still very agile. She swung her big knife wildly, making it difficult for anyone to get close to her. Seeing this, the Gao men didn't dare to act rashly anymore. No one wanted to get hurt for no reason. The furious mother-in-law was no longer just a family member. She was like a fierce mother tiger, one of the 3 biggest troublemakers in Beihong village. Zhou Xinyu worked hard to impress his mother. He swung his big kitchen knife skillfully, trying to look brave. His actions scared some people who didn't understand what was happening. In the end, the Gao family was defeated. As the saying goes, the timid are afraid of the brave, but the brave are afraid of those who don't care about danger. Watching Su Wanwan and Zhou Xinyu fight fearlessly, not only the Gao family, but also the nearby spectators were talking about it. Looks like the new family isn't easy to mess with, especially that old lady. We'd better stay away from her in the future.
Exactly.
She may be a widow with no children, but her fighting skills are impressive. You kids better stop bullying her children.
Got it?
Meanwhile, the Gao family members' faces were all bruised and bloody. Except for Gao's wife, who knelt there without injury, everyone else looked like they had been through a paint shop. Gao's wife wiped her nosebleed and angrily said, "Fine, fine. I've given my daughter to you. Old man, let's go." Su Wanwan raised her big knife and quickly stepped in front of them, shouting, "Hold on. Your daughter was already divorced from us. How dare you bring her here now? If you keep causing trouble, I will report this to the authorities." At this moment, Gao was kowtowing and crying, saying, "Mother, as the saying goes, 1 day of marriage brings 100 days of kindness. I have given birth to 2 grandsons for your Zhou family. You can't be so heartless." Some onlookers nearby started to show their sympathy. "Oh, this woman is not easy either. She has given birth to 2 sons. If she hasn't done anything wrong, we should forgive her." Yes, yes. Who wouldn't feel sad for their sons? Separating mother and children like this isn't good. Su Wanwan didn't want to explain to the crowd who didn't understand the truth. She simply gave a meaningful look to the 4th son. Zhou Xinyu saw this and felt happy inside. He thought, finally, mother is paying attention to me. This time, I must show my good side. So, he used his quick tongue to tell everyone everything Gao had done. "Everyone, we don't want a daughter-in-law who is unfaithful to her family. If anyone wants her, they can take her home." Gao's wife then forced a smile that was even uglier than crying and said to the crowd, "Everyone, I don't want much, just 5 taels of silver. You can take my daughter away." Hearing this, the onlookers quickly stepped back several paces, making the yard look much bigger. Someone who only cares about her own family and is unfaithful to her husband, no one wants her and she still asks for money. Exactly. Someone like her deserves to be dismissed. We were all fooled before, so we spoke up for her. Everyone started to leave quickly, afraid that if they stayed too long, they would have to pay 5 taels of silver to take her home, as if she was a burden. Reluctantly, Gao was taken away by her family. On her way out, Su Wanwan heard Gao's wife say, "Old man, when we get back, if things don't work out, we can sell her to the old widower in the next village. He's willing to pay 2 taels of silver." Better than letting her stay at home eating idle food, Su Wanwan didn't want to get involved in others' karma. She thought, Gao brought this on herself. She turned around and squatted down to ask Dabo and Xiaobao, "Since Grandma drove your mother away, do you hate Grandma?" 2 children immediately shook their heads and said, "We don't hate her. Mom just worries about that old witch and her useless uncle. She often secretly takes silver from our family to give to the uncle." Su Wanwan smiled and gently patted their little heads, saying, "That's right. Your mother made mistakes, so she got the punishment she deserved. You too must not follow her example. You should understand what brotherly love means and be grateful." Because of the brave actions of the family today, Su Wanwan decided to treat everyone to a special meal, hot pot with pickled vegetables. The ingredients were brought from the village by Zhou Baocheng. Although there weren't many fresh vegetables, there were plenty of dried vegetables dried during summer. Putting these into the hot pot made the flavor quite good. Su Wanwan also secretly took some preserved vegetables, kelp, wild fern, and other ingredients that were less likely to cause problems from her space. She also secretly added a packet of seafood broth into the pot. Since there was no copper hot pot at home, they used a large iron pot instead. Despite that, everyone was very interested in this new way of eating. Wang Shi arranged the sliced frozen tofu and other ingredients on the stove side, and everyone gathered around the stove to start cooking. As the sour vegetable broth in the iron pot began to boil, Su Wanwan smiled and said, "All right, children, you can start cooking now. Cook your own food and eat it yourself. Don't fight over it. Whatever you like, cook it yourself." Everyone responded happily, and they started cooking while chatting, creating a warm and joyful atmosphere. Only the 3 sick children, looking very pitiful, were lying on the bed, drooling. Su Wanwan smiled and said, "Wait a little while. I'll finish cooking this big bowl of vegetables first, then I'll bring it to you." Wang Shi naturally thought about her husband, so she put the cooked vegetables, tofu, and meat into a large bowl, added some special dipping sauce made by Su Wanwan, and took it to her husband. Zhou Shua also thought about her brothers. She cooked a bowl for Zhou Daniu. As for Zhou Saniu, her 4th brother helped with that. Seeing how caring the family was for each other, Su Wanwan felt very happy inside. Even the unhappy incident caused by the Gao family was forgotten by her. After answering 3 patients correctly, Su Wanwan's family finally started eating on their own. While eating, the children suddenly began to compete with each other, making the kitchen lively and cheerful. As everyone was eating, they saw Zhou Baocheng bringing a stranger into the house. Su Wanwan smiled and said, "Oh, isn't that Boss Li? What wind blew you here?" The children all greeted Zhou Baocheng warmly. Seeing the lively children, Zhou Baocheng couldn't help but smile. He turned to Su Wanwan and said, "Third sister-in-law, why are you still eating? I thought you all would have finished by now." Boss Li said he had something urgent to discuss with you, so he came to find you. I just brought him here. Hearing this, Boss Li hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Big sister, I know it's a bit rude to come at this time, but I made the pickled vegetables using your method, and now the restaurant is full of customers coming to eat every day. Oh, could you possibly increase the supply? Our tavern really can't keep up. I'm willing to pay 3 coins per jean, and I hope you can supply exclusively to me." Su Wanwan nodded with a smile and said, "That's fine, but recently it's hard to get large cabbages. How about this? Boss Li, you handle the purchase of cabbages, and then the pickled vegetables will be yours at 2 coins per jean. I guarantee exclusive supply to you. How does that sound?" Without hesitation, Boss Li agreed. Since they were old acquaintances, there was no need for a formal contract. "Big sister, I won't bother you and your family anymore. Goodbye." Su Wanwan didn't stop him, and Zhou Baocheng, along with Zhou Siniu, saw Boss Li out. "Big brother, since you're here, why not join us for a meal? Xiuzhu, bring a set of bowls and chopsticks for your uncle." Zhou Xiuzhu responded and was about to fetch the utensils when Zhou Baocheng stopped her. "I've already eaten at Boss Li's place." "Wow, this is the first time in my life I've eaten at such a big restaurant." Su Wanwan smiled and discussed the pickled vegetables with Zhou Baocheng. Afterward, Zhou Baocheng hurriedly left. Meanwhile, Su Wanwan continued eating hot pot with her family, but unexpectedly, she turned into a live food streamer. A warm family scene during mealtime was unexpectedly broadcasted everywhere, and many people were quite envious of Su Wanwan. The gifts were flooding in, filling the screen with her popularity. However, Su Wanwan didn't know that after she finished eating and was about to sleep on the bed, she suddenly saw that her account had gained over 10,000 points. She carefully checked the system logs and realized that it was caused by the system's random live broadcast feature. Su Wanwan couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. She thought if the system randomly started broadcasting while she was taking a shower or using the bathroom, she might get into trouble or even get her account banned. Thinking of this, Su Wanwan broke out in a cold sweat. She quickly went into the system settings and turned off the random broadcast function completely. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. After handling this, Su Wanwan felt at ease and lay down on the bed to sleep. But just as she closed her eyes, she suddenly felt a jolt of fear, as if something bad was about to happen. She quickly got up from the bed, put on a coat, and without even grabbing the oil lamp, she pushed open the back door and stepped outside. As soon as she stepped out, she saw several figures near the backyard wall, acting suspiciously and sneaking around. It was clear they were up to no good. She decisively went back inside and woke up Wang Shi, Zhou Xiua, and Zhou Xinyu, who were all capable of fighting.
Shi, don't make a sound.
It looks like thieves have entered our house. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Wanwan grabbed a large cleaver. Wang Shi and Zhou Xiua each took a kitchen knife, and Zhou Xinyu found a rolling pin. The group quietly moved toward the backyard to investigate. When they reached the backyard, they saw 3 people sneaking around, hiding things in the yard. "Old man, hurry up and bury the stuff. Once Su Wanwan finds out, we're doomed. You old hag, stop rushing me. My hands are bleeding from digging. Why is the ground so hard? It's frozen solid. Phew, son, you come and dig now. I can't do it anymore." Just then, Su Wanwan and her group suddenly appeared from the shadows. Without hesitation, they pushed the 3 back to the corner of the yard and started a scuffle with punches and kicks. Su Wanwan threw her large knife onto the ground and punched with all her strength, hitting each target accurately. Wang and Zhou Xiua had become much stronger recently, thanks to their regular farm work, so they naturally had a lot of strength. As for Zhou Xinyu, he was even more powerful. After all, he was a young man. He swung the rolling pin loudly, like hitting a mole, aiming at anyone who tried to break through the circle, hitting them squarely. The 3 people were beaten so badly they screamed in pain, attracting neighbors to come out with lanterns to watch. "Spare us. We won't dare do it again. Mother-in-law, don't hit so hard. It's us." When Su Wanwan heard that it was the voice of Gao Laopa, she realized that if she hadn't spoken, she might have avoided some of the beating. Now that the other person had revealed herself, the beating wouldn't stop. She ordered her people, "Keep hitting them hard, but leave some breath so they don't die. Otherwise, we'll have to replace some broken straw mats." After about 15 minutes, the 3 on the ground looked exhausted and out of breath. Only then did Su Wanwan tell everyone to stop. Zhou Xinyu's face was flushed with excitement. He said happily, "Mother, beating bad people is so fun. When I was little and got bullied outside, you told me to endure it, saying we had no father. You'd help us scold them when you had time. Now we've finally stood up for ourselves and beaten the bad guys." Su Wanwan's eyes twitched slightly, but she didn't comment on her previous actions. She understood how difficult it was in ancient times to support a big family. At this moment, city patrol officers were attracted by the commotion. Hearing the villagers' gossip, they probably understood what was happening here. Did someone break into the house? Where is the thief? Su Wanwan pointed to Gao Laopa, who was standing nearby, and said, "Officer, it's these 3. Please take them away." With a clattering sound, chains were put around their necks, and they were dragged away like dead dogs. After the officers took the people away, the neighbors gradually dispersed. Su Wanwan also took her family back inside, closed the door securely, and then lit the oil lamp. "Mother, didn't they already embarrass themselves enough during the day? How dare they come again at night?" Zhou Xinyu asked in confusion. Su Wanwan sighed and said, "Why else? It's just because they can't stand to see our family living well. Since they couldn't trick us out of this house, they thought it would be easier to just burn it down." Hearing this, Zhou Xinyu finally understood. He said angrily, "So that old Madame Gao actually had such a cruel idea. How could she be so wicked? It seems you were right, mother. My elder brother should have separated from her long ago." Su Wanwan patted Zhou Xinyu's shoulder and said, "All right, don't be angry anymore. It's getting late. Everyone should go to sleep." Lying on the heated bed, Su Wanwan couldn't help but feel a little frightened as she recalled what had just happened. Luckily, she had noticed something was wrong in time. Otherwise, if those 3 had succeeded, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The next morning, everyone woke up later than usual. Because of this, when Zhou Baoqing came to fetch the ox cart, Su Wanwan's family had only just gotten up. Being caught sleeping in by her elder brother-in-law made Su Wanwan feel a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Zhou Baocheng was a man who knew how to behave properly. He went straight to the cowshed, greeted Zhou Xinyu, and then hurriedly drove the ox cart back to the village. After breakfast, Su Wanwan decided to take the family out for a walk. After all, so many things had happened recently that she felt a bit weighed down. As soon as they heard they were going to the market, everyone was delighted. Going to the market meant buying things, and since Mother loved experimenting with food, they were sure to bring back plenty of tasty treats. The younger children, however, were told to stay home and look after the sick family members. Su Wanwan reminded Debao, you're the eldest brother. You must take good care of your younger siblings, all right?
Don't worry, Grandma.
I'll take care of my brothers, sisters, and also father and my uncles. Su Wanwan smiled, patted Debao's head, and gave a few more instructions to the other children. Then she pulled out a handful of candies from her pocket and gave each child 2 pieces. The children, thrilled with their sweets, ran off to play in the yard. Since it had just snowed, they could build snowmen and have snowball fights, winter games that children loved the most. Su Wanwan and her group just arrived on the street when they saw the Gao family members being paraded around in a cart as a warning to others. The leader, feeling upset, was beating a drum and loudly saying, "This is the result of breaking into someone's home and trying to cause harm or start a fire. Everyone should learn from this and not break the law." The nearby villagers were talking among themselves, expressing strong disapproval of the Gao family's actions. "Hey, isn't that the old lady Gao? She once tried to sell her second daughter-in-law to my family. Can you believe how greedy she is? She asked for 10 taels of silver as a bride price. Pfft, she even wanted to trade her unfaithful daughter for 15 taels of silver. Luckily, my son didn't want her daughter, or else our money might have gone to her family. I heard her daughter has already been dismissed, and now she's looking for a new family." The parade lasted for 3 days. In the end, the authorities fined the Gao family 5 taels of silver for disturbing public order. Su Wanwan didn't bother to argue about it. She almost suffered a loss herself, so she thought she should be compensated. But now she didn't care anymore. As long as these people learned their lesson and didn't bother her again, that was enough. Her shopping mood was ruined, so she bought some snacks and candies to cover her disappointment. She also bought some pork and large bones to take home. Zhou Baocheng quickly brought a big cart of Chinese cabbage. By evening, Su Wanwan and her family started working. She set up a system for distributing the snacks and candies. The children could earn points through work, which they could exchange later for treats. The children were very happy about this, especially De Bao and Xiao Bao. The 2 brothers were already eager to start earning points. "Grandma, do I still need to sweep the ground? There's so much snow it needs to be cleared. Grandma, can I help peel the cabbage? How many points do I get for peeling 100 jin?" Su Wanwan smiled and explained the point system to the children. After they nodded happily, they each went to find something to do. Meanwhile, Su Wanwan, along with Wang and Zhou Xiui, started preparing the pig's offal and large bones, planning to cook a delicious bone and radish soup for the family tonight. Additionally, the medical clinic also needs to prepare meals for 50 people. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law chat while working. Su Wanwan says, "Zhuzi is about to be discharged. After that, I don't plan to send food to the clinic anymore. There are too many things at home, and I just can't manage everything." Mrs. Wang nods and says, "You're right. I see how hard you work every day. Xiao Yi and I also feel sorry for you. Now we are busy making pickled vegetables and spicy cabbage, so we are quite overwhelmed." Just as they are talking, someone knocks on the courtyard door. "Big sister from the Zhou family, are you at home? I have some news to tell you." Hearing it's the neighbor's wife, Su Wanwan smiles and goes to open the door. After letting her in, the wife doesn't mind the smell of pig offal on her hands and casually stands in the yard chatting with Su Wanwan. "You don't know, when I was out buying vegetables earlier, I saw the daughter-in-law who was kneeling at your door and was divorced. Guess what? She got married. Do you know who her groom is? I heard he's the father of a constable from the county office. That old man is over 60 years old, and I don't know what she's thinking. He's practically her grandfather. Su Wanwan listens with interest, but Zhou Dainyu, who is in the west room upstairs, hears this and sighs bitterly, tears in his eyes. He still has some feelings for Gao. After so many years of marriage, he didn't expect her to be so eager, so desperate that she married an old coffin maker. Debeo sees his father crying and quickly uses a handkerchief to wipe his face, softly advising, "Dad, don't let Grandma hear or she might kick us out, and that would be bad." Hearing about Gao's remarriage, Su Wanwan feels a bit sad. She sighs and says to the neighbor's wife, "That's her own choice. We can't say much. Besides, she's no longer connected to our family. I hope she can have a better life, so she won't keep bothering Dainyu." The wife snorts and says, "Better life? I doubt it. How many years does that old man have left? And I heard the constable's family isn't easy to deal with either. A woman who's been divorced, marrying into that family, what good days can she expect?" Su Wanwan just smiles and doesn't reply further. She knew that everyone's life was their own choice, and she didn't bother to care about the Gao family's affairs. As long as they didn't come to trouble her, she was fine. If the Gao family caused more trouble, she would definitely be rude to them. The old woman saw that Su Wanwan didn't want to talk much, so she changed the subject politely. She chatted with Su Wanwan about family matters for a while before shaking her big hips and saying goodbye. Now, the food for the medical clinic was all picked up by Zhou Baocheng. This made things easier for Su Wanwan. For dinner, they ate hot radish and bone soup. The meat on the bones was cleaned off, and the patients were gnawing on big bones, trying to chew. Zhou Erniu couldn't help but say, "Mom, I feel like I'm fine now. I can get out of bed." Zhou Sanyu also said, "Mom, my bottom doesn't hurt anymore and my arm is fine. Lying in bed all the time, I feel like my body is wasting away." Next to them, Zhou Dainyu sighed helplessly, "Mom, I feel so sad inside." Su Wanwan looked at Zhou Dainyu with a helpless expression and said, "Good for nothing. If you're without a woman, you'll die. When you find someone suitable later, I'll personally help you check her out. The first one was a mistake, so this time, you can't bring back another troublemaker." Hearing this, Zhou Dainyu's heart, which had already cooled, suddenly warmed up again at the thought of having a chance to marry again. After dinner, Su Wanwan went to change the bandages for her sons. Their wounds had already scabbed over, and as long as they moved gently, it was hard to reopen them. They took medicine for inflammation every day. Luckily, these boys had tough skin and flesh, so there were no accidents with their wounds. The next day, Zhou Baocheng gave Su Wanwan a clear update. Zhuzi was coming home today. He's really lucky, third aunt. Zhuzi has gained 2 extra rounds of weight while recovering.
Haha.
Su Wanwan smiled and said, "That's good. Congratulations, big brother. As long as Zhuzi is fine, that's what matters. By the way, if big brother comes to help deliver pickled vegetables again, I'll pay you 30 coins a day. I can't just use you for free." Hearing this, Zhou Baocheng felt awkward and said, "Third sister-in-law, what are you saying? If it weren't for the ginseng you gave me and the silver, I guess the pillar would have already passed the 7th day of mourning now." Zhou Nyobai chuckled, making Su Wanwan smile. She then turned to Zhou Baocheng and said, "Since that's the case, I will give my elder brother 20 coins every day. Our family just split up, so we don't have much extra money. I happen to have some spare now, so please agree." Wang Shi also said, "Yes, uncle, if you don't take the money, my mother would feel embarrassed to use your help." Zhou Baocheng clenched his teeth, blushing, and said, all right, but just 10 coins a day is enough for me to take care of the family." 20 is too much. Su Wanwan didn't want to argue, so she nodded in agreement. Zhou Baocheng used Su Wanwan's family's ox cart to bring the pillar and his wife back to the village. The next day, he came again with lots of pickled vegetables and cabbages. This cycle continued daily, earning him 10 coins a day, which made the villagers envious. Could it be that Widow Su has a crush on our eldest uncle? TSK, otherwise why would she take the initiative, give money, and find ways to get close? Lu Widow, you should mind your words. Your hair hasn't grown back yet and you're already getting curious again. I'm serious. I heard from villagers going to the town clinic for treatment that Su Wanwan is also doing business with the clinic. The food she sells is very expensive, and she's making a lot of money from it. Stop talking nonsense. My husband told me that if it weren't for Granny Sue's kindness in selling food to the clinic, he might have gone hungry. How could his wounds heal so quickly?
Exactly.
Be careful, or we'll tear your mouth apart. And you dare to say her food is expensive? You haven't even tried it. It's full of meat slices. Just thinking about the taste makes my mouth water. The villagers gossip, of course. Su Wanwan couldn't hear. Even if she did, she wouldn't care. She was too lazy to bother with these jealous remarks. In the evening, a middle-aged man dressed as a steward, wearing a blue robe and a white sash, suddenly appeared outside Su Wanwan's house. He was very polite and even handed over a formal greeting card. Seeing the situation, Su Wanwan directly opened the door to let someone in to talk. Since there are many sons in the family, she wasn't worried about outsiders' gossip. That must be Madame Su, right? I am the steward from the county lord's residence. I was sent by our old master to invite Madame Su to help with the birthday celebration in 10 days. Su Wanwan carefully looked at the notice. Oh, so it was for the old master's birthday. She remembered that the old master had helped her solve a problem before. Smiling, she nodded and said, "All right, but will your family provide the ingredients?" "Of course. Madam, you just need to bring a few helpers. As for the dishes, our family will handle that. As for the payment, our old master said as long as you do a good job and make him look good, he will pay this amount." He held out his hand and Jo Sihu, standing nearby, looked surprised. 5 taels of silver. Not at all, not at all. Haha, 50 taels, the steward said proudly. Su Wanwan rubbed her forehead, thinking her son was really petty. How could he not guess higher? When Jo Sihu heard this, his eyes widened in shock. What? 50 taels? Good heavens. Just cooking a meal, and they pay so much. Su Wanwan glanced at Jo Sihu with annoyance. Look at you, so inexperienced. It's embarrassing. Go back to your room and read your book. The steward smiled and bowed. In 10 days, we will be waiting at the residence for Madame Sue's visit. Su Wanwan nodded with a smile. After the steward left, she told her family, "This birthday banquet is very important for us. If we do well, my reputation will be greatly improved. But if we mess up, it will be hard for us to stay in this city." She deliberately emphasized how serious it was to make everyone pay attention. After all, the old master's birthday would attract many important people. If anything went wrong on our side, it would be very embarrassing. For the upcoming 10-day celebration, Su Wanwan decided that all the able-bodied sons should help build the oven in the backyard. The backyard was originally filled with broken bricks and yellow mud, which now came in handy. Under Su Wanwan's instructions, everyone worked all night, and finally, they built the oven according to her specifications. The next day, Su Wanwan saw that the oven was almost dry, so she ordered the fire to be put out. "Mother, what are you planning to do?" Zhou Xiui asked curiously. Su Wanwan smiled and said, "I'm preparing a special gift for the old master. He promised 50 taels of silver, after all. This is called a birthday cake, and it takes a whole day to bake. Today, we'll try making one." Meanwhile, Wang Shi bought many eggs from outside. Then, Su Wanwan began assigning tasks to everyone. "Big brother, you can't go outside yet, but your arm is fine now. Later, you'll be in charge of whipping the cream." Hearing this, Zhou Daniu frowned and asked, "Mother, what's cream?" Su Wanwan didn't bother explaining and just said, "You'll understand when the time comes. Second and third brothers, you two will help mix the batter, sugar, and goat milk later. Remember, don't use too much force." Zhou Erniu and Zhou Saniu nodded happily, excited to join in. "Fourth brother, your handwriting is good. Later, you'll be responsible for writing and drawing on the cake." Zhou Siniu nodded eagerly, and everyone began making the birthday cake. Su Wanwan took out 20 eggs, cracked them one by one, and separated the whites from the yolks. The egg whites went into a clean, water-free basin. She decided not to use the yolks, since she didn't have an egg beater, and adding yolks might ruin the cream. At the same time, she turned on the system live broadcast, planning to show everyone how to make a modern birthday cake in ancient times. Surprisingly, many fans were attracted by her pop-up messages, and everyone was very supportive. Soo Won-won couldn't interact with the fans, so she focused on her work. She asked Jo Dae-nyu to beat the egg whites until they formed small, stable triangles. However, this was very difficult for Jo Dae-nyu. His hands were not electric mixers, and using 2 chopsticks to do the work of a mixer was quite challenging. But under Soo Won-won's encouraging, smiling gaze, Jo Dae-nyu had no choice but to grit his teeth and desperately stir the egg whites.
Time passed second by second.
Jo Dae-nyu was exhausted, sweating all over, and his arms started to ache. Yet, seeing his mother's hopeful eyes and his younger brothers and sisters working hard, Jo Dae-nyu clenched his teeth and kept going. Finally, with Soo Won-won's patient guidance and Jo Dae-nyu's persistent effort, the egg whites were successfully whipped into small, stable triangles. Soo Won-won nodded with satisfaction and praised Jo Dae-nyu for doing a good job. Next, Jo Dae-nyu and Jo San-yu would mix the batter, sugar, and goat milk evenly. Soo Won-won slowly folded the whipped egg whites into the mixture, gently stirring until well combined. All preparations were complete. Soo Won-won poured the mixture into a large copper basin she had prepared earlier and placed it directly into the oven. The oven was fueled with poor-quality charcoal. Everyone sat around the oven, eagerly watching, hoping the birthday cake would be ready soon. Soon, a sweet aroma wafted out, making everyone swallow their saliva. Seeing this, Soo Won-won smiled and said, "Don't worry, we still need to wait a little longer. The cake has to bake just right to taste good." Everyone nodded in agreement, hoping the oven would heat up quickly. Finally, the cake was baked to perfection. Jo Dae-nyu carefully carried the cake out and placed it on a large grinding stone. Everyone looked at the golden, tempting cake and couldn't help but swallow. Soo Won-won smiled and said, "Great, I didn't expect our first try to be so successful. Later, we'll spread a layer of cream on the outside and decorate it with patterns, and then it will be finished." Soo Won-won added some sugar and lemon juice to the previously separated egg whites, placed it in a large bowl, and handed it to Jo Dae-nyu. "Here, big brother, keep going." Jo Dae-nyu looked unhappy, but could only continue his previous work. After about 15 minutes, Jo Dae-nyu felt as if his arms were about to come off, and only then did Soo Won-won call a halt. "All right, that's enough for now. By the way, Wang Shi, go to the cellar and bring some green vegetable leaves. Make sure they are green. Oh, and also get some carrots. Add some color to the cake." Wang Shi immediately ran to the cellar and started rummaging. Soon, she returned with a large bunch of green leaves and a few dirt-covered carrots. Soo Won-won looked at the wilted leaves and the dull gray carrots. She thought this was the best she could do. It was just to hide the truth. Then, she took some edible coloring from her space and mixed it into the whipped cream. Instantly, the cream turned into several bright colors. Soo Won-won looked at the colorful cream and smiled as she said, "All right, let's start decorating the cake. Lao Si, I'll show you how to do it first, and then you can take over." She first spread the white cream evenly over the baked cake base. Then, she filled a small bamboo tube with green cream and squeezed out a wavy green pattern around the edges of the cake. Next, she filled another bamboo tube with red cream and piped a big red flower on top of the cake. Jo Dae-nyu watched in amazement and exclaimed, "Wow, your skills are incredible. The cake looks so beautiful." Soo Won-won smiled proudly and said, "That's nothing. Later, I'll show you even more. You'll be amazed." Then, she picked up another bamboo tube filled with yellow cream and piped tiny golden flowers next to the red flower. Looking at the half-finished cake, Soo Won-won nodded with satisfaction. Finally, she took another bamboo tube filled with purple cream and carefully piped thin, vine-like patterns on top, connecting the red and gold flowers, making the whole cake look more three-dimensional. On Thursday, Neil watched closely without blinking, hardly believing his eyes. Soo Won-won finally stopped her actions. She stepped back a few paces and smiled at Thursday, saying, "All right, old four, now it's your turn. You can try the top part." Nyo nervously took the bamboo tube and cream from Soo Won-won. He imitated her carefully, trying to squeeze patterns onto the cake. But since it wasn't a good piping bag, Neo squeezed too hard, and with a pop, the chocolate-colored cream from the bamboo tube turned into a lump.
Everyone was shocked by this.
Xiao Bao exclaimed, "Hey, Uncle Four, this looks like a lump of poop." Hearing Xiao Bao's words, Neo's face turned red. He awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Mom, this bamboo tube is really hard to use. I'm so clumsy. Maybe you should try instead." Seeing Neo's embarrassed look, Su Wanwan couldn't help but laugh. "It's okay, old Four. Everyone starts like this. Keep practicing, and you'll get better.
Come on, try a few more times.
Anyway, this cake is just for us to eat, so it doesn't matter if it's perfect or not." Neo gathered his courage and picked up the bamboo tube again, carefully trying to make patterns on the cake. At first, he was a bit awkward, but gradually he found some rhythm. From a lump, he started to make more regular shapes. Slowly, the lines became more even. Su Wanwan watched Neo's serious effort and nodded with satisfaction, saying, "Not bad, old Four. You have talent. With more practice, you'll definitely surpass me." Hearing this, Neo's face lit up with a happy smile. He said eagerly, "Mom, I will keep working hard." Su Wanwan also smiled kindly, like a caring mother, and nodded, saying, "Good. I'll leave it to you guys. When you're done, bring the cake inside. Tonight, we'll eat it." After saying that, she went back to her room and took a 10th of the rejuvenation pill. Soon, she felt a wave of relief in her body. But taking the pill had side effects, like frequent farting. To become younger, you need to help your body's aging cells renew through metabolism. This time, the rejuvenation pill works by promoting cell regeneration, and the aging cells are expelled from the body through breathing out. Fortunately, no one was in the room at the moment, or Su Wanwan would have been too embarrassed to stay. In the middle of winter, she even opened the window to air out the room, showing how powerful the effects of the rejuvenation pill are. After she finally expelled all the bad air from her stomach, everyone happily brought in the cake. The children were already eager to eat. If it weren't for Su Wanwan's authority, they would have already rushed to grab the cake. "Mom, when can we eat it?" Little Bao asked with big eyes. Su Wanwan smiled and said, "First, I'll take some to your dad and the others. They've worked very hard today." Then she picked up a large knife and quickly cut the cake into small fan-shaped pieces. Zhou Dainiu and the others were already tired and lying on the same bed. Wang Shi and Zhou Xue each brought a big piece of cake to them. Only then did Su Wanwan and everyone start eating. She took a large piece for herself first, then gave some to Wang Shi and Zhou Xue, then to Zhou Dainiu, and finally to the children. In the past, Wang Shi's status in the family was about the same as Zhou Xue's. They had to wait until the chickens in the yard finished eating before it was their turn. Now, their status has clearly improved and is even higher than that of the family's male grandchildren. Although this kind of life had been going on for a while, they still felt like they were dreaming. Yaya, the only girl in the family, was given an extra small cream flower by Su Wanwan. The little girl happily showed her toothy smile. Little Bao looked at the cake on Yaya's plate and couldn't help but say to Su Wanwan, "Mom, Little Bao is the youngest child in the family. I also want a small flower." Hearing this, Su Wanwan's lips curled into a mischievous smile. She then divided the first lump of Zhou Dainiu's cake and gave it to Little Bao. The cake on Little Bao's plate was perfectly fine before, but now he seemed a bit reluctant to eat it. Mom, why did you give this piece to me?" Little Bao asked with a sad face. Zhou Dainiu chuckled and said, "If you don't want to eat it, then give your cake to Uncle C. I don't mind." When the other person really came over to take his plate, Little Treasure was so scared that he quickly ran away with it. No, I don't dislike it. How could I dislike Uncle Fourth's cooking? My grandma said that kids like me, who only eat and don't work, aren't allowed to dislike anything." After saying that, he started eating loudly, smudging his nose and face with the brownish cream. Big Treasure couldn't help but tease him, saying, "Haha, little brother, you look like you're eating mud." When Little Treasure heard his older brother say he looked like he was eating mud, he immediately became upset. He quickly put down his cake, wiped the cream off his face, and pounced toward Big Treasure. "Big brother, today I will fight you." Watch me use my special punch to break up the couple. Big Treasure dodged Little Treasure's attack while teasing him. Haha, little brother, don't come any closer. If you do, Uncle Fourth might steal your cake. Hearing this, Little Treasure immediately stopped his attack. He turned around quickly and saw that Uncle Fourth was indeed approaching his plate. Wow, Uncle Fourth, you're so unfair. I challenge you to a duel. Uncle Fourth was amused by the soft words of the little guy and deliberately teased him. All right, but you'll have to wait 10 more years. Right now, I could easily knock you down with just one finger. Little Treasure looked so angry that everyone burst into laughter. Su Wanwan cleared her throat and said, All right, Fourth, you're grown up now. Don't make your little nephew cry. Let's all eat quickly so we can rest afterward. Everyone was enchanted by the sweet, rich taste of the cake, and their faces showed pure enjoyment. After a while, everyone finished their cake, some even licking the bottom of their plates. The next day, Su Wanwan started planning the dishes she would cook. Since she was paid a lot to be here, she couldn't afford to mess up at a critical moment. So she turned on her live stream and performed a grand ancient-style cooking show for her viewers. Having been a food streamer in her previous life, her cooking skills were naturally excellent. For the first dish, I will make sweet and sour crispy pork. She skillfully sliced the tenderloin into thick pieces, then marinated them with a special seasoning. Afterward, she coated the pieces with a prepared batter. When the oil was about 70% hot, she carefully slid the pork slices into the pan. The slices sizzled and turned golden in the hot oil. Once all were fried, Su Wanwan poured the fried pork back into the pan, added a prepared tomato sauce, and quickly stir-fried it a few times. A delicious plate of sweet and sour crispy pork was ready, making the kids drool with hunger. Next, she prepared the second and third dishes. Soon, a table was filled with 10 dishes: crispy pork, soft fried tenderloin, stir-fried pork strips, crispy pork bites, squirrel-shaped fish, fried lotus root, spicy soup, pickled vegetable stir-fry with shredded meat, spicy marinated pig's head, and a golden roasted chicken. Wow, oh my mom, you're amazing! Wang Shi's eyes sparkled as she admired Su Wanwan with admiration. Zhou Xiui hugged Su Wanwan's arm, swinging it happily, constantly asking her to teach her how to make these dishes. Su Wanwan was surrounded by her family, who pampered her with foot massages and shoulder rubs, making her feel very comfortable. Mom, you've worked hard. Let me massage your feet. Yes, Mom, you made so many dishes. You must be tired. Here, have some tea. Su Wanwan enjoyed this family happiness very much. She thought to herself that she was lucky to have such a family. The only regret was that she had lived 2 lives but never experienced the joy of creating a family herself. That evening, everyone enjoyed this hearty feast. Even the 3 brothers, Dinyo, stopped lying around and sat together to eat with everyone. Su Wanwan didn't bother to worry about them. They were grown-ups, and they could do as they pleased. Everyone ate happily, especially the children, who all ate until their bellies were round. If Su Wanwan hadn't stopped them, they might have eaten until they couldn't fit any more. All right, everyone has eaten quite a lot. Later, let's go out and walk a bit to help digestion, Su Wanwan suggested. Everyone agreed, and, holding their stomachs and leaning on each other, slowly headed outside. Ugh, I can't take it anymore, second brother. Come help me, big brother. My stomach is really too full. Xiaobao chuckled happily and said, Father, after lying on the bed for half a month, how come you still managed to have a little brother in your belly? Hearing this, Zhou Dania's face immediately darkened. He thought to himself, perhaps his youngest son had inherited that Gao family's ways. What was he even thinking? Seeing his father's expression turn grim, Xiao Bao quickly stuck out his tongue and tactically retreated. After walking around the yard a few times, everyone felt less uncomfortable. Only then did they each go back to wash up and rest. The well in the yard was really convenient, which made Su Wanwan very happy. The only thing that made her feel a bit annoyed was that taking a bath in winter was very difficult. First, the house was not well insulated, so bathing easily made you cold. Second, in the city, burning firewood cost real money. Even the matriarch of a wealthy family wouldn't bathe often. Oh well, When I have the chance in the future, I must build a bathhouse. Soon. The day before the old master's birthday arrived, Su Wanwan took Wang Shi and Zhou Xiui to Chen's residence, which was the outer house of the county magistrate's family, now used as a place for the old master to live and retire. As expected of the county magistrate's residence, it was very grand. The tall red lacquered gate had a shining gold plaque hanging above, with the characters, Chen Residence, written in a lively style. The stone lions on either side of the gate looked majestic, making people feel awe and respect just by looking at them. When Su Wanwan and her two companions arrived at the gate, they saw several carriages already parked there. It was clear that the old master's birthday banquet was very grand, and the guests invited were probably important people. Su Wanwan approached the gate and told the young servant her purpose. The servant went inside to report. Soon after, the steward, who had met Su Wanwan once before, came out with a friendly smile. "Ha, Madam Su, it's good that you've arrived. Please follow me to the storeroom first. If anything is missing, just let the servants know, and I will immediately send someone to buy it." Because Wang and Zhou Xiui were visiting such a powerful family for the first time, they both kept their heads bowed and behaved very politely. The butler led Su Wanwan and her companions to the cellar, which was filled with all kinds of ingredients and drinks, making it hard to take everything in. Su Wanwan took a quick look and was surprised to see that the ingredients were very fresh and diverse, much better than she had expected. "Butler, these supplies are enough. We don't need any more ingredients for now," Su Wanwan said with a smile. The butler nodded and smiled. "In that case, I won't bother you further. Lady Su, please help yourself," Su Wanwan responded with a smile. After the butler left, she turned to look at Wang and Zhou Xiui. They both looked like they had just entered a grand garden for the first time, with wide eyes and slightly open mouths. "Oh my mother, the pork here is whole. Such a big, fat pig, probably around 300 pounds, Wang exclaimed. Zhou Xiui pointed at a nearby cow's head and said, "Mother, that's beef, and there's so much of it." "I've never eaten beef in my life," Su Wanwan smiled and said, "All right, we've seen enough today. Let's find a guest house to stay in, or we might not have time tomorrow." That night, the three of them didn't go home, which scared their family a lot. Zhou Xinyo drove the ox cart into the city overnight and found out that his mother planned to stay there. So he didn't go home either. Now, there was one more person his family was worried about. Zhou Dinyo, being clever, said with a smile, "I guess mother is probably staying in the county town. Otherwise, she'd have to get up early tomorrow." Zhou Senyo also agreed. "Big brother is right. I've noticed that ever since mother woke up from her injury, she's been sleeping in late. Getting her up early to help in the city probably wouldn't make her happy." The next day, Su Wanwan got up early. She took the three of them to Chen's house and brought a birthday cake she had specially prepared for old man Chen. When they arrived at the gate, the young guard recognized Su Wanwan immediately because the butler had told him in advance. He then let her group in through the side door. Su Wanwan smiled and said, "This young man, I also brought a gift for the old master. I plan to give it to him myself." The young servant thought for a moment and then said, "Madam, please wait a moment. I will go inform the steward and see if the old master is free now." After a short while, Su Wanwan heard a familiar loud laugh. "Haha, little sister, you're here? It's been a long time since I tasted your homemade marinated dishes. I am really craving them." "Oh, why are you personally coming to the kitchen today?" Su Wanwan exclaimed in surprise. She saw that old Master Chen was dressed in a bright red silk scholar's robe, wearing a traditional headscarf, holding a goose feather fan, looking very different from when he was at the marinated food stall, rushing to get some. Seeing Su Wanwan observing him, old Master Chen spun around and asked with a smile, "How do I look?" "How about my outfit today?" Su Wanwan almost choked on her own saliva, thinking to herself, "Is this really something you should ask me, the cook?" Seeing her stunned, old Master Chen laughed loudly and said, "The household servant told me that you specially prepared a birthday gift for me. Where is it? Let me see." Su Wanwan quickly came back to her senses, raised her hand, and pointed to a large box on the nearby square table, smiling, "Old Master, this is the birthday gift I prepared for you. It's called a birthday cake. Old Master Chin eagerly opened the large box. When he saw the exquisite cake inside, his eyes widened in surprise. The cake was 3 layers tall, with the bottom layer as big as a millstone. On top, there was a large longevity peach, and next to it, there was a figure of a birthday star. The birthday star had a kind face, smiling gently, looking just like the one worshipped in temples. What is this? Su Wanwan explained with a smile. This birthday star is made of candles, symbolizing wishing you have today every year, and today every year. As for the longevity peach, I made it with dough filled with some fruit puree, and it tastes very good. The rest is made from goat milk, batter, and eggs. When the birthday feast begins later, you can share it with the guests. Hearing this, Old Master Chin suddenly looked a bit displeased. He quickly covered the box and then looked around cautiously like a protective tiger, saying, "No, this is for me. I want to enjoy it alone." Su Wanwan saw this and hurriedly said, "Old Master, this is a sweet treat. You're getting old, and eating too much isn't good. I made 3 layers on purpose, thinking that sharing the joy is better than just enjoying it alone. Sharing food is also a great happiness in life, isn't it?" Hearing this, Old Master Chin smiled and said, you have a point. But I think it's reasonable for me to eat a longevity peach in advance, right? Later, you can fix the place where I messed up so the guests won't notice." As soon as he finished speaking, he actually reached out and took the longevity peach, then put it in his mouth to eat. Delicious, really delicious. Little sister, your skills are truly amazing. I've lived so long, but I've never tasted anything this good. Su Wanwan helplessly looked at the big hole in the cake and could only use a bamboo stick to gather the surrounding cream into the middle, shaping it into a small snow mountain. Meanwhile, Old Master Chin finally ate the inside of the longevity peach, which was layered with various flavored jams. The outermost layer was strawberry jam, then grape flavor, followed by orange and watermelon flavors. Not bad, not bad. The deeper I go, the tastier it gets. Hee hee. I'm starting to look forward to the upcoming birthday banquet. Little sister, you must not let me down. After saying this, he walked away proudly, not bothering to wipe the cream from his face and hands, which made Su Wanwan feel quite helpless. A moment later, the butler came over with a smile. "Madam Su, on the orders of our old master, I've brought your gift to the front." His attitude towards Su Wanwan had clearly changed from the initial polite but insincere smile to one of respect, even changing how he addressed her. Su Wanwan knew that all this was because Old Master Chin valued her. Su Wanwan turned to look at Wang and Zhou Xiui, smiling as she said, "Let's get to work quickly. Later, the 4th brother will help bring over the big prawns. Today, Mother wants to show her skills again." Once all the ingredients and tools were ready, Su Wanwan began preparing for the upcoming birthday banquet. She took out the prepared ingredients and tools and started working busily. At this moment, in the front hall of the Chin residence, it was very lively with many people talking and laughing. Guests from all around came to offer their congratulations. Old Master Chun was walking happily among the guests, accepting their well wishes. His face was full of satisfaction and pride. If only there hadn't been a small piece of cream remaining at the corner of his mouth, he would look even more perfect. At this time, the butler brought out the carefully prepared birthday cake made by Su Wanwan. When the guests saw this beautiful cake, they all exclaimed in amazement and looked at Old Master Chin with envy. "Old Master, what is this? It looks like food, but such a delicate piece, like art. I've never seen anything like it." "Exactly. Old sir, please tell us what it is." Old Master Chin was very proud. He smiled and said to everyone, "This is called a birthday cake. I specially ordered it to entertain all of you. The process of making this is quite complicated, and the taste is top-notch." "Wow, so it really is food. Old sir, please share it with us quickly." "Yes, father, stop keeping us in suspense. Let everyone taste it soon," the county magistrate urged with a smile. Hearing this, Old Master Chin picked up a long knife and cut the birthday cake into many small pieces. "As expected from a military man, you still have your skills, old sir. Look at how evenly this cake is cut." "Exactly. The old general is still as impressive as ever. We all admire you." Old Master Chin chuckled happily, then ordered the butler to distribute the cake to everyone, treating it as a dessert before the meal. After receiving the cake, the guests began to taste it carefully. Soon, they nodded in approval, all enchanted by its aroma. Seeing everyone so enthusiastic, Old Master Chin smiled even more happily. He thought to himself that he was right. Miss Sue truly has real talent. As the birthday banquet officially began, the table was filled with delicious dishes that guests couldn't stop praising. Su Wanwan was busy in the kitchen, working smoothly with Wang Shi and Zhou Xiui. Thanks to their teamwork, soon the banquet table was filled with many new and tasty dishes that everyone had never seen before. One official took a bite of crispy pork and couldn't help but be surprised, exclaiming, "Is this meat? The flavor is so special, sweet and sour, very tasty." Another merchant, dressed nicely, took a bite of braised pork and smiled happily, praising, "This meat is fatty but not greasy, just right, and the taste is excellent." At the same time, Old Lady Chin was also amazed by Su Wanwan's cooking skills. She didn't expect the little woman selling marinated pig offal to have such talent. With her cooking skills, she probably couldn't be beaten in the capital city. Seeing the guests enjoy the food so much, Old Lady Chen felt secretly pleased. She thought to herself that it was a good decision to invite Su Wanwan to the house. Not only did it make her birthday celebration more impressive, but it also made the Chin family look good in front of everyone. The guests were so attracted by the delicious food that they forgot about socializing and all became eager to grab the dishes, having a lot of fun. Old Lady Chin watched the lively scene of everyone grabbing food and couldn't help but laugh, her beard trembling a little. "Ha ha ha, everyone coming here to celebrate my birthday makes me very happy, and I thank you all. Do you like the banquet?" "Yes, very much." "Old sir, you are amazing. Where did you find such a wonderful chef?" "Yes, sir, can you tell us?" "Next month, my mother will also celebrate her birthday, and I want to invite that chef to our house." Seeing that the food was ready, Old Lady Chin proudly said, "Actually, I met this cook on the street. She sells marinated dishes. Her family is not well off, and I paid 50 taels of silver for her. I think I got a great deal. Someone like her chef would normally cost at least 100 taels. Everyone was surprised and took a deep breath at her words. I was surprised and said, "Wow, just one word, and it's 100 taels of silver." But then I remembered the delicious food I just ate. The official hesitated for a moment, then made a firm decision. He smiled and said, "Old sir, please ask your housekeeper to tell the chef that I would like her to come help in the kitchen at my house." After saying that, he took out a silver note worth 100 taels and handed it directly to the steward of the Chin family. Old Sir Chin smiled and nodded, then asked the steward to find Su Wanwan. At this time, Su Wanwan was very tired. She rubbed her arm and thought to herself, "Since I have the silver, I'll let this go for now. But next time someone invites me, I definitely won't go." While she was thinking, the steward happily ran over and said, "Madam Su, congratulations. Everyone loved the dishes you made. Some even offered 100 taels to invite you to help in their kitchens next month." He then handed the silver note to Su Wanwan with both hands. When she saw the money, her eyes lit up. She happily took the note and nodded, saying, all right, please tell the old master that I agree." After the steward smiled and nodded, he handed her a note with the date and address written on it. Su Wanwan carefully stored the silver note and the note, then prepared to leave with her people. As the banquet ended and she was about to go, the steward came over again with another 100 taels of silver, smiling and saying, "Madam Su, this is from our old master. The extra 50 taels are from our lord." Su Wanwan didn't expect to get extra rewards for this job, which made her feel secretly happy. She then smiled at the steward and said, "Many thanks to the old master and our lord. We will take our leave now." Just as she finished speaking, the steward said, "Madam Su, if you don't mind, you can take some unused ingredients from the kitchen. Don't be polite, it's what our old master ordered." Hearing this, Su Wanwan smiled and said, "Thank you very much, old master. I'll just take 2 pork elbows and a few roast chickens. Oh, and if possible, I'd like to take that beef to share with my children at home. The butler naturally agreed happily, so Su Wanwan and a few others began packing their things. These items just filled a large basket, which Zhou Shu carried on his back. The group then left the Chen residence through the back door with smiles. They did not go home because Su Wanwan had booked a 3-day stay at a guest house. It was rare to visit the county town, so she wanted to explore properly. Plus, now that she had a lot of silver, shopping was a must. Otherwise, all her hard work these days would be wasted. After returning to the guest house, they rested well for the night. The next morning, Su Wanwan finished breakfast early and took the others out shopping. First, they went to a fabric shop. Su Wanwan planned to buy 2 new outfits for her family for the new year. The fabric shop had many kinds of cloth, including silk and satin, in all sorts of colors. Su Wanwan was dazzled by the variety. She picked out fabrics while discussing with Wang Shi and others what to buy and how much. In the end, Su Wanwan chose a piece of blue fine cotton for herself, and she bought one for Wang Shi and Zhou Xiui, each with their own chosen patterns. Then, Su Wanwan casually picked a few coarse fabrics to make clothes for her sons to wear while working. As for her 4th son, she bought a piece of dark green satin. Since he was a scholar, he should look decent. The children's clothes were simpler. She just used leftover fabric to make quick outfits. Children grow fast and need new clothes often. As for her only little granddaughter, Su Wanwan took special care of her and chose a piece of pink floral cotton fabric for her. When paying, Su Wanwan took out over 2 taels of silver. Seeing this, everyone was amazed. They thought, even now, mother spends money without hesitation. But they understood. She had earned 200 taels in just a few days. Next, they went to a general store. Su Wanwan planned to buy some daily necessities and New Year supplies for her family. She bought rice, flour, oil, salt, and also some sunflower seeds, peanuts, candies, and snacks to give the children during the New Year. After leaving the general store, they saw a silver shop nearby. Su Wanwan's eyes widened at the sight. I turned my head and saw that Wang and Zhou Xiu were both excitedly staring at the jewelry shop. Su Wanwan smiled and said, "Come on. Today I'm in a good mood, so I'll let each of you pick one piece of jewelry." Hearing this, Wang and Zhou Xiu looked surprised. They knew this was a silver shop in the town, and the prices were very high. Their older sister-in-law, or rather, former sister-in-law, once casually pulled out a silver hairpin, which was said to be worth several taels of silver. Although they really wanted to buy something, Wang frowned and said, "Mother, the things here are expensive. It's not easy for you to earn money." Su Wanwan pretended to be annoyed and said, "If I buy it for you, just take it. No need to talk so much. I, Su Wanwan, am a good wife who knows how to behave. Don't be like those small-town girls, all petty and narrow-minded. Look at your heads. Neither of you has a decent piece of jewelry." Hearing this, both women shyly touched their heads and then blushed, lowering their eyes. Su Wanwan took them into the jewelry shop. The shop had 3 floors, and the higher you went, the more expensive the jewelry. Wang and Zhou Xiu had never been here before and felt a bit overwhelmed. Seeing this, Su Wanwan smiled and said, "Don't worry. We'll each pick 2 items on this floor. The first floor is cheaper." They then started choosing carefully. After a while, Wang only picked a simple pair of silver earrings, and Zhou Xiu was even more frugal. She only chose a pair of silver studs. Su Wanwan looked a bit helpless and said, "Honestly, I don't know whether to praise you for being obedient and wanting to save money for me, or to call you both silly. Such a good chance. This is our only trip to the town, and you're just buying these little things to take home. It's like insulting me, Aunt Li." Wang immediately looked embarrassed and said, "Mother, I think this is enough." Zhou Xiu nodded repeatedly. Su Wanwan rubbed her forehead and thought, "Forget it. I'll just help them choose." She straightened her back, called the shopkeeper, and pointed to a pair of gold bangles, saying, "Wrap these up for me." Then she pointed to some silver hairpins nearby and said, "And these, plus those 2 over there, pack everything." The shopkeeper saw this and immediately felt happy. He thought to himself that he had met a wealthy and generous customer this time. He quickly came over with a smile to greet Su Wanwan and her group. Su Wanwan then chose a gold necklace for herself. picking the heaviest one. At that moment, they suddenly heard a familiar voice at the door. Hey, who is this? Isn't that my blind and foolish mother-in-law? Su Wanwan looked toward the voice and saw that it was her former eldest daughter-in-law, Gao Shi. Gao Shi was now pregnant again, and beside her stood an old woman and two young maids dressed as servants. Su Wanwan narrowed her eyes slightly, thinking to herself, wow, in this ancient time, even after a second marriage to be a concubine, she's doing so well. Seeing that Su Wanwan didn't respond, Gao Shi became even more arrogant. She raised her chin and said to the old woman next to her, Mammy, the master said you should take me out to buy jewelry. Why don't we go straight to the third floor? This first floor has a strange smell. Ugh, such a poor, cheap smell. Su Wanwan saw the clear disdain on the old woman's face, but Gao Shi still stood there proudly showing off. Su Wanwan smiled and said, Oh, you just got married and already have a child? You want others to help me raise my grandson? I should thank you. When Gao Shi heard this, her face turned pale with anger. She snapped, Su Wanwan, don't go too far. Now I am the stepmother of Captain Zhang.
How dare you talk to me like that?
Do you believe I can find an excuse to have my big son arrest you? Su Wanwan remained calm and said lightly, Too far? If you hadn't done such shameful things before, I wouldn't have divorced you. Now that you've remarried, you should behave properly as a concubine. Don't come out and embarrass yourself. The old woman next to Gao Shi quickly stepped forward and held her back, whispering, Madam, let's go upstairs quickly. Your baby in your belly is more important. You shouldn't get angry at someone like her. Gao Shi snorted coldly and then, angry, led her people straight to the third floor. Su Wanwan shook her head and said to Wang Shi and Zhou Xiui, Let's go too. Don't bother with that kind of person. She's bad luck. When paying the bill, Su Wanwan took out more than 50 taels of silver, which made everyone gasp in shock. Mrs. Wang pulled Zhou Xiui, and both of them were trembling. It's important to remember that the money her mother took out was a lot of silver. They only bought a few things, and now it's gone? Su Wanwan saw how upset they looked and couldn't help but sigh. The shopkeeper saw she was generous and smiled, saying, Madam, since you bought so many things today, I will give you an extra silver ring.
Please choose one.
Su Wanwan smiled and said, Thank you very much. Second sister, go pick a pretty ring for Yaya. Hearing this, Mrs. Wang was surprised and quickly went to help her daughter pick out a ring. In today's Beihong village and even in other villages, little girls like Yaya usually don't have their own silver jewelry. When her mother told her to pick a ring for her daughter, it meant her daughter was no longer just a burden, but a cherished family member. Seeing Mrs. Wang so excited her face was a little red, Su Wanwan felt even more puzzled. She thought, it's just a cheap ring. Why make such a fuss? Mrs. Wang quickly chose a ring for her daughter, and only then did Su Wanwan and her group leave. Later, they went to a bookstore. Zhou Xinyo, who had been acting as a tool all day, finally stopped dozing off. His eyes lit up as he picked out books, ink, paper, and brushes, and his whole mood changed. Su Wanwan reminded him, after the new year, Daba and Erbao will go to private schools for their lessons. Fourth brother helped them pick some books too. Zhou Xinyo responded, Mother, I understand. We already have some beginner books at home, just need to buy a few brushes and some paper. When they left the bookstore, Su Wanwan spent more than 10 taels of silver. The others were completely exhausted. What had they experienced today? Their mother had casually spent over 100 taels of silver. Oh my, in the past, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. What does 100 taels of silver mean? It could buy over 20 acres of good farmland or 30 fat pigs. Or, after a day of shopping, everyone was a bit tired. Su Wanwan pointed to a nearby restaurant with 4 signs hanging and said, Let's go. Today, we'll have a good meal at this restaurant. Upon hearing this, everyone swallowed their saliva, as such a large restaurant was something they rarely saw in town. Restaurants are often rated by signs they display, similar to 5-star or 3-star hotels. The one in front of them was a 4-star restaurant, which made everyone excited. Inside, Su Wanwan immediately found a table by the window and asked the young waiter for some of their signature dishes. braised lion's head, oil-braised prawns, sauced pork knuckles, and stir-fried intestines. That's all. And each of us will have a big bowl of rice. Understood. Please wait a moment, guests. You can have some tea first. The food will be ready soon. They were all a bit thirsty, so they drank tea while looking out the window at the scenery. Soon, all the dishes arrived. They looked good, and the smell was quite appealing. But after Su Wanwan tasted each dish, she frowned. Zhou Shunyo softly said, "Mom, why doesn't it taste as good as yours?" Mrs. Wang said, "Yes, Mom. If this meat was cooked by you before, we would think it's delicious. But after eating your cooking, the food here just tastes bland." Zhou Xiui said, "If only Mom could open a restaurant, she would make a lot of money." They didn't eat much, and Su Wanwan didn't want to waste food, especially since the meal cost over 500 coins. She called the waiter to pack the leftovers and bought a food box from the restaurant, since she didn't have time to come back later. Before it got dark, everyone finally returned to the town. As Su Wanwan approached her house, she heard noise from inside the yard. "Big uncle, you can't even cook rice properly. Maybe you should stop wasting food." "Yeah, Dad. Your cooking is terrible. Even our chickens refuse to eat it. Please, let's not eat anymore. Be good. Maybe second uncle can cook for you today." "Oh no. No. Second uncle. Eating my dad's food might give us diarrhea. But if we eat yours, we might not live until Grandma and the others come back. Why are you all so picky? Maybe third uncle can cook for you instead." "Your third uncle, I am cooking for the first time in my life. You boys are quite lucky to have caught this opportunity." Upon hearing this, the boys all let out loud, sad cries and threatened to run away from home. Seeing the house in chaos, Su Wanwan finally pushed open the gate. When the children saw Su Wanwan return, they all immediately turned into little swallows, spread their arms, and ran toward her. "Grandma, Dabo misses you so much. Mom, Erbao also really misses you, Mother, little aunt, and fourth uncle." Little Bao was so excited that he started crying. "Wah, this is great. We don't have to eat pig food anymore." Yaya was equally excited and threw herself into Mrs. Wang's arms. Mrs. Wang gave her a look, and the girl immediately understood, running over to Su Wanwan. Surrounded by the children, Su Wanwan felt like she was at the mountain of flowers and fruit. Su Wanwan gently rubbed Yaya's head, her eyes soft as she looked at the children around her. Dabo and Erbao's eyes sparkled with excitement, while little Bao, tears in his eyes, still smiled brightly. She softly said, "Grandma misses you too. Look what good things I brought for you." She then took some candies and snacks from her basket and handed them to the children. Seeing the candies and snacks, the children became even happier. They all sat around Su Wanwan, eating and chatting happily. Listening to their laughter and chatter, Su Wanwan felt a warm feeling in her heart. At this moment, Zhou Xinyu came in carrying a big bag of goods, calling out, "You little rascals, come help me carry these." The boys immediately ran over, hurriedly taking the items from Zhou Xinyu's hands. After all, helping with chores at home also earns points. Su Wanwan smiled and shook her head, thinking how eager these boys were. Then she asked Mrs. Wang to reheat the leftover cooked dishes. While heating, Su Wanwan added some seasonings to the food. The food was quickly ready. Everyone sat together, chatting and eating happily. After dinner, a few boys kept asking Su Wanwan to tell them what the county town was like. She couldn't refuse them, so she started explaining. The next day, after breakfast, Su Wanwan called everyone into the main hall. "Mother, this time I went to the city and bought many good things. I will share them with everyone now. Whatever is more or less, don't say anything. If anyone has opinions, then there will be nothing left. The money I earned is mine, and I have the final say." Everyone nodded in agreement. Su Wanwan then signaled Zhou Xiui to bring out all the jewelry she had bought earlier. When everyone saw the table full of shiny gold and silver jewelry, they couldn't take their eyes off it. Wang's family and Zhou Xiui had their own plans, but they didn't expect their mother to bring out all those things. Wasn't that bracelet she bought for herself? Under their surprised gazes, Su Wanwan took out each item from the box one by one. "Yaya, this silver ring is for you. Debeo and the others have brushes and paper, But you don't have a gift, so Grandma specially gave this to you. Yaya's face lit up with excitement and a slight blush. She carefully reached out her hand, and Su Wonwon helped her put the ring on her finger. Wow. Thank you, Grandma. Yaya really likes this ring. Su Wonwon smiled and said, Good, as long as you like it. Next, the second daughter-in-law and Xiaoyi. Besides the 2 small items you picked earlier, each of you gets a bracelet. As for the gold necklace, I will keep it myself. Wang's family and Zhou Xiaoyi were stunned and didn't react right away. They just stood there, not moving. Hurry up. Why are you standing there foolishly? Su Wonwon urged. Wang's family quickly exclaimed, Mother, what did you say? Is this for us too? Zhou Xiaoyi also looked surprised. Those were heavy gold bracelets. Were they really for her? Su Wonwon sighed and said, When we married off the eldest daughter-in-law, we spent a lot of bride price. Later, I paid for the eldest to study for a few years and invested in his business in the city. By the time it came to your family, we didn't have much money. Upon hearing this, Zhou Dainiu immediately felt ashamed and lowered his head, feeling very guilty inside. Then Su Wonwon said again, This gold bracelet is your mother's gift to you for your marriage. You should keep it well. Mrs. Wang immediately knelt in front of Su Wonwon, tears falling uncontrollably. Sniff, Mother, I am so touched. You are so kind to me. Su Wonwon's eyes also became a little moist, but she still pretended to be calm and said, Go on. Go over there and cry. I have something else to do. Seeing this, Zhou Dainiu quickly came over and helped Mrs. Wang to her feet. Then Su Wonwon continued, Xiaoyi, come here. I haven't been a good mother to you all these years. Now, as a way to make up for it, wear this gold bracelet. When you get married in the future, it can be your dowry, right? Zhou Xiaoyi, like Mrs. Wang, was so excited that she knelt on the ground and cried tears of joy. All right, everyone get up quickly. Next, you few boys, when spring comes next year, go to the private school and study hard. If anyone dares to slack off and waste my money, don't blame me for punishing you. Fourth son, you are the uncle, so you must set a good example. Hearing this, Zhou Xinyu felt a lot of pressure, but still stepped forward confidently and said, Mother, don't worry. I will lead by example and not let you down. Good, I'm a bit tired now. You all can leave. Oh, and third son, don't think too much. When you get married in the future, I will also give her a big gold bracelet. Hearing this, Zhou Xinyu quickly smiled and said, Mother, you're joking. How could that be? Don't think I don't know your little thoughts. You're the biggest fuss budget. You're a grown man, stop fussing like a girl. Zhou Xinyu blushed deeply. Afterward, Su Wonwon said she was feeling a bit tired and asked everyone to leave. After everyone went back to their rooms, in the second household, Mrs. Wang excitedly hugged Zhou Xinyu and said, Child's father, look, this is the gold bracelet your mother gave me. Oh, it's so heavy. I might not be able to lift my arms when I work in the future. Look at how happy you are. Did you notice? Our mother seems like a different person now, as if she suddenly learned a lot of new things. Even though she is no longer the same mother she used to be, I still accept her as my mother. Sometimes I feel like my mother has changed completely. For example, her attitude towards the women in the family, especially Yaya. Usually, she always talks about losing money, but now she is thinking of giving Yaya jewelry. From now on, let's not talk about mother anymore. No matter how she changes, she will always be our mother. That is certain. Everyone is very happy today. To make up for not being home these past few days and the worries it caused, Su Wonwon decided to cook a good meal for her family. In the evening, she called everyone over and asked what they wanted to eat. They all knew she had brought back many good things from the county, which were now frozen in the snow wall in the backyard. So they started to speak up. Mother, I heard you brought back a big piece of beef. Hee, we've never really tasted beef before, Zhou Senyo said happily. Zhou Denyo nodded in agreement. Only a few little kids kept begging Su Wonwon to make roast chicken and big pork knuckles. Su Wonwon smiled and said, We'll have roast chicken tomorrow, and the big pork knuckles can wait until the day after tomorrow. Today, how about we eat beef stew with radish? Everyone clapped and cheered. The idea of beef stew with radish made everyone hungry. After all, That's beef. Usually people can't get beef easily. If someone's family had a cow die, they would report it to the authorities. As for how the dead cow was divided, it was usually bought by powerful families to eat. Ordinary people probably wouldn't get any of it, and even the cow's hair would be gone by the time they saw it. Now, because the family had some help from the old master, they could finally taste what beef really tastes like. Airbao walked seriously to the cowpen, feeding hay to Dazhuang and comforting him, saying, Dazhuang, we're not eating your kind today. It's just that Grandma brought some back and we can't waste it, right? Don't think too much. Su Wanwan then asked Zhou Xinyo to go to the backyard and bring the frozen piece of beef, and also asked Zhou Xinyo to go to the cellar and bring a big radish. On Wednesday, Neo quickly brought over the piece of beef that was frozen solid, still covered with ice crystals, showing it was very fresh. Su Wanwan first had someone put the frozen meat inside to thaw. Once it was soft enough to cut, she told Mrs. Wang to start chopping the meat. Cut the beef and the radish into small cubes, about the size of your fingernail. Yes, that's right. When you're done, call me and I'll take over. Mrs. Wang smiled and replied, Okay, ma'am. You go inside and rest for a while. My daughter-in-law will finish up quickly. Hearing this, Su Wanwan nodded happily and then turned to go inside. She sat on the kong, a traditional bed, thinking that today she would finally enjoy beef stew with radish. She felt very happy. Soon, Mrs. Wang came in carrying the chopped beef and radish. Ma'am, is this okay? Su Wanwan got up to look and nodded with satisfaction. Yes, this looks good. You go start the fire in the stove, and we'll begin cooking. Mrs. Wang responded and went to the kitchen. Su Wanwan also followed into the kitchen to prepare the ingredients for the stew. In ancient times, there were very few seasonings available for cooking, but this time she was clever. She claimed that the 13-spice mix she took from her space was bought from the town, and no one doubted her. While adding seasonings to the pot, Su Wanwan chatted with Mrs. Wang and Zhou Xiui. This beef needs to be cooked slowly. The softer it gets, the more flavorful it will be. When it's done, sprinkle some chopped green onions on top. The aroma will be so tempting. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Mrs. Wang looked excited and said, Yes, ma'am. This beef is really good. We must enjoy it thoroughly today. By the way, ma'am, have you ever eaten this kind of beef before? Hearing this, Su Wanwan smiled and said, When I was at my parents' house, there was one time when the village chief's cow died. As she spoke, the beef in the pot started bubbling. Its smell, very different from pork, quickly filled the air, making everyone swallow their saliva. Su Wanwan used a spoon to taste the broth and nodded with satisfaction. It tastes good. It's a little tough, but after cooking a bit longer, it will be perfect to eat. Today, the children at home didn't go out to play because they were all focused on the beef. This was the first time some of the little ones had ever eaten beef. Second brother asked big brother and little brother, Have you guys never had beef in the city before? Both children shook their heads and said, No, beef is hard to get. Even with money, you can't always buy it. Yaya, swinging her hand with a silver ring, smiled and said, After today, we will be the ones who have eaten beef. When we go back to the village, we can tell our friends we've had beef. Everyone laughed happily. Second brother gently patted Yaya's head and said, Yes, yes, Yaya is the best. When we go back to the village, no one will dare to bully you. Yaya's face lit up with joy. Hee, then I will tell everyone that our family ate beef today, and it was so delicious. While they talked, the beef in the pot was almost ready. Su Wanwan took a big basin and served the beef, radish, and soup. She called everyone to start eating. Soon, the whole yard was filled with the smell of beef. Everyone sat around the Kong table, holding bowls, but all eyes were on the basin of beef and radish stew. Seeing how eager everyone was, Su Wanwan felt both amused and a little sad. She smiled and said, All right, everyone, hurry up and use your chopsticks. It's best to eat it while it's hot. After saying that, she scooped a big spoonful of meat and soup into her bowl, which had some beef and radish. Then she started eating. When she began, everyone else also started to eat. They copied her, using spoons to scoop the meat and soup to dip their rice. Zhou Si was a bit impatient and burned his tongue, grimacing, but he still praised, Wow, Mom, This beef is so good. Ouch, so hot. Wow, so fragrant. A few children teased their Uncle C for being impatient, and soon, they all got their tongues burned too. The scene at the table became lively and happy. After finishing the meal, everyone was sweating from eating so much. It was winter, and having a warm bowl of beef stew with radish and a cup of meat soup felt incredibly wonderful. After everyone had eaten and drunk enough, they didn't forget their chores at home. Some went to feed the cows, others changed the water in the pickled vegetables, and some turned over the spicy cabbage. Su Wanwan, as the head of the family, was relaxing in a rocking chair, humming a little tune. After finishing their meal, Su Wanwan shared her idea with everyone. Since the new year is coming soon, I think we should go back early to burn paper for your father, old Wangba. It's better to go a few days ahead and get everything ready. Hearing this, Zhou Dainiu and his brothers were very happy. They felt relieved because they were strangers in town, and the people here weren't as friendly or eager to visit as in the village. They had been feeling cramped and restless. The children were even happier, especially Yaya, who couldn't wait to go back and show off her silver ring to her friends. Mrs. Wang and Zhou Xiua were also very pleased. There was no one to talk to or chat with here, so going back to the lively village was better. Everyone started packing their things. Early the next morning, just after dawn, after breakfast, they got on the ox cart. The ox cart was much different now, with a closed carriage that could block the cold wind from all sides so their legs wouldn't freeze. But even so, Su Wanwan knew women shouldn't get cold. She lit a small fire in a basin inside the cart. They sat around the fire, chatting and warming up. Time passed quickly. The women felt they hadn't been talking long before they arrived at the village. When the villagers saw Su Wanwan's ox cart, those who had come early to gather manure gathered around. Most of them carried baskets filled with frozen cow or horse manure. Hey, isn't that Su Granny? I heard you're doing well in the city, doing business with a big restaurant. Is that true? Su Wanwan lifted the curtain and smiled. Oh, I just made some different food here. The boss liked it, so we started working together. That cheap pickled vegetables and stuff don't make much money anyway. Oh, don't be modest. Not many people can do business with a big restaurant these days. By the way, Su Granny, if you're successful, don't forget about us. Yes, Annie, I remember you holding me when I was little. Please help us out when the time comes. Everyone nodded in agreement, their words filled with envy and jealousy. At this moment, a loud, unpleasant voice came from the crowd. Who knows what kind of people she's been meeting outside? I've noticed that Granny Su looks much healthier lately. Her skin is smoother. Maybe she's been up to something shady. It was obvious to everyone, including Su Wanwan, that the speaker was Lu, the widow. She didn't bother to argue and casually took out a small cloth bag, scattering some candies for everyone. Except for Lu, who was furious and glaring, but couldn't do anything to Su Wanwan. Next to her, Tai Tu saw everyone else getting colorful candies. Since his mother had offended others by talking too much, she didn't get any candies. He was upset and suddenly sat down on the cold snow, kicking his legs and crying loudly, "Mama, I want candy too. Why does everyone else get it but us?" "You're so useless." Lu, seeing that her only support was ignoring her, quickly helped Tai Tu up and softly comforted him. Mama knows she was wrong. She'll do better next time. At this moment, a woman nearby scoffed. With your broken mouth, if you could change, even our dog would stop eating poop. Come on, let's go home and give the kids some candy." The women happily grabbed their baskets and hurried home to give candies to their children. Only Tai Tu's crying could be heard echoing through the village. After returning home, Su Wanwan and her family started cleaning thoroughly. The four brothers, Zhou Dainiu and his siblings, took charge of sweeping the yard. Mrs. Wang and Zhou Xiua herded the chickens and ducks into the yard. The children weren't idle either. They all did what they could. Yaya carried a basin of water and a cloth to Su Wanwan's room, saying she wanted to help clean the furniture. Seeing this, Su Wanwan happily said, Good. After you finish, Grandma will give you 10 work points." Hearing that Su Wanwan's family could earn work points, the other boys eagerly rushed to help with the chores. Understood. Please provide the text you'd like me to translate and edit. The two spouses both knew Su Wanwan's temper. Once she decided on something, even 9 oxen couldn't change her mind. So, the couple quickly changed their words. Yes, yes, yes. How could we refuse? Sister-in-law, don't misunderstand. I'm just worried about you spending too much. Upon hearing this, Su Wanwan smiled again and said, That's right. We're all family, so there's no need to worry about spending. You all go back first. I need to take the children to the village later. Second brother's family, Xioi, you and the children should go to the old house with your uncle and aunt. See if you can help out with anything. Wang Shi and Zhou Xioi nodded in agreement. Then Su Wanwan opened her tightly locked quilt cabinet. She took out 2 pieces of cloth she had bought in the county, one for women, one for men. Xioi, take these 2 pieces of cloth to your grandparents. It's our family's way of showing respect during the new year. If you hurry, you can make new clothes in time for the celebration. Xioi hugged the cloth, while Wang Shi helped carry a jar of wine and a roasted chicken. The 2 of them, along with a few children, headed to the old house. Su Wanwan, carrying her own children, took a jar of wine and 2 packs of snacks and went straight to the main house. When she arrived, she didn't stay long. She explained her purpose, handed over the items, and then left with the children. The lady of the main house saw the snacks on the table and exclaimed, Wow, look at this. The packaging of these snacks looks special. It must be from the county town. Why are you so surprised, wife? A few days ago, when the county magistrate called us to the county office, I overheard some officials mention it. They said a talented cook from our village has appeared, and in January, a wealthy family wants to invite her to cook for a banquet. Wow. So she's climbing the social ladder? Do you think her family will buy a house in the city? By the way, our daughter hasn't been engaged yet. I think our 4th son is pretty good. I heard he's already starting to learn. He's only 10 years old. That's a bit early.
Let's wait and see.
By the way, I'm happy today. Cook some extra dishes tonight to go with my wine. At this moment, Su Wanwan took several children and visited all the families who had helped her before. She gave each family a bag of candy and 2 packs of snacks as a thank you for their past help in caring for Zhou Xioi. Those are old stories now. These days, you're so worried about Xioi that it's like her eyes are your only concern. Maybe in the future, we won't have the chance to help her anymore, Grandma Hua said with a smile. When it was getting dark, Su Wanwan finished her work and, with her sons, headed toward the old house. Seeing them arrive, Juzi hurried inside to deliver the news. Su Wanwan saw this and quickly said, Juzi, your leg still needs more time to heal. Don't run so fast. At this moment, everyone was startled by Juzi's loud voice. The main house, the 3rd house, and the 4th house all came out. Only the elderly couple stayed inside, but they were waiting at the door of the inner room. After greeting each other, everyone was invited to sit on the warm Kong bed. Grandma Li carefully took a small floral quilt from the bed to give to Su Wanwan, worried it might be uncomfortable. Su Wanwan was touched by this and felt shy about her previous attitude toward the original owner.
Wow, this grandma is so kind.
Why was the original owner so difficult? Well, if she hadn't caused trouble, maybe none of this would have happened to me. Meanwhile, a big pot of pickled cabbage with pork bones was ready. Su Wanwan could smell that it was made by Wang Shi. 2 roasted chickens were on the table, one for the men and one for the women. Even the large pork knuckle was split between the 2 tables. Su Wanwan understood that this was because she had come. Otherwise, all the good food would have been reserved for the men, and women and children would only get leftovers. 3rd brother's family, come. Have a chicken leg, Grandma Li said, placing a chicken leg in front of Su Wanwan. Just then, an unpleasant voice came from outside. Oh, so today is a big gathering? I say, 3rd sister-in-law, you were the most lively when you caused trouble before. Now you're just shamelessly coming back to eat for free.
Uffed.
Have you forgotten what you said back then? Su Wanwan's face darkened at this, thinking, why is this troublemaker here now? Everyone was happy at first, but this person's words spoiled the mood. The situation arose because of her own actions, so Su Wanwan naturally wouldn't just watch silently. She put down her chopsticks and decided to go and deal with her so-called second sister-in-law properly. Seeing her roll up her sleeves, Granny Lee was terrified. She quickly stopped her and said, "Third brother's family, you can't be impulsive. Let's not argue with her. At most, we can give her some benefits and send her away." Su Wanwan sneered and said, "Haha, if that's the case, then our parents probably won't have a peaceful day in the future. Someone like second sister-in-law, who is greedy and insatiable, needs to be dealt with in a special way." Everyone looked uncomfortable, thinking to themselves how she could talk about Zhou Shi so calmly, without blushing or feeling guilty. Zhou Shi now was just like her in the past, completely different from Su Wanwan. But Su Wanwan didn't care about all that. Since someone disturbed her meal, she couldn't just ignore it. So she got up from the ground, followed by the four brothers of Zhou Dainyu, and even some grandchildren came out to support their grandmother. Su Wanwan went into the yard, crossed her arms, and pointed at Zhou Shi's nose, scolding. "Oh, during the new year, I brought gifts for my in-laws. Why are you second sister-in-law empty-handed?" At this moment, Granny Lee said just right. Third brother's family is right. Today, the roast chicken and pork knuckles are all from her house, and even the wine your father drank was bought from the county town. Outside, many onlookers had gathered. Some of them had benefited from Su Wanwan and came out to support her, saying, "Exactly. Su's wife has become very filial now." But Zhou Shi, all she does is scheme behind her sister-in-law's back. Zhou Shi was so angry her face turned green. She raised her hand and pointed at everyone, shouting, "You ungrateful people! Have you forgotten how Su was bullying you before? And now you're even helping her." But no matter how she yelled, no one paid attention. Some even threw a few snowballs at her. The snowballs slid down her collar and into her clothes. She couldn't take them off, nor could she leave them, so she could only let the snow melt inside her shirt. Zhou Shi was so angry she stomped her feet, but she couldn't do anything about it. At this moment, Su Wanwan sneered and said, "Second sister-in-law, why are you making such a fuss? Today was supposed to be a happy family reunion, but you insisted on causing trouble. Since you made me unhappy, I won't let you feel good either." Su Wanwan finished speaking and grabbed a large broom used for sweeping snow from the corner. She then started hitting Zhou's family members fiercely. Zhou's family members cried out loudly, jumping and running out of the yard. Before leaving, she didn't forget to leave a harsh warning. "Su Wanwan, you wait for me. I will come back for sure." Su Wanwan seemed not to hear her. She stood at the door holding the broom with a cold face, like a seasoned general. Mrs. Gao was so frightened she ran away quickly, disappearing in an instant. Su Wanwan put the broom back and then put on a gentle smile. Watching this, everyone in the old house was a bit confused. They wondered who the real Su Wanwan was, as her quick change of attitude was surprising. She smiled slightly at everyone and softly said, "Sorry for the trouble, everyone. We are family, so don't take it to heart. I was just upset with someone earlier. I still treat my own people well, right, Xiuzhu?" Hearing this, Zhou Xiuzhu hurried to help smooth things over. "Yes, my mother is very good to me now, right, second sister-in-law?" Mrs. Wang rubbed her forehead, thinking, "Why is this always about me?" But she still smiled and said, "My little sister is right. Our mother is kind to her family." Everyone finally came back to their senses and said, it's okay. We are family, so we should stick together." Su Wanwan pretended to be a little sad and said, "Today is a good day for our family to be together. I didn't want to cause any trouble, but second sister-in-law was too much, and I just couldn't help it." Everyone nodded in understanding. They knew what Zhou's family was like normally. Today, her coming here to cause trouble was a bit too much. Then everyone went back inside to continue eating. Fortunately, Su Wanwan handled it quickly, so the wine on the table was still warm and the food hadn't gone cold. They ate and drank happily, as if nothing had happened before. Zhuzi specially came over and knelt to toast Su Wanwan. This surprised her greatly. Zhuzi, please get up quickly. The floor is cold, and your leg still has an injury. Third aunt, this cup of wine is what my nephew should toast to you. If it weren't for your help and support, I might not be alive today." Lu, standing nearby, quickly added, "Yes, Third sister-in-law, our family's first life was saved by me and my husband, and the second by you. Just accept it. This child is very stubborn, feeling helpless. Su Wanwan drank the wine in one gulp and helped Juzi to stand. As they continued talking, the conversation gradually turned to sending children to school. The old man was happy and mentioned, "Our fourth son will take the exam next year. Traveling back and forth takes time. If he could stay at his third sister-in-law's house, it would be much more convenient." Everyone was shocked to hear this, especially Granny Lee. She quickly interrupted, "Wanwan, don't listen to your father's nonsense. He's just had a little too much to drink and is talking nonsense today." Su Wanwan thought for a moment and said, "Mother, right now, our fourth son and Daba and the others are about to start learning. If he stays at our house, those children will trouble him, and he might end up losing out." Hearing this, Zhou Baoyu hurriedly shook his head and said, "No, no loss. If third sister-in-law trusts me, I will teach my nephews and grandnephews everything I know, word for word." Su Wanwan looked very surprised. At just over 10 years old, he was already acting like a grown-up. Seeing her amused and a bit speechless, everyone else started laughing. The old man patted his thigh and exclaimed, "Good, good, good." The atmosphere became very warm and friendly. Zhou Xinyu then said, "After the new year, when we go back to the city, let's bring my fourth uncle along. With his help in teaching, it will be easier for Daba and the others to enter private schools next year. I went to a private school for 2 years, but I can't remember much now." Su Wanwan closed her eyes and thought to herself, "This is the good son the original owner raised." After 2 years of school, he's already fooling around with cats and dogs and hasn't learned much at all. Zhou Baoyu had no problem with this plan, so it was settled. As night fell, Granny Lee said, "Although the wild animals on the mountain have calmed down quite a bit recently, it's still not completely safe at night. Wanwan, you all should head back early." Zhou Baoyu said, "Father, Mother, I will go with Juzi to see third sister-in-law and the others." Then the group left the old house. Su Wanwan told Zhou Baoyu and Juzi, "You two should go back early. We have so many people here, it's fine." Juzi kept his head down and said nothing. He planned to take third aunt home. Since Zhou Baoyu was a scholar, he knew that there could be trouble for widows, so he only went halfway and then watched Su Wanwan and the others leave. After entering the house, Su Wanwan asked someone to close the big door quickly. Then she started talking with everyone. "Tomorrow, I will go to see the village head. In spring, I want him to approve the land from here to the foot of the mountain. We plan to build a big house with blue bricks and tiles." Everyone was very happy to hear this, and they didn't sleep well that night. Over at the second household, Zhou Erniu was grinning foolishly. He hugged Wang and whispered in her ear, "Wife, now you can feel free to have children with me. Mother said we should build a big house, 1 room for each son." Wang shyly pushed away Zhou Ernia's restless hands and said, "You fool, this house isn't sturdy enough. The sound might be heard by Mother." The night passed quietly, and the next day arrived. After breakfast, Su Wanwan took Zhou Xinyu to the village head's house. She didn't go empty-handed. Although she had already given a gift yesterday, she knew she needed to give another gift for buying land. Zhou Xinyu carried a roasted chicken and a jar of wine. Su Wanwan brought 2 packs of candies. When they arrived at the village head's house, they were welcomed inside. This time, the treatment was much better than before. There was warm, sweet water. Su Wanwan was a bit thirsty, so she drank the sweet water in 1 gulp. She placed the gifts on the table and said to the village head, "Village head, look at how many children and grandchildren we have. Our old thatched houses are really too small. I plan to rebuild the house and buy some land at the same time." The village head looked at the valuable items on the table. He suppressed his excitement and said, "Buying land and building a house is a good idea. That's great. But tell me, where do you plan to buy the land?" Su Wanwan smiled and said, "It's just the land from our house to the foot of the mountain, and there's a riverbank next to it." The village chief thought for a moment and then nodded. "Yes, those are worthless wastelands, about 10 acres in total. Let's value them at 1 or 2 silver coins, so I'll take 10 taels from you. As for the riverbank, no one wants it even if you give it away, so I'll just give it to you. When the time comes, I'll transfer it to you." Upon hearing this, Su Wanwan immediately smiled and said, "Thank you very much, village chief." She then took out a 10-tael silver ingot from her purse, and it was high-quality official silver. It's important to know that silver is divided into different grades. Official silver is the best and most valuable. Cheaper silver is often of lower quality and has some loss in value. The village chief looked at the silver ingot and couldn't help but ask, "Mrs. Su, I have to ask, are you really connected with the county magistrate's office?" Su Wanwan smiled but said nothing. Zhou Xinyu then spoke up. "My mother did go to the county lord's house before, but only to help in the kitchen, for the birthday banquet of the county lord's old man." Hearing this, the wife of the village chief exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, that's amazing. Our old village chief has been a village head for so many years, but he doesn't even know which way the county lord's house faces." The village chief awkwardly glared at his wife and said, "You're so talkative. Hurry up and bring me some paper, ink, and a brush. I need to write a land deed." Before long, the village chief personally handed the completed land deed to Su Wanwan. To pretend to be illiterate, she simply handed the deed directly to Zhou Xinyu. Zhou Xinyu carefully examined it several times before nodding in approval. Su Wanwan then pressed her thumbprint on the document. The village chief said, "In a couple of days, when I go to the market in town, I'll also stop by the government office to have the red deed stamped." Su Wanwan smiled and took out a small piece of silver worth 2 taels, placing it on the table. "Thank you for making this trip, village chief. You need to eat in town too, right? Consider this as my gift of tea." The village chief modestly declined but happily took the silver. The elderly couple personally saw off Su Wanwan and her son from the yard. After they left, the old couple closed the door and couldn't stop smiling. "Old man, if our village had more people like Grandma Su who are generous, our family would be very lucky. Your yearly salary isn't even as much as what she spends in a day. That's amazing. Grandma Su's family has made a big connection and is about to become wealthy. If anyone in the village dares to speak badly about her in the future, you should help defend her."
Don't worry, old man.
Because of the money and good things she has, I will tell our grandchildren to be more respectful to the Bao and the others. 3 days later, there was a market in town, so Su Wanwan and her group took a cart to go shopping. They happened to pass by the horse market. Su Wanwan told Zhou Xinyu to drive the cart and wait by the side with Wang and Zhou Shui. She took her oldest, second, and third sons to look at horses. When the 3 boys heard their mother wanted to buy a horse, they got very excited and started walking faster. "Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a hidden task. Compassion. The task is to save a mare in difficult labor. The reward is 2 small foals." Su Wanwan was very happy when she heard this and started looking quickly. "Mom, we haven't looked at many horses yet. Why are you walking so fast?" Zhou Ernyo asked with a frown. Su Wanwan said, "You all split up and look for a mare that is about to give birth." Zhou Denyo asked, "Mom, mares are not as strong as stallions. Why do we need to buy a mare?" Su Wanwan's eyes sharpened. She put her hands on her hips and scolded, "Stop talking nonsense. Go find one quickly. The first one to find it gets 10 coins." Hearing this, the brothers quickly spread out. Su Wanwan couldn't help but think, money really makes people do crazy things. Soon, Zhou Denyo ran over excitedly. Mom, I found one. There's an old man over there with a big-bellied mare he wants to sell. But it looks like she might be having trouble giving birth and might not make it." Su Wanwan immediately followed Zhou Denyo to go over. They saw an old man with a worried face standing by the road. At his feet lay a dying red-brown mare. The old man wiped his tears and said, "This mare was left to me by my son. He brought her back from the battlefield, and she was his prize. Now that my son is gone, I treat it as my own daughter. I didn't expect it to have a difficult labor." Su Wanwan quickly went over to check the horse's condition. Seeing this, the old man hurriedly cupped his hands and asked, "Madam, are you a veterinarian?" Su Wanwan shook her head and said, "Not exactly, but I know a little about medicine." "Old sir, if you trust me, let me try. All right, I have no other requests. As long as you can save her, I will give her to you." A crowd gathered around to watch. Su Wonwon took out a small bottle of medicine from her backpack. It was a labor-inducing medicine she had temporarily exchanged from the system. She fed all the pills into the horse's mouth. After a moment, the nearly exhausted mare showed some signs of recovery, and her belly started to move quickly. Then, Su Wonwon had to deliver the foals by hand, which made her feel quite unwell. Su Wonwon spent over half an hour pulling 2 foals out of the mare. The people nearby were stunned and started to talk. Wow, this horse is amazing. It actually had 2 foals. Exactly. Usually, a horse only gives birth to 1. No wonder it had trouble giving birth. Luckily, someone who knows what they're doing was here. Otherwise, both mother and babies might have been lost. The old man knelt in front of the mare with a smile, clasping his hands together. Amitabha, thank heaven and earth. You're safe now. I promise to keep my word. I will give all these horses to the lady. Su Wonwon took out a silver note worth 50 taels and handed it to the old man. Old sir, you've taken good care of them, and I can't take advantage of you. I'll pay you 50 taels for these 3 horses. No. I may not have gone to school, but I know a man should keep his word. Everyone around praised Su Wonwon, giving her a thumbs up. This lady is so kind, not expecting anything in return. Truly a good person. Yes. She didn't take advantage of the situation and even gave so much silver. However, the old man's temper was more stubborn than a cow. In the end, Su Wonwon couldn't refuse any longer and agreed to a compromise. She bought the 3 horses for 30 taels. At this moment, the mother horse was still a bit weak, but the 2 foals staggered to their feet. They were surrounded by their mother, who looked very worried and scared. Old third, go get the cart and put the horses on it. Oh, and buy some hay to cushion them so they don't get cold. Seeing how kindly she treated her horses, the old man felt more at ease. Soon, Zhou Sanyo brought his own cart to take the horses away. Su Wonwon couldn't possibly stay with the horses, so after buying some supplies, she rented a cart and everyone sat in it. Wow, her family ended up with 2 carts. When she returned to the village, people were curious. Hey, Su Granny, did you buy another cart? Su Wonwon smiled and said, No, I rented it. Wow, how much stuff did you buy? 1 cart isn't enough to carry it all. Su Wonwon didn't bother to reply to them and went straight home. When she got home, Daju and the others started tidying up the horse pen. Su Wonwon patted Daju's head and said, Daju, I can only ask you to be patient. Let's give a small part of your space to them. Otherwise, with this cold weather, it wouldn't be good if they got sick. Daju seemed to understand and made 2 mooing sounds. Then, surprisingly, it moved to the other side of the pen, making room for the horses. Su Wonwon was amazed and said, Wow, Daju, are you becoming smart? You understand human words. While no one was paying attention, Su Wonwon quickly took an apple from her space and fed it to the big red horse. Eat up, you're a bloodline horse, and today you've done a good deed. Eat more. The big red horse finished the apple quickly, then stared at Su Wonwon with big, admiring eyes. Su Wonwon didn't like this the most, so she took out a carrot from her space and fed it to the horse. After the big red horse ate the carrot, Zhou Dainiu and the others brought materials to build a stable. Su Wonwon went inside her house, thinking she didn't want to get sick in this cold weather. Regarding the 2 little foals, they were born at a bad time because it was very cold outside. So, Su Wonwon decided to keep them in the barn. Her sons had already finished building the horse shelter. It was simple, just a partition to prevent the cows and horses from fighting. They also laid a thick layer of dry hay on the ground and covered it with old, worn blankets to keep the horses warm. Most horses sleep standing up, but this one was different. It had just given birth to 2 foals and was weak, so it could only lie down. While gently wiping the sticky fluid off the foals with a warm, damp cloth, Su Wonwon sighed, Oh, these little ones have a hard life. The mother's milk isn't enough for both of them. Zhou Xiui frowned and said, Mother, maybe I should ask second sister-in-law to cook more rice porridge for them. Su Wonwon nodded and said, Yes, go quickly. These little ones haven't eaten anything since they were born. Zhou Xiui happily ran to find Wang. Soon, she brought back a big bowl of thick rice porridge. After taking the porridge, Su Wanwan dismissed Zhou Xiui and took out a small bag of milk from her space. She mixed it into the rice porridge, stirred well, and fed it to the foals with a spoon. At first, the foals didn't know how to eat, but soon they tasted the sweet flavor. They finally opened their mouths, allowing Su Wanwan to feed them the sweet rice porridge with milk. After feeding the two little ones, Su Wanwan finally relaxed. She thought to herself, System, it's not a good time for you to send me these two horses. The next day, the village chief came with the land deed. Su Wanwan took the deed and saw that it was stamped with the official seal, bright red and clear. The village chief smiled and said, "From now on, the large piece of wasteland from your house to the foot of the mountain and the riverbank at the bend all belong to you." "Oh, thank you so much, village chief. By the way, come to my parents-in-law's house tonight for a meal. We're having a celebration, and you must come." Hearing this, the village chief was happy and nodded quickly. Su Wanwan also asked Zhou Shunyo to go to the old house to inform them, since they were going to eat at someone else's place. Originally, she planned to host the celebration at her own house, but was worried about inviting her in-laws and making them feel uncomfortable. So, she decided to eat at the old house instead. After all, buying land and building a house is a big event, and she wanted everyone to be happy. For the dinner that evening, Su Wanwan went to her cellar and storage room to prepare. She ended up gathering 2 big baskets of chicken, duck, fish, and other foods. She clapped her hands, feeling satisfied that everything was ready. In the evening, the whole family carried the 2 baskets of food and headed to the old house. On the way, they met some villagers collecting manure. Seeing Su Wanwan's family with so many good things, the villagers became curious. "Hey, Granny Su, what delicious food are you making today? Are you going to your father-in-law's house? Do you regret it and want to move back to the old house?" Su Wanwan smiled and said, "It's nothing special, just some food. We recently bought land to build a house, and we want to have a big meal and celebrate together." "Oh, you bought land? Which piece?" Su Wanwan pointed toward the mountains and said, "It's not a good piece, just the wasteland at the foot of the mountain and the unclaimed riverbank nearby. We've spent all our savings on it. Now I don't have a single coin left." Talking with the villagers along the way, Su Wanwan and her group finally arrived at the Zhou family's old house. By then, the Zhou family elders had already come out to greet them. Seeing this, Su Wanwan quickly said, "Dad, Mom, it's cold outside. Come inside quickly." "Why are you all outside?" Grandma Li hurriedly took Su Wanwan's hand and asked warmly, "Little one, why are you bringing so many things again?" "I don't know what to say. Your family has many children and grandchildren. You should manage your money carefully, not spend it all." Su Wanwan smiled and said, "Mom, don't worry. Come on, let's go inside and talk." Everyone went inside happily. Su Wanwan sat on the kong, a traditional bed, where a small, decorated mat had already been prepared for her. "Your 4th brother said you bought land?" "Oh, why didn't you come to talk to your father first? The broken land you bought isn't worth that much money." "Sai, you really are a kid." Listening to her mother-in-law's scolding, Su Wanwan felt strangely excited. As the saying goes, having an elder at home is like having a treasure. The thing she longed for most in her previous life was right here in front of her. From the kitchen, the children's lively chatter could be heard. "Wow, Grandma San brought so many delicious treats." "Slurp. Uncle Sinyo, you must come often in the future. Every time you visit, our meals get better." "Yes, yes. You must come often. I used to be afraid of Grandma San, but now I'm not afraid at all. I even like her a little," Dabao said. "My grandma is great. She's never mean to us and never hits us randomly. And let me tell you, her cooking is so good, better than the chefs in the city." "Wow, Dabao, is that true? Can we eat her food today?" Hearing the children's chatter, Su Wanwan smiled and said to Granny Li, "Mom, it seems the kids want to taste my cooking. How about I be the head chef today and let the older sisters help me?" Granny Li laughed and said, "Good idea. Let them learn from you." These kids are spoiled by you. They keep complaining that the food at home isn't tasty enough." Su Wanwan went to the kitchen, rolled up her sleeves, and started working. When she arrived, the children eagerly crowded around her. Soon, the kitchen became lively. All the kids gathered around her, begging her to cook a few of her best dishes. Debao said, "Grandma, I'll help you build a fire." Bao added, "Grandma, I'll help wash the vegetables." Little Bao, not wanting to fall behind, said, "Grandma, I'll help build the fire too." Su Wanwan smiled and said, "Everyone go outside. If you don't, you won't get any meat later. Don't cause trouble here. Can't you see the place is already crowded?" Hearing this, the children all ran away faster than rabbits, afraid they really wouldn't get any meat. At this moment, the women of the Zhou family finally had a chance to come over and learn some cooking skills from Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan calmly took out bottles and jars from her basket. Lu Shi saw this and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness! There are so many steps to make a dish. I usually just sprinkle some salt." Su Wanwan smiled and said, "Elder sister-in-law, I will leave all these ingredients for you later. This is soy sauce for flavor. This is 13 spice mix made from various seasonings. This is star anise. This is cinnamon, and so on." Lu Shi's head was overwhelmed, and she asked curiously, "Third sister-in-law, did you get all these good things from the county magistrate's house?" Su Wanwan didn't bother explaining and simply nodded. Lu Shi looked at her with envy and said, "Wow, no wonder. Most people don't pay so much attention to their food." Today, Su Wanwan cooked braised pork with 5-spice meat for everyone. Seeing how much sugar she added, Li Pozi and Lu Shi felt heartbroken. But since the sugar was brought by Su Wanwan herself, they didn't say much. Su Wanwan didn't notice their feelings and continued explaining, "The key to good braised pork is making the caramel, which requires skill." Soon, a fragrant big bowl of braised pork with green beans was ready. The smell was so authentic that everyone couldn't help but salivate. Lu Shi said, "Mother, third sister-in-law's cooking is really good. The meat must be very tasty, right?" Li Pozi covered her chest and said, "Of course. Just look at how much sugar she used." "Oh, this dish is only for today, but it's expensive. More than half a gene of sugar used." White sugar was very precious, especially the kind Su Wanwan brought from her system, which was rare and valuable. Luckily, the people in the old house didn't know its worth, or they would have been even more distressed. Next, Su Wanwan made pickled fish and yellow braised chicken. Since potatoes weren't common in this era, she used yam from the cellar instead, which was stored there. After all the dishes were ready, everyone sat down at 2 tables, men on one side, women on the other. The dishes were the same, except the men's table had wine added. Old Master Zhou raised his glass and said to everyone, "Come on, everyone. Today we celebrate the third son's family buying land. Cheers." As soon as he finished speaking, a discordant voice came from the yard. "Hey, you lot are always eating and drinking. So, is it only our second branch that isn't related by blood?" It was none other than second sister-in-law Zhou, who had just been scolded and was still upset. Zhou Shi's nose seemed to grow longer for no reason. She could smell the celebration and came over. Now that the second branch had moved out to live separately, she thought that once they left the old house and the big family, she would live a good life. But surprisingly, after she moved out, the third family situation improved and they often sent food to the old house. People are most afraid of jealousy. When jealousy grows strong, it can make a person look fierce and angry. Right now, Zhou Shi was like that. Since she had moved out, she couldn't stand seeing the old house and Su Wanwan's family living better than her. Especially since she hadn't eaten meat in over 2 months, while they often enjoyed rich meals. After being beaten up by Su Wanwan last time, she had become a bit more restrained and didn't pay much attention to the old house anymore. But she couldn't help but listen to what villagers said. Look at Zhou Shi. Since she moved out, the others are always eating big fish and meat. TSK, do you think she regrets leaving? Bah, what would she regret? She was the one who insisted on leaving, standing tall and proud. Even if she regrets inside, she has to pretend she doesn't. Just now I saw that Granny Su took 2 big baskets of good things to the old house. I bet they're all having a feast right now. Zhou Shi couldn't stand hearing these words. She was so angry that she forgot her pain and ran over to the old house to cause trouble. Li Pozi sighed and said, "Oh, what a tragedy." Why did we marry off the second son to such a person? Old Master Zhou said. Enough, wife.
Don't complain.
Our own children aren't perfect either. They match each other well, so no need to criticize. Li Posey glared at her husband, but said nothing more. Today, Zhou Shi surprisingly acted out of character. When she saw no one responded to her, she became more aggressive. She stood in the yard, stomping her feet and shouting, Su Wanwan, you shameless little brat. You've already moved out, so you should behave yourself like me. Why do you keep coming back for no reason? If you want to return, why did you leave the family in the first place? Initially, Su Wanwan didn't want to pay her any attention, but since Zhou Shi was already approaching her, she decided not to be a coward. She put down her chopsticks and smiled at everyone, saying, Everyone eat slowly. I'll go see what's going on. Hearing this, Wang Shi and Zhou Xiu also put down their chopsticks. Zhou Xiu even grabbed a feather duster from the bed and held it in her hand. Su Wanwan found this amusing. She thought to herself that Xiu had been trained well by her. Now she knew to bring a weapon when fighting outside. After the three of them went out, Granny Li followed closely behind, then the main family's mother and son. Since Su Wanwan was the savior of her own son, she couldn't let her suffer any loss. When Su Wanwan stepped outside, she couldn't help but laugh. Oh, I thought someone's rope wasn't tied tight and let the guard dog out. Turns out, it's my good second sister-in-law. I say, second sister-in-law, I always bring meat and snacks when I visit the old house. Why are you empty-handed today? In just one exchange, Su Wanwan had shut her up. Zhou Shi, who had been shouting earlier, now seemed speechless, unable to say a word in her own defense. Wang Shi couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Zhou Xiu also chuckled, saying, Second auntie, what exactly are you here for? To congratulate us on buying land? Why didn't you bring a gift? You ungrateful girl, a useless piece of trash. How dare you ask for a gift from an elder?
Bah.
It's just some worthless land no one wanted. What's there to show off? I don't care for it. Su Wanwan narrowed her eyes and asked, Why are you here to join the fun if you don't care? I thought you were happy for us. Well, the door is over there. You can go ahead and leave. Who do you think you are to chase me away? I'm staying here today. I said I'm here to eat. If I don't get my meal, I won't leave. She finished speaking and plopped down in the yard, looking like a fearless pig not afraid of boiling water. Seeing this, Su Wanwan was so amused by her shamelessness that she couldn't help but laugh. Xiui, go ahead, do it like this, just like that. Hearing this, Zhou Xiui's face stiffened. She thought to herself, this method of mom is really harsh. But for someone like Zhou, I guess I have to use this kind of approach. So, Zhou Xiui quickly ran to the kitchen. Soon, she came out carrying a large wooden bucket. The bucket was filled with foul water, mixed with fish guts and other leftovers from Su Wanwan's cooking today. The smell was incredibly strong. Zhou's face froze when she saw this. She thought, I know this bucket well. Why is that stubborn girl carrying out a bucket of foul water? Unexpectedly, Zhou Xiui handed the bucket directly to Su Wanwan, who then carried it toward her. Terrified, Zhou tried to back away, shouting, Su Wanwan, what are you planning? Don't come any closer, or I'll call for help. Su Wanwan burst out laughing, and at the same time, her body trembled. In a moment of carelessness, she accidentally dropped the foul water bucket right into Zhou's arms. Zhou had already guessed things might go badly, but she didn't expect Su Wanwan to act so unexpectedly. Now, she was holding the bucket of foul water, splashing all over her body, her hair, and her face. Her head was covered with fish intestines, and her face had 2 wilted vegetable leaves swaying in the cold wind. The villagers watching the scene couldn't stop laughing. Some even fell off the wall of the old house in surprise. Grandma Li covered her face and went back inside. She couldn't bear to watch anymore. Seeing her 2 daughters-in-law fight, as the mother-in-law, she thought she shouldn't just stand there and watch. Better to look away and pretend she didn't see. Su Wanwan pouted and said, Wow, I really am getting old. I can't even carry a bucket of foul water anymore. Hey, second sister-in-law, are you okay? Let me help you up. Mrs. Zhou was so frightened by Su Wanwan that she was almost out of her mind. She didn't dare let Su Wanwan touch her again. She kept backing away while trying to brush off the dirt on her head. Su Wanwan, you little brat. I won't let this go. Just wait, I'll get back at you. Su Wanwan smiled gently and said, Second sister-in-law, what are you talking about? We're close relatives, and even if we break a bone, our tendons are still connected. I just slipped a little, that's all. Why are you still so angry? Mrs. Zhou was so angry she couldn't speak. She felt cold all over and just wanted to leave this place of trouble. But Su Wanwan suddenly said, Second sister-in-law, why do you want to leave so soon? Aren't you going to eat? Come inside with me. She reached out to pull Mrs. Zhou. Mrs. Zhou was so scared, she kept stepping back, but she accidentally tripped over the door threshold and fell backward. Her fall was so sudden that her head hit the doorframe. That doorframe was made from strong ironwood, the same kind used by the pillars and her father to build the mountain cabin. It was as hard as steel, a rare and sturdy wood. When Mrs. Zhou hit it, the frame was unharmed, but her head swelled into a big bump. Mrs. Zhou was in so much pain she grimaced, and with the smell of rotten water and fish guts on her, she looked very funny. At this moment, her husband, Zhou Baozhong, finally arrived after hearing the news. Seeing his wife so badly beaten by Su Wanwan, he didn't hesitate. His eyes turned red as he grabbed a broom and rushed towards Su Wanwan. Su Wanwan didn't back down. She quickly took some beans from her space and threw them onto Zhou Baozhong's path. When he was less than 2 meters away from Su Wanwan, one of his feet stepped right on the beans she threw. He slipped and fell flat on his face, losing a tooth and nearly losing another. His mouth was full of blood, looking as if he had just been attacked by a wild animal. The villagers watching the scene started to feel impatient and began pointing and whispering about the two people. Wow, they really aren't from the same family. They don't even share the same door. That Zhou woman is so unreasonable and shameless. She always tries to get a share of good food. And her husband is even worse. He's so rude he'd hit someone just because he can't get what he wants. Wow, these two are quite a match. They must stay together forever so they don't cause trouble for others. They were now at the gate. Seeing the two people helping each other get up from the ground, Su Wanwan decided not to bother with them anymore. She had already had enough fun for today. She loudly closed the door with a bang and said to the villagers watching, Sorry for delaying your dinner. When I have free time tomorrow, everyone come over to my house for some sweet syrup drinks. Hearing this, everyone felt grateful. After all, it was just some sweet syrup. Drinking a bowl of it meant they could skip a meal at home. People started to leave, and the couple from the second house hobbled away, helping each other. Su Wanwan felt very victorious. Liu, who was nearby, looked at her with admiration. Turning around, Su Wanwan saw her older sister-in-law staring at her with a love-struck look. She shivered and asked nervously, Sister-in-law, why are you looking at me like that? Liu smiled and took Su Wanwan's hand. Third sister-in-law, you don't know. For all these years, I've lived under the same roof as her, and I've suffered a lot because of her. Now that I see you easily handling her, I really admire you. Su Wanwan smiled gently and led everyone back to the feast. She had cooked this meal herself, so she definitely wanted to finish eating it. Luckily, everyone was waiting for her and didn't finish the food while she was outside. Seeing this, Su Wanwan quickly apologized. Oh, I'm so sorry. I got carried away playing and forgot the time. I've delayed everyone's dinner. Sorry about that. Everyone looked a bit annoyed, thinking, Is this what you call playing? You almost caused a disaster. They continued eating, and finally, no one disturbed them anymore. They could enjoy their meal peacefully. Everyone enjoyed the meal very much, especially the little kids, who ate so quickly they almost swallowed their tongues. Wow, Dabao, I really envy you. Your grandma's cooking smells so good. Hey, it would be great if Grandma San was our real grandma. The children spoke without thinking, which made the adults feel a bit awkward. Su Wanwan smiled and said, Kids, if you're hungry later, you can come to our house to eat. You're always welcome. Hearing this, the children looked at their father with hopeful eyes. Seeing this, Zhou Baoqing chuckled and said, You little monkeys, I really spoiled you. I just gave you one meal, and now you're ready to turn against me. Fine, if you want to go play, go ahead, but don't cause trouble at Grandma San's house. The children cheered loudly. Some said they wanted to pet the old yellow ox. Others wanted to see the little foal. Soon, the house was noisy with the adults' heads buzzing from all the noise. When Su Wanwan's family returned home, Juzi was there, leading a group of children to see them off. Su Wanwan quickly told them, "Hurry back home. It's cold outside and the roads are slippery. Be careful not to fall. Especially you, Juzi, your injury isn't fully healed, so be careful." Juzi smiled and said, "Thank you, Auntie San, for reminding me. I'll be careful." Back home, Su Wanwan sighed and said, "Juzi is such a good boy. It's a pity he's the only one in the family who can stand on his own." Joshua said, "Mom, I heard that the girls in the eldest uncle's family don't marry well. Mom, when I get married, you can't just marry me off easily. Today I saw the little girls at the eldest sister's house, and I felt so sorry for them. The eldest sister is so young, yet she was forced to take her own life." Sigh. Su Wanwan gently rubbed Joshua's head and said, "Silly girl, I wouldn't do that. Besides, your eldest aunt's family had to send their daughters far away because they are poor. If possible, we should help support your uncle's family more." The next day, after breakfast, Su Wanwan's family started to get busy. Since they had recently bought some land and there wasn't much to do, they decided to tidy things up.